In the post-apocalyptic wasteland, alien invaders have turned the entire world into a metallic graveyard. This man survived thanks to his rare ability. He can infiltrate any mechanical system with his mind. But he does not have much time left. A fatal genetic defect has left him with only 3 years to live. Finding his father, who has been missing for many years, has become his only reason to keep living. Today, the man is preparing to sneak into a crashed government spaceship to scavenge supplies. But in the darkness, mechanical hounds are prowling, and even more terrifying creatures are lurking. One wrong step, and his story will end here. In the year 2045, Blue Planet had long since ceased to be that azure world it once was. 3 years ago, the extraterrestrial civilization known as the Reapers descended, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. And at this moment, I was lying prone in the sands of the Gobi, with a black starship 10 kilometers long sweeping overhead. It was a Reaper transport vessel, cold and pitch black, like a giant coffin hanging above my head. After the ship flew away, I fixed my gaze on the highway not far off. A transport truck bearing a Golden City emblem lay crippled there. It was a supply vehicle from Lujin City, and also my target for today. If all went well, the supplies on that truck would be enough for me to make a hefty profit. But just then, a sudden twisting pain seized my chest, my breathing grew rapid, and the world spun around me. Trembling, I pulled out a syringe and stabbed it straight into my thigh. Only after the drug was injected did I barely recover. My illness had worsened again. I had to get money and buy energy metabolizers to stay alive. Otherwise, I might never see that person who had been missing for years again, my father. I took a deep breath and looked at the transport truck once more. The truck had clearly been attacked long ago. Corpses of the guards lay scattered everywhere around it, and even a mech had had its chest pierced through. And among those corpses, 2 mechanical hounds were prowling back and forth. These were modified beast machines created by the Reapers, half biological and half mechanical, designed specifically to hunt down survivors. Their sense of smell was keen, and they could also detect intense emotional fluctuations within a 1-kilometer radius. Even more terrifying was that tail of theirs. When it lashed out like a whip, it could cut a living person clean in half at the waist. The corpses on the road that had been split in two were their handiwork. I pulled out a strangely shaped pistol and pulled the trigger in the direction opposite the beast machines. There was no gunshot, only a black shadow shooting out and landing 1,000 meters away, a black cube. After it hit the ground, it began flashing, releasing signals that simulated human emotional fluctuations. This was a signal lure I had developed myself, made specifically to fool mechanical hounds. I called it dog food. Sure enough, the 2 hounds jerked their heads up, their red electronic eyes lighting up as they sprinted toward the cube on all fours. I immediately jumped onto my hover bike, rushed down the hill, and in the blink of an eye arrived beside the transport truck. I took out a laser cutter and pried open the panel beneath the coded lock. Then I pulled a data cable from my pocket, plugged one end into the decoder on my left wrist, and connected the other end to the electronic interface. In the next moment, my whole body shimmered with silver-gray light, gathering like flowing water. A retro-style illusory keyboard then materialized beneath my suspended hands. At that moment, a hoarse voice came through the earpiece, sounding like someone with phlegm stuck in his throat. Kid Fong, no matter how many times I see your spiritual manifestation, Prometheus, it still looks insanely cool. I really envy you resonance from the computation branch. I frowned and cut him off. Iron Wolf, don't shout in my ear while I'm working. And that truck had better really contain a large amount of supplies like you said, because I paid for this intel. Iron Wolf corrected me. You only paid the deposit. I stopped paying attention to him and let my hands fly across the keyboard, while my goggles were instantly flooded with massive streams of data. A moment later, the armored door popped open with a click. Iron Wolf whistled. Even a Class 3A lock from Lujin City can't stump you. No wonder you're the best lockpicker in all of Evernight City. I pushed the door open hard, and light shone into the dim cargo compartment. However, the compartment was completely empty, with only a cutout opening in the bottom. The guards had realized the situation was going bad long ago, cut open the truck body, and taken all the supplies away. The feeling of crushed hope was hard to bear. My hand clenched involuntarily. Iron Wolf let out a sigh. Snagging leftovers is like opening a blind box. Looks like your luck's bad. But one thing is one thing. The remaining 5,000 credit balance must be paid within 7 days, or else. Hey, those hounds are back. I whipped my head around. In the distance, the 2 mechanical hounds that had been lured away were barking as they charged straight toward me. Most likely, they had sensed the emotional fluctuations from my loss of control. An Iron Wolf's hover car had already turned around and fled. I took several measured breaths, forcing myself to calm down, then rapidly typed on the illusory keyboard. A flash of light burst from the front end of the keyboard, and a blue stream of data shot out, instantly sinking into the hound on the left. At this moment, the two hounds were less than 100 meters away from me. They could reach speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, so this distance would take only about 3 seconds. So I had long since given up on trying to escape by vehicle and chose instead to confront them head-on with the power of a resonant. The moment the data stream connected, my 10 fingers flew as I began cracking the program inside this extraterrestrial construct. In my goggles, data poured down like a waterfall while my brain processed it at inhuman speed, entering command after command. This was the computation branch's computing specialization, the ability to process massive amounts of data at high speed. 1 second passed, and the hounds were only 60 meters away. A prompt popped up in my goggles, cracking complete. But I didn't stop. After cracking it, I still had to tamper with the permissions and seize control of this hound. Computing specialization, cracking programs, tampering with permissions. These were the core abilities of Prometheus. 30 meters. I stared at the progress bar, with only one thought in my mind. Faster. The progress bar reached the end, and a prompt jumped out. Tampering successful. But at that very moment, the two hounds had already closed to within 10 meters of me. The one on the right suddenly leaped up, opening its mouth full of metallic fangs as it bit toward my neck. The chill of death instantly crawled up my spine, as though those fangs had already sunk into my blood vessels. Just then, a black shadow slammed sideways into it, knocking that hound to the ground. It was the one from the left, the beast machine I had already taken control of, clamping its jaws tightly around its own kind's neck. That spot was made of purely biological tissue, and in an instant flesh split open and blood sprayed everywhere. I stepped back 2 paces, raised the hand wearing the data glove, and controlled it to tear into its target frenziedly. In mere moments, the red-eyed beast machine's head, along with a section of its metal spine, was ripped out by force. Blood and machine oil splattered all over the ground. I moved my fingers again. The metal tail of the beast machine under my control rose high into the air, then came crashing down, cleaving itself into 2 halves as well. Only after the light in both pairs of electronic eyes had gone out completely did I jump onto the bike and speed away. On the return trip across the desert, a warning popped up on the bike screen. You have entered the security perimeter of Evernight City. Please present identification. I entered a string of numbers, and the screen immediately responded, "Welcome back, Resident Fong Yuan." The roadside was covered with silver-gray moss, and when the bike passed by, it kicked up a cloud of golden powder. That was a silicon-based fungal colony, devouring the desert and consuming the entire surface of the planet. It too was a creation of the Reapers. This planet, once azure blue, was gradually turning into a cold metallic world little by little. I drove off the road and arrived at a stretch of Gobi wasteland. As I approached, hydraulic sounds came from within the rock wall, which slowly opened to reveal a tunnel. At the tunnel entrance, a 5-meter mech covered in battle damage stood guard with a pulse rifle on its shoulder, its muzzle pointed toward the desert. I passed by it and entered the tunnel under the watchful gaze of the guards. Evernight City had originally been a border prison established by the Great Han Alliance in the Dead Sea Desert, used specifically to hold major criminals. After the Reapers invaded, the Alliance lost control, and the prisoners and guards fought a bloody battle before finally reaching a truce. Now, this place had become a settlement jointly managed by both prisoners and guards. I emerged from the tunnel and arrived at the upper district. It was a chaotic place full of all kinds of people, and the atmosphere of daily life was strongest here. People recruiting workers, selling compressed biscuits, selling spinach pancakes, and even running tutoring classes for residents. Their hawking cries never ceased. Ragged scavengers in patched work clothes, modified humans fitted with mechanical prosthetics, and guards in black uniforms packed the entire street. I parked the bike, picked up my backpack, and pulled up my hood to cover my conspicuous silver hair, preparing to go home. A moment later, I slipped into a dim alley, where the light overhead flickered on and off. A man sitting on the ground in the alley stood up, while at the same time 2 more figures entered from the alley entrance. The 3 men blocked me in the middle. I stopped and sized them up casually. The leader had a mohawk and a mechanical arm in place of his left arm. He said, "Hand over everything valuable, and we'll leave immediately." I glanced at the rapid-fire thermal gun mounted on the wall and lowered my head as I walked quickly forward. Just as I was about to pass by him, that mechanical arm shot out, seized my neck, and lifted me slightly off the ground. Standing on tiptoe, I pulled up my goggles and looked at him coldly. The mohawked man wore a savage expression. "You little bastard, do you believe I'll snap your neck?" Instead, I asked, "You're new here?" He froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "So what if I am?" I said softly, "That explains it." He frowned in confusion. "Explains what?" I looked at him seriously. "Explains why you dared to provoke me." The three of them were stunned at first, then burst into loud laughter, mocking my arrogance and my failure to understand the situation. But what they didn't see was that the hand wearing my data glove moved ever so slightly. Buzz! An orange-yellow beam flashed across the alley and punched straight through the mohawked man's head. I had already tampered with the usage permissions of the rapid-fire thermal gun on the wall the moment I entered the alley. Buzz! Buzz! Before the other two could even escape, their heads were blown apart on the spot as well. Only then did the mohawked man crash heavily to the ground. I straightened my clothes and turned to leave. Hurried footsteps came from behind me, and a girl's voice shouted, "Fong Yuan, what happened here? Did you tamper with the rapid-fire gun's permissions again?" I turned around, and 4 or 5 figures rushed into the alley. At the front was a girl in her early 20s, with waist-length black hair, a dark brown left eye, and a pale blue right eye. That one was an electronic prosthetic eye. She wore a dark gray tactical jumpsuit and strode over aggressively, grabbing me by both shoulders. "Do you want to end up in prison again?" I didn't care in the slightest. "So what if I do? I'll be out again soon enough." She grabbed her hair in frustration. "Can you stop always acting like nothing matters?" I smiled. "When you know you won't live past 25, you'll be like this too." The girl froze, then said quietly, "Dr. Baiji's diagnosis may not necessarily be correct." I cut her off. "If you're not planning to throw me in jail, then I'm leaving. I'll transfer the fine for the killings to your law enforcement team's account. Don't forget to issue a receipt." Seeing that I was about to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Wait. Go to the Scavengers Association. Someone there is looking for you. Probably a new commission." I waved a hand. "Got it." Watching me leave, the law enforcement captain named Qin Bing snorted and muttered that this brat was young, but had quite the temper. One of the team members behind her gave a dry cough and joked that he would gladly take my place and let the captain ravage him instead. Bang! An old-fashioned pistol somehow jumped into her hand, and she fired a shot at the ground beside that team member's foot. "If you make that kind of joke again, say goodbye to your manhood." The team member broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly begged for mercy. As for retaliation, he didn't dare in the slightest. This young lady's father was a very important figure. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a girl to become the captain of the law enforcement team in a prison city like this. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the Scavengers Association. Ever since Blue Planet had become riddled with devastation, the survivors had no choice but to risk returning to the ruins and recovering every usable resource. That was how scavengers came into being. Only over time did this organization emerge to manage and assist scavengers. I pushed the door open, and the receptionist robot greeted me in an electronic voice, while a man in a suit immediately came up to me with open arms and a hearty laugh. "You've finally come back, Kid Fong. The client has been waiting for you." This was Han Jun, vice president of the association. I glanced at him. What kind of client needs the vice president himself to receive them? A scavenger group from Lujin City. They spend generously, and they specifically asked for you. Come with me. He led me into a small meeting room. The moment he pushed the door open, the thick smell of nicotine nearly choked me to death. In the haze of smoke, a strongly built man sat there with a cigar clenched in his teeth, his left arm and right leg both mechanically modified. At a glance, I could tell those were only civilian-grade prosthetics, nowhere near military standards. So even with the modifications, his combat ability was limited. Hanjun switched on the ventilator and introduced us with a smile. "Mr. Rosen, this is Fong Yuan, the best lockpicker in all of Evernight City." The modified man named Rosen raised his head, forcing a smile onto his square face. "If President Han recommended you, then you must be the real deal. Kid Fong, have a look at the contract first." With that, he placed a safe on the table, fiddled with it for quite a while, then slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory. I even forgot the password I set myself. How about you open it, Kid Fong? The contract is inside." I immediately understood. This was a test. I walked over and only glanced at it once. This is a Watcher Type 3 safe with a military-grade mechanical lock. What? Are you asking me to open military property? I took out my tools from my backpack, 3 lock picks, a tension wrench, and an alloy listening needle as thin as a strand of hair. This kind of lock uses a 3-disc linkage. If you turn it wrong 3 times, it locks permanently. You already got it wrong once just now, so I only have 2 chances left. I pressed the listening needle against the side of the dial, braced the wrench with my left hand, and turned gently with my right. With a soft click, I stopped immediately. First set, 37. Second set, 81. Third set, 19. Done. With a hum, the safe door popped open. But inside, there was nothing at all. I looked at Rosen. Are you messing with me? He looked stunned. He did not even notice the cigar falling from his mouth, and only then seemed to snap back to his senses. Wait, Master Fong. I'm very sorry. This matter is too important, so I had to test you first. Here's the contract. Take a look. I took the contract and scanned through it. 20,000 credit points. You people really are generous. I glanced at Han Jun, and then I understood why the vice president had been so enthusiastic. Scavenger contracts were protected by the association, and the association could draw a 3 to 5% management fee from them. If anyone breached the contract, the association would pursue repayment for the other party to the very end, even hunt them down if necessary. I set the contract down, but it's still not enough. The contract says this is a secret mission, and you'll only tell me the details after we leave the city. That means I'm the one taking the risk. So I'm adding one more condition. Rosen asked in a deep voice. What condition? I said, word by word. No matter what it is you're looking for, I want half the profit. Also, pay 10,000 up front as a deposit. Afterward, whether the mission succeeds or fails, the remaining balance must still be paid in full. Rosen sucked in a sharp breath. Your appetite is way too big. I handed the contract back to him. Then hire someone else. He looked toward Han Jun, who only shrugged, indicating there was nothing he could do. I walked to the entrance of the association when Rosen's voice came from behind me. Deal. I'll revise the terms immediately. The electronic lock clicked, and the door opened. Soft light came on, illuminating this home of less than 20 square meters. I hung my backpack by the door. Some photographs and documents were pinned to the wall. In the photographs was a middle-aged man with a gentle smile who resembled me somewhat. That was my father, Fong Jiwen, who had been missing for many years. I had been searching for his whereabouts all this time. My only wish was to find him before my life ended, and ask him face to face why he abandoned my mother and me. I looked deeply at the photograph, then opened the safe in the corner of the wall. Inside, there was only a single bottle of medicine left. There was only one bottle of energy metabolism agent left. I still owed Iron Wolf the remaining payment, and on top of that there were loans, rent, and energy bills. This commission had come at exactly the right time. I walked to the workbench piled high with parts, dug out a box of signal lures, and also a single soldier shield device. Even with the association's guarantee, being cautious could never hurt. I took off my boots, opened the heels, and stuffed the lures one by one into specially made slots. That way, while I walked, they could be planted silently into the sand without anyone noticing. Then I fitted the shield device onto my belt and walked to the smart terminal to check my messages. Dr. Baiji urged me to come back for another examination, saying that my mitochondrial indicators had been declining for the past 6 months, and that perhaps my medication should be adjusted. Iron Wolf said he had heard that I killed 3 newcomers as soon as I got back, and seeing me still lively and kicking put his mind at ease. He also reminded me not to forget to settle the bill. The law enforcement team's fine notice had arrived as well. I turned off the screen, took out an insect cake to fill my stomach, and went to bed. The next day, a convoy drove into the desert. On the horizon, 3 spore towers flowing with a metallic sheen stood like deformed giant bamboo shoots rooted deep in the Gobi, occasionally spewing out faint clouds of spores. Those clouds rose high into the sky, forming a spore cloud that covered the entire planet, specifically to interfere with communications and prevent people on the surface from making long-distance contact. I withdrew my gaze. Now, can you tell me what the mission is? Rosen, who was driving, grinned. We're going to find a transport ship. I frowned. Don't tell me you're setting your sights on the Reapers? No way. He laughed loudly. It's a Han Earth-Moon transport ship, the Tiangong. According to reliable information, there's a batch of military-grade supplies inside. But we can't pry open the ship's door, so we had no choice but to ask you to step in. My fingers tapped on my knee. There isn't any spaceport here, so how would an Earth-Moon transport ship end up in the Dead Sea Desert? Rosen smiled mysteriously. Precisely because there is no base, no one would ever imagine that a national-level transport ship would be hidden in this desert. Just think how many supplies must be on it. As long as we find it, we'll be rich. 2 days later, Rosen pointed excitedly at a sand dune ahead. Right beneath the dune, a ship that was almost buried in yellow sand had been exposed. The Tiangong really is here. Everyone, Out of the vehicles. I jumped down from the vehicle, and the wild wind lifted my radiation-proof cloak, revealing the black and red pilot jacket underneath. Dozens of oddly dressed scavengers ran toward the ship. Some carried thermal ray guns, some wore rusted battle armor, and there were even 2 Valley God brand agricultural mechs. I walked over as well. Every few steps, I opened the slots in my boot heels and silently buried the lures in the sand. The group arrived before the ship's main door. Rosen looked at me. "Kid, it's up to you now." I pointed at the armor plating beneath the coated lock. "Pry that piece open." A rust-covered agricultural mech walked over. Its arm was fitted with hydraulic shears, which had jammed into a gap and used to pry out the panel that had already loosened long ago. With a clang, the panel flew dozens of meters away. Looking at the now exposed electronic panel, I took out a data cable and connected it to the decoder. In truth, I could have directly accessed the system with a data stream. But a resonance spiritual manifestation was the physical embodiment of their ability, and anyone observant could infer your trump card from its appearance. That was why any experienced resonant would use the necessary disguise, so others could not see through them at a glance. Only after connecting the data cable did I release the silver gray light, and the wasteland punk-style illusory keyboard condensed before me. My spiritual manifestation, Prometheus. Soft exclamations immediately rose all around. A resonant. Keyboard form, computation branch. Silver gray fluctuations, first tier. No wonder he's the best lockpicker in Evernight City. Expressionless, I let my 10 fingers fly and quickly began cracking the ship's program. The good news was that the ship still had power, so the supplies would not be ruined. The bad news was that the transport ship was using an interstellar-grade protocol. Quite a few scavengers immediately started wailing. An interstellar-grade system is almost impossible to crack. Now we're done for. Rosen stepped forward 2 paces. "Kid, are you confident?" I said in a low voice. "I need a little time." Rosen swept his eyes over the surroundings warily. "How long? Beast machines and mercury monsters may not be common here, but if we're exposed for too long, I'm worried." Before he could finish, hydraulic noises came from the ship's door, which slowly opened. I pulled out the data cable, and only then answered the question he had asked earlier. An interstellar-grade protocol only takes 3 seconds to crack. The doorway fell silent. Rosen murmured, "So this is the power of a computation branch resonant." In fact, I had not stopped. On my goggles, a progress bar was still moving. Tiangong Control Authority tampering in progress. 25%, 26%. The door opened enough to leave a gap wide enough for an adult to squeeze through. One scavenger was eager to try entering. Just then, in that pitch-black crack of the doorway, he suddenly saw a swaying human figure appear. The Tiangong had crashed 3 years ago, so how could there still be a living person inside? The scavenger's scalp went numb, and he raised his gun and fired wildly into the gap. Rosen was startled. "Flying Rat, are you fucking crazy?" Flying Rat shouted. "Boss, there's someone inside the door." Rosen looked inside and happened to see a corpse in uniform roll out from the gap. He immediately roared, "Cease fire. That's just a corpse." Flying Rat's pupils suddenly contracted. "Boss, look at this body. It's metallized." I could not help but look at the corpse as well. Its skin was iron gray, and the whole body looked as though it had been cast from iron. There was a perfectly round wound in its chest. With a clattering sound, more corpses rolled out one after another from the half-opened door. There were staff members, soldiers, some were intact, while others had been horribly shattered. But without exception, all of them had that same iron-gray metallic texture. The agricultural mech beside me opened the armor on its chest. Inside the cockpit was a short-haired woman in her early 30s. She said, "Boss, metallized corpses mean the Tiangong was infiltrated by mercury monsters. We need to reassess the risk." Mercury monsters were one of the Reaper's kind, silicon-based life forms that looked like silver liquid and could reflect thermal energy beams. They had no fixed shape and could seep into any crack or crevice, even into the human body, before bursting out from within. The dismembered corpses inside the door had been made that way. At the thought that such monsters might be inside the ship, the scavengers all began to lose their nerve. "It's fine," Rosen said. "The Tiangong was probably forced off course by mercury monsters and made an emergency landing here because of them. But you all know that mercury monsters never stay in one place for long. The people on the ship have been dead for years, so the mercury monsters are long gone. We'll take the supplies and leave immediately. The risk is manageable." Just then, my goggles showed that the ship's system's authority tampering had been completed. I quietly moved my right hand and used the data glove to control a rapid-fire thermal gun hanging on the ceiling behind the door, silently turning its muzzle toward Rosen, who was speaking so confidently. Good. The ship's weapons system was now in my hands. Even if something unexpected happened, I had a way to deal with it. I lowered my hand, and the thermal gun lowered its muzzle as well. Under Rosen's encouragement, the scavengers decided to enter the ship according to the original plan, while Rosen left a few men outside the door as support. The moment I stepped through the door, I felt an itch in my ear, as if a tiny insect had crawled into it. The sensation vanished in an instant, and I paid it no mind. Not long after, the group found the supply warehouse. When I opened the warehouse door again, the scavengers saw the stockpile of goods filling the place and were so overwhelmed with excitement that they dropped to their knees and cried, "We're rich. We're rich. Top-grade stardust alloy. It can be used to make mech cockpit armor. There are even acute radiation antidote injectors. This is Dragon Rider Type 3 military single-soldier armor. One set can sell for a fortune. How many sets are here?" At that moment, without any warning, an orange-yellow thermal beam shot straight toward me, only to be blocked by a blue energy barrier that suddenly rose in front of me. Rosen let out a small sound of surprise. "You actually brought a shield too? A single-soldier shield isn't cheap. You've got money, kid." But what surprised him even more was that behind the shield, I showed no anger and no shock, only a kind of calm that did not belong to someone my age. Of course I was not surprised. Everyone knew that scavengers never cared about honor, and creditworthiness varied from person to person. Even with the association's guarantee, they still might not be trustworthy. I looked at him calmly. "Looks like you're planning to breach the contract." Of course, Rosen burst into laughter. "Just look at this warehouse full of treasure. Once it's sold, it'll be worth at least 1,000,000 credit points. If I had to split 500,000 with you, it would pain me to death." I pointed at my goggles. "Our agreement is protected by the association. Your unilateral breach has already been recorded by me. Once I bring the evidence back, your cleanup crew can just wait to be hunted down by the association." Rosen shook his head. "That's why I say you're too young. As long as you're dead, no one will know I broke the contract. Besides, with the spore cloud overhead, long-distance communication simply doesn't work. Even if you recorded it, you can't transmit it out. What do I have to be afraid of?" Flying Rat raised his thermal ray gun. "Boss, hurry up and kill him." The other scavengers also raised their weapons and aimed them at me. Rosen nodded and was just about to shout, "Do it." Suddenly, a red thermal beam blasted into Flying Rat's chest, instantly melting a hole the size of a teacup through him, while all the flesh around it was carbonized. Following the trajectory of the shot, Rosen discovered that a rapid-fire thermal gun hanging above the warehouse had its muzzle aimed directly at them. Then even more red beams shot out from different directions, and the scavengers instantly fell into chaos. I took the opportunity to walk toward the door. The reason I had wasted so many words with Rosen just now was to manipulate the weapon platforms in the warehouse and lock onto this bunch of people with no sense of credit. Amid the crisscrossing beams, Rosen, hiding behind a mech, stared at me in disbelief. Why are the weapons attacking us? Were the permissions changed? Was it that white-haired brat? A scavenger charged toward me. I calmly raised my right hand and pointed, and several red beams flew over my head and blasted a few black holes through his body. Another scavenger in battle armor, shield activated, charged through the beams. Just as he was about to catch up, I had already stepped through the door and made a slicing motion with my hand. The warehouse door slammed shut with a thunderous crash, and the man rammed headfirst into the alloy door. Throughout the entire process, I remained completely unhurried, as if everything were under control. "Don't get cocky." Rosen grabbed his communicator and roared, "Ironhead, cripple, get in here now and kill that white-haired brat." He was calling the companions he had left outside for support, fully determined to kill me. But what came back was not a response. At first, there was a burst of electronic static from the communicator, followed by gunfire and screams. Rosen froze. Then a voice shouted, "This is bad, boss. Beast machines. Mechanical hounds. There are too many of them. We can't hold them off." A chill ran down Rosen's back. On the way here, there had not been a single mechanical hound in sight. So where had they come from? Desperate howls came through the communicator. "Boss, why did you shut the door? Open it. Hurry, they're here. No, don't." Along with a shrill scream, the communication was cut off completely. Rosen's face turned deathly pale. When we came in, the ship's main door had clearly been open. Now it had suddenly shut. There was no need to think about it. That white-haired brat had definitely done it. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined that a single Fang Yuan could toy with their cleanup crew so completely. At that moment, I was walking down a corridor outside the warehouse. The lures I had scattered along the way had drawn all the mechanical hounds over. For the time being, the cleanup crew had no time to worry about me. As I walked, a window popped up in my goggles. I casually pulled up the ship's mission log and inventory list. On September 18, 2022, the Tiangong had flown from the moon to Blue Planet. Besides transporting supplies, it had also carried out a special mission to deliver a Dragon-class item to the Kunlun Extraterrestrial Research Center. I stopped in my tracks. A Dragon-class item? According to the Great Han Alliance's classification, Dragon-class referred to top-tier precious items of national significance. And the Tiangong had actually been carrying something like that? How many credit points could a Dragon-class item be sold for? 10 million? Or 100 million? Now this was real fortune. I immediately used the permissions I had tampered with to lock onto the room where that item was located. A moment later, an armored door slowly opened with a hiss of hydraulics. My goggles continuously displayed prompts. Pressure normal, oxygen normal, non-toxic. Only then did I feel safe enough to walk in and find the power switch. The lights came on, and at the same time, a gentle voice sounded. Welcome to the Pangu Laboratory. Pangu was a mysterious mech discovered by the Great Han's lunar probe in 2026 in Shackleton Crater on the far side of the moon. To this day, no one knows who built it or who sent it to the moon. But through reverse engineering research on Pangu, Great Han technology advanced by leaps and bounds. In 2030, it mastered controlled nuclear fusion. In 2036, the Zhurong mech entered service, and from then on humanity had the confidence to step into deep space. Because all of this originated from it, the authorities named it Pangu, symbolizing the creation of heaven and earth. While the broadcast was giving its introduction, I saw it. Inside a transparent chamber in the center of the room, a silver-white mech 4 meters tall stood quietly. Its lines were sleek, blue light flowed across its frame, and the energy inside it seemed not yet exhausted. So this was the Dragon-class item? Looking at it, my mind had already begun calculating how to haul away this 4-meter-tall giant. Just then, Rosen's voice sounded from behind me. What Dragon-class item? I spun around abruptly and saw Rosen blocking the doorway with 3 scavengers and an agricultural mech. Rosen spat viciously onto the floor. You little bastard, I really underestimated you. You actually made me lose so many men. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. Once I catch you, I'll cut out your prefrontal lobe and sell it to those perverted biochemical merchants. With a wave of his hand, the scavengers closed in on me with savage grins. I backed toward the mech called Pangu and glanced upward. There were no weapon platforms anywhere in the laboratory. What was I supposed to do? At that moment, a completely emotionless electronic voice suddenly sounded in my ear. Genetic scan complete. Symbiotic compatibility, 96%. Pilot Fang Yuan. Activate biological nanounit swarm armor. I was stunned. Where had that voice come from? Had my communication channel been hacked? The electronic voice sounded again. Detected energy signal of silicon-based life form. Assessment, private class variable mercury. Probability, 98%. Silicon-based life form, variable mercury. Could it be a mercury monster? I immediately shouted. Wait, there may be a mercury monster in the lab. Whatever this is, let's go outside and talk. Rosen laughed in fury. At a time like this, you're still trying to trick me? Before he could finish, his vision went black. A squirming lump of silver-white stuff dropped from above and splattered directly onto his face. A scavenger beside him cried out, Mercury monster! With his head covered, Rosen could not breathe. He clawed wildly with both hands, but the thing slid into his nose and mouth like a slug, burrowing into his body. In the blink of an eye, the Mercury monster had entered him. Rosen's whole body convulsed, his eyeballs rolling in different directions, and then he spoke in a stammer. Private, serial number 4270. In the name of the Reaper Emperor, I declare to you, abandon resistance and become slaves. Some among you shall be permitted to live. One scavenger collapsed to the floor. We're finished. The boss has been parasitized. A scavenger with a little mustache let out a scream and turned to run. At that moment, a silver metal spike suddenly shot out from Rosen's body and stabbed into the man's head like a sword, then slashed downward violently. The man with the mustache, together with Rosen, was cut clean in half. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The mercury rolled out from Rosen's mangled remains, yet not a drop of blood clung to it. It was still cold and smooth. Meanwhile, The skin of the two corpses was taking on a layer of iron-gray color, slowly spreading. Then the mercury climbed up the leg of the agricultural mech and slipped into its seams. A woman's scream sounded from inside, and the cockpit burst open as Tang and I frantically tried to jump out. But at that very moment, a streak of silver-white shot from her mouth like lightning. Her eyes widened as she watched that silver-white line split open her mouth, neck, and chest in sequence, before finally bursting out from between her legs. She was neatly divided into two halves. The mercury monster flowed through the middle of the corpse and dropped back to the ground. The two remaining scavengers screamed and raised their guns. Orange-yellow thermal beams struck the mercury monster, only to be instantly reflected by its smooth surface. One reflected beam sheared off the upper half of one scavenger's head above the nose, while another came straight at me. I threw myself to the ground with my hands over my head and barely avoided it. The surface of the mercury monster suddenly bulged, and a streak of silver white pierced through the heart of the last scavenger. Once it returned to its original form, that pool of mercury began flowing toward me. I leaped to my feet, my mind racing. Computation branch resonance had no combat power, and there were no weapon platforms in the laboratory. Control it? But if I failed? Just then, that cold electronic voice sounded again. Pilot Fong Yuan, activate biological nano-unit swarm armor? Armor? I suddenly looked at Pangu. In the laboratory, the only thing that could be called armor was that mech. Could it be the one speaking? The mercury monster was already accelerating toward me. There was no time now to use my resonant ability. I gritted my teeth. Dead horse, living doctor. I'd gamble on it. I roared, activate. In an instant, Pangu began rapidly disassembling from the head down, turning into countless silver points of light. Like a miniature galaxy, it flowed out from the shattered chamber and swept toward me. The front end of that galaxy lightly touched my fingertip. I felt a faint electric tingle, and in the next second, it had already spread over my hand. The silver points of light formed a metal glove, cool and skin-tight, then extended up my arm and spread over the rest of my body. In the blink of an eye, I was clad in a suit of silver armor identical in appearance to Pangu, only shrunk down to fit my body. At the same time, the mercury monster pounced, its silver surface flashing. I instinctively raised my hand to block. With a clang, my whole body shook violently, and I skidded backward along the floor. After stopping, I hurriedly looked. My hand, encased in the armor, was completely unharmed. A prompt popped up in the display before my eyes. Biometric binding confirmed. Pilot Fong Yuan, initiating full physiological scan. A streak of blue light swept from head to toe across my body. When it scanned my red and white flight suit, the armor suddenly began to change. Its original silver-white streamlined appearance shifted, the primary color turning black and accented with red stripes and silver-gray patterns. The formerly soft lines became sharp and aggressive, while red and black spikes emerged on the head and shoulders. It no longer felt cold. In its place came a heavy sense of oppression and an almost suffocating aggression. Immediately afterward, lines of text appeared on the screen. Pilot status, genetic defect, mitochondrial complex 4 abnormality, estimated survival period approximately 37 months. Repair plan, repair congenital defects through genetic remodeling. Current energy insufficient, repair temporarily unavailable. I could hardly believe my eyes. My genetic defect was congenital, and every doctor had concluded that I would not live past 25. But now, Pangu was showing me hope of survival. Only if I stayed alive would I have a chance to find my missing father. At that thought, wild joy surged in my heart. But at that moment, the mercury monster came again. That mass of silver liquid crawled up the armor's leg, frantically searching for seams it could squeeze into. I reached down to grab it, but it always seeped through the gaps between my fingers. At that moment, a layer of red light suddenly lit up across the armor's surface and spread over my whole body in an instant. With a booming hum, the red light exploded outward, forming rings of visible crimson ripples that blasted the mercury off my body, scattering it into thousands of silver droplets spraying in every direction. Among those droplets, I saw a silver-white sphere, its surface covered with patterns like circuitry. The armor marked it and displayed 2 words, core. The electronic voice sounded again. Warning, armor energy has fallen below standard level. Remaining operational time, 3 minutes. Only then did I notice a battery icon in the upper right corner of the display. The energy level was down to only 5%. Solution options. 1. Draw bioelectric charge from the pilot. Not recommended. 2. Destroy the silicon-based life form. Consume its core. and extracts star nuclides for recharge. Strongly recommend option 2. Consume? I looked at that silver-white sphere. Panga needed it to recharge, but why use the word consume? There was no time to think further. The scattered droplets were rapidly converging again around that core, and in an instant, the mercury monster was restored to normal. The silver pool on the ground darted quickly, a bulge rising on its surface. Suddenly, a streak of silver-white stabbed toward me like lightning. I leaped up sharply, and my field of vision instantly expanded as the ground shrank away beneath me. The silver spike missed, but in the next moment, my back jolted. I had actually slammed into the ceiling. Flailing awkwardly, I landed back on the ground and looked up. The laboratory was a full 6 meters high, and I had reached the top with a casual jump. This level of physical ability already rivaled that of a combat-type resident. As a computation branch resident, I had never dreamed I would one day be able to do something like this. With physical abilities like these, maybe I really could kill the mercury monster. I calmed myself and narrowed my eyes at the flowing mercury on the ground. With my computing specialization, I quickly calculated its movement trajectory based on its speed and behavioral patterns. In fact, when a bulge rose again on its surface, I had already calculated the angle and target of its next attack. Right knee. It wants to cripple my mobility. The instant I reached that conclusion, I moved. In a burst of silver light, my black and red figure traced an arc, evaded the spike, and closed in on the mercury monster's flank. I clenched my fist and smashed downward. The moment my fist moved, the red stripes on my arm lit up, my muscles tensed violently, and a savage force drove the punch forward. My fist hit it, but the sensation was like striking cotton with all my strength, soft, yielding, with no point of impact. The feeling was so awful it made me want to cough up blood. The spot where the mercury monster was struck caved in rapidly, and its whole body spread out like a parachute caught by the wind, instantly flattening into a thin sheet that perfectly absorbed the kinetic energy of my punch. Then it returned to normal in midair and dropped silently back to the ground. No good. Blunt force was useless. I needed something sharp. I needed a weapon. The moment the thought arose, a dialog box popped up on the screen. Weapon system scan complete. Available weapon Fian. Activate. This armor had built-in weapons too. Overjoyed, I shouted, activate. The armor on the left side of my waist bulged and reshaped itself into a 30-centimeter cylindrical object. A hilt? I grabbed it, and several red patterns instantly lit up on the black grip, extending upward to the front end. With a hum, a burst of blood-red flames sprayed from the tip of the hilt. At first it flickered unstably, but in an instant it was constrained and condensed by some kind of force field, finally stabilizing into a red blade of light, 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long. Plasma beam sword, Fian activated. Warning, energy dropping sharply. Remaining operational time, 1 minute. I was dumbfounded. Panga's built-in weapon was actually a lightsaber, but it consumed too much energy, directly chopping my remaining activity time down by a huge margin. At that moment, the mercury monster closed in and suddenly sprang up, rapidly spreading itself in midair into a silver-white sheet descending over me, trying to envelop both me and the armor at once. There was no time to think. I gripped the sword with both hands and slashed down. Just as that silver-white sheet was about to cover me, a red line suddenly split open in its center. The mercury monster paused, and its body split in two. Cut open. Overjoyed, I kept swinging the sword, red arcs of light crossing and weaving as I chopped the mercury monster into fragments. At one point where a streak of red light passed, something silver-white jumped. I looked closely. That slash had cut through a silver-white sphere covered in circuit-like patterns, the Reaper core itself. The moment the core was cut open, the writhing mercury rapidly lost its luster and finally turned into dull metal chunks that clattered all over the floor. It was dead? I had killed a mercury monster? I stared at the metal pieces on the ground, still unable to believe it. Among scavengers, mercury monsters were the kind of thing that made people tremble at the mere mention of them. They reflected thermal energy, absorbed kinetic force, changed shape at will, and could even slip into a mech to kill its pilot. Other than combat-type resonance, anyone who encountered one was as good as dead. But now, I, a computation branch resonant, had actually killed one with my own hands. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on the screen. Reaper core detected. Consume? I remembered Pangu's earlier prompt. Consuming the core of a silicon-based life form could replenish the armor's energy. In that case, what was there to hesitate over? Consume. The instant the words left my mouth, the armor plating on the chest shifted and opened, and a cloud of hot vapor rose out. In the smoke, a dark mass suddenly shot out from inside like lightning. My pupils contracted. That was a lump of viscous dark red flesh, its surface even covered with fine hair, and it instantly wrapped itself around the core. In the blink of an eye, the core was swallowed by the flesh. Then that thing recoiled and rolled back like some bloated, grotesque tongue, retracting into the armor. The chest plating closed and reset, returning to normal in an instant, without the slightest visible trace of anything unusual. But my heart was pounding hard. I remembered Pangu's full designation, biological nanounit swarm armor. Could it be that Pangu was something half biological and half mechanical? Then who exactly had created this suit of armor? The broadcast had said it was discovered by humans on the moon, which meant it was not made by Great Han, nor by humanity at all. It had merely been found by Great Han. I had not yet recovered from the shock of that scene when the battery number in the upper right corner of the screen began rising rapidly, climbing all the way to 8% before stopping. Recharge complete. Parsing Reaper Variable Mercury. Parsing complete. Information integrity 27%. Database updated. 1 energy unit acquired. New evolution nodes may now be activated on the armor's evolution chart. Activate. I froze. Evolution chart. Activate nodes. Pangu could still evolve? I took a deep breath. On second thought, since it was a half biological, half mechanical structure, the fact that it could evolve was not so strange after all. And if it could evolve, then of course I could not afford to waste the chance. Activate. The red patterns on the armor suddenly lit up, and a humming sound came from within. Waves of energy spread outward, and only after a short while did the glow gradually dim. Activation complete. The power unit, Red Firmament Reactor, has been upgraded to Type 2. Inherent Module Multi-Weapon Power Supply Circuit unlocked. Energy output efficiency increased by 20%. Information scrolled across the screen, and the armor's overall evaluation was displayed. Private Class. Private Class. In other words, Panga's current performance was now on the same tier as a Mercury monster. I wondered how many energy units it would take to activate the next node. The moment the thought arose, a prompt popped up on the screen. 3 energy units are required to activate the next node. Answers anything I ask? In that case, I spoke in a low voice. How many energy units are needed to repair my genetic defect? The screen responded. Repairing a genetic defect requires a relatively high energy reserve. Preliminary estimate. The armor's evaluation must reach at least War General class. The ranking from low to high is divided into Private, Vanguard, Elite, Swift Cavalry, War General, Grand General, Divine General, Legendary, and Supreme. Please work hard to raise the armor's evaluation so that repairs may be completed as soon as possible. I fell silent. War General class was a mid to upper level rank, and consuming Reaper cores could raise Panga's evaluation. In theory, as long as I killed enough Reapers, I would eventually reach War General class. The problem was that I did not have much time left. At that thought, I clenched my fists. But so what? 3 years, no matter what, I would raise Pangu to War General class. There was still much I had to do, and people I wanted to see. Even if fate had already written the ending, I would still challenge it, surpass it, and then laugh at it. Threat eliminated. The armor is entering standby mode. The cold electronic voice sounded. The Pangu armor immediately began to writhe, turning into flowing liquid, retracting rapidly, and finally disappearing into my chest. I pulled down my collar and looked. There was now a dark red symbol on my chest, somewhat like the letter W, though I had no idea what it meant. Something with that much mass had simply vanished. As expected, this was not something Blue Planet's technology could create. But how was I supposed to activate it next time? Forget it. I'd think about that after I got home. The bloody smell in the laboratory kept assaulting my nose. I had no idea whether there were any other Reapers still aboard the Tiangong. Even though I now had this miraculous suit of armor, which made up for the computation branch's weakness in combat, I still did not dare venture deeper into the Tiangong alone. Besides, even by myself, there was no way I could haul away those supplies. I made the decision on the spot, returned to Evernight City first. 2 days later, Evernight City, Scavengers Association. In the office, Vice President Hanjin quietly watched the footage I provided, then nodded. The evidence is conclusive. Rosen's remaining payment, which was transferred to the association, will be sent to your personal account shortly. Of course, the association will charge the customary 5% handling fee. I stood up to leave, but Hanjin stopped me. Wait. There are so many supplies on that transport ship that you cannot swallow them alone. And right now, you are the only one who knows the location of the Tiangong. Fong Yuan, I suggest you cooperate with the association and recover the supplies together. I thought for a moment. I'll consider it. Hanjin smiled. Don't think for too long. You can't wrap fire in paper. Within a few days at most, all the gangs in the upper district will know that you're holding an important set of coordinates. If the Wanderers or the Shadow Society find out, they will never pass up such a chance to make a fortune. I nodded, thanked him for the warning, and turned to leave. Evernight City had been converted from a prison, and most of its residents were former criminals. You could not expect them to obey the law. So even with the law enforcement team around, the city was still filled with gangs. And the Shadow Society Hanjin mentioned was one of the top gangs in the upper district. Ironstone Street, Wrench Alley. I had just turned into the alley when two figures stepped out from the shadows ahead. Black clothes, black pants, black sunglasses, blending into the darkness. At the same time, 7 or 8 men in black blocked the alley entrance behind me. In the blink of an eye, I was surrounded. I narrowed my eyes. The Shadow Society? They could not have gotten the news this quickly, could they? As I was thinking this, the 2 men in front split left and right, and a woman in a black dress stepped out. Mr. Fong Yuan, you've finally returned. The boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me. Her smile was sweet, but her eyes were icy. She looked at me as if appraising prey, like the beautiful yet deadly golden scorpions of the desert. The door opened, and the light came on. A man was sitting in my chair, Lu Ying, president of the Shadow Society. He was around 40, in a black suit, with a thin mustache and a black bow tie, smiling at me from the sofa. The Grand President of the Shadow Society doesn't have an office of his own? What are you doing in my dump? I stepped inside, hung my backpack on the wall, poured myself a glass of grade 3 drinking water, and took a slow sip. Lu Ying smiled. I sent people to your door 3 times, and was turned away 3 times. I had no choice but to come myself. So, Fong Yuan, how about discussing a deal? I walked to the window and glanced outside. Sure enough, there were men in black moving around in the back alley as well. I have no interest in deals with the Shadow Society. Assassination, kidnapping, extortion, I'm not cut out for that dirty work. Find someone else. Lu Ying burst into laughter. Don't make us sound so disgraceful. What we do is skilled work too. Besides, there are several lockpickers in Evernight City, but someone with excellent skills, who is also a resident, and from the computation branch at that, there's only one of you. This job is yours and yours alone. I looked at him. Really? Tell me about it. If I'm interested, I might consider it. Lu Ying stood up and shook his head. Consider it? No, you don't have the right to consider it. 3 days from now, I expect you to appear before me of your own accord. Otherwise, he looked at my hands and said meaningfully, I'm afraid you may never open another lock again. He patted my shoulder, straightened his collar, and turned to leave. The men in black withdrew one after another, but I knew there would still be eyes watching me from the shadows. I frowned. Whether it was the Shadow Society or Lu Ying, neither counted as a threat anymore in front of someone who possessed Pangu. But I knew clearly that behind the Shadow Society stood an even greater power, one of the administrators of Evernight City. Lu Ying was merely a chess piece placed in the upper district to handle the kind of business that could not be brought into the open. So unless I intended to leave Evernight City, I could not openly fall out with the Shadow Society just yet. But I also had no desire to work for them. In that case, then I should find myself a powerful backer. Qin Bing's adoptive father was the commander of the City Defense Army, and also one of the members of the Council of 7. Perfect. I could use him as a channel to sell the supplies from the Tiangong. Those goods were too valuable. Even cooperating with the association would not be reliable. If I had to work with someone anyway, why not choose the side with the strongest background? A slight smile rose at the corner of my mouth. Once I had made up my mind, I headed out. Law enforcement team under the City Defense Army, Ironstone Street office. I stepped inside and said to the receptionist robot, I'm here to see Captain Qin Bing. After a while, that girl with black hair and a high ponytail and heterochromatic eyes came to the reception area. She looked a little surprised when she saw me. When did you get back? Just now. You need something from me? To pay a fine. Also, I wanted to talk with you about something personal. Something personal? A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Then she said, All right, come with me. We'll talk in my office. A moment later, I arrived at Qin Bing's office. The wall on the left was covered with all kinds of firearms, from old-era pistols to the beam guns popular today. Among them, a rough-looking sniper rifle was the most eye-catching. Well, these are all part of my collection. They cost me quite a few credit points. Qin Bing looked very pleased with herself. I shook my head, unable to understand why a girl would love collecting guns so much. It was like how her name contained the character for ice. Yet her personality was fiery and impulsive. No wonder you awakened as a blaze-type resonant, I muttered softly. Qin Bing raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Nothing. Let's pay the fine first. She pulled up the fine notice for my killing of 3 newcomers. I looked at it. 1,500 credit points. I remember it used to be only 1,000. Qin Bing said irritably. You do realize this isn't your first time, right? Isn't it perfectly normal for the fine to go up a bit? I shrugged, placed my hand on the enforcement terminal, and 1,500 credit points were deducted from my account. Now let's talk business. Qin Bing blinked, looking full of anticipation. 10 minutes later, the Tiangong, a mercury monster, a huge quantity of valuable supplies. This is what you wanted to talk to me about. She bit her lip lightly and looked at me with an expression of exasperated disappointment. I was puzzled. What else did you think I wanted to talk about? Qin Bing sighed. I thought you were going to confess your feelings to me. The muscles in my face twitched. Don't joke around like that. It's not funny at all. Without waiting for her response, I continued. I can't bring back the supplies on my own. A shipment this valuable, I don't trust cooperating with anyone. So I want to ask you for a favor. What favor? Help me pass word to Commander Shi. I want to meet him. Qin Bing blinked. So you came to me because you wanted to see him? I shook my head. Not exactly. A smile appeared on her face. That's more like it. I added. Besides meeting Commander Shi, I also want to ask you to train me in hand-to-hand combat, preferably swordsmanship. If not, then unarmed combat would do too. Why do you look so awful? Are you sick? Bang. The office door slammed shut heavily behind me. I stood there in confusion, not knowing which sentence had offended her enough to have me thrown out just like that. Qin Bing was a combat-type resonant, excellent with both firearms and hand-to-hand combat, and close to my age. I had wanted to ask her for guidance and make up for my own shortcomings in battle. After all, having an armor like Pengu was useless if I could not bring out its full power. But she did not seem very willing. I scratched my head and could only think of another way. Back home, I closed the door, and my eyes fell on the wall by the entrance. There were my father Fang Jiwen's photograph and some printed documents posted there. Looking at them, my mind drifted, as if I had returned to that bright sunny afternoon 4 years ago. That day, my father took off the black and red pilot jacket he was wearing and put it on me. Kid, I'll be back before the end of the year. By then, you'd better have grown a bit taller. His voice still echoed in my ears, but that man never came back. I touched the flight jacket on my body. It was the only thing he had left me. Yes, my father had been a pilot, belonging to the Skyhawk unit of the Great Han Alliance Aerospace Brigade. Many years ago, after receiving a notice to return for training, he disappeared forever. The official statement to the public was only that Fang Jiwen had gone missing during training. As for the specific details, they kept completely silent. Left with no other choice, I hacked into the official classified archive and dug up a little information. I was discovered as a result, and then escorted into this border prison. I took a deep breath and looked at the printed documents on the wall. The file showed that Fang Jiwen's identity as a pilot had only been a cover. His real identity was as a member of the Great Han Aerospace Brigade's Mech Deployment Corps, and he had been one of the top 5-star pilots. He had repeatedly flown prototype versions of all kinds of new models, providing invaluable data for research. His last recorded mission was in the autumn of 8 years ago, shortly after he left home. The file gave no details, only mentioning that Fang Jiwen had participated in the trial piloting of a new model in Baidu, after which there was no further record. Baidu. My gaze hardened. I have to go to Baidu. There must be clues about him there. The only problem was that Evernight City, where I lived, was more than 3,000 kilometers in a straight line from Great Han's Baidu. In the old days, you could hop on a plane and be there in the blink of an eye. But now, nearly all the major cities within Great Han had become mechanical ecological zones under the Reapers. No aircraft dared pass over those ecological zones. Getting to Baidu was harder than reaching the heavens. At that moment, a tune sounded from the home's smart terminal, and Iron Wolf's voice came through. Fang Yuan, I know you're home. My people saw you go to the law enforcement office. Quit playing dead and answer the call. I took one deep look at the photograph on the wall, then turned and walked to the terminal. What is it? Iron Wolf laughed loudly. So you really are home. Cut the crap. When are you going to pay me the balance you owe? It's not due yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Iron Wolf let out a cold laugh. I'm just reminding you that, with interest, that remaining balance has already rolled up to 10,000 credit points as of today. I'd advise you to pay it back soon, or in a few days it won't be this amount anymore. My eyes narrowed into a slit. What I owe you is the remaining balance, not a goods payment. How did 5,000 double in just a few days? Iron Wolf gave a dry laugh. Because you owe me money, and that means I make the rules. Don't tell me you're broke. I heard you just made a tidy profit off that scavenger crew from Lujin City. The corner of my mouth lifted. This was Evernight City style. Everyone was well informed, and everyone was good at extortion. This intel broker knew I'd come into money, so he was taking the chance to squeeze me for more. I looked out the window and saw a shadowy figure flicker in the distance. I tapped the screen lightly with my fingers, then spoke after a moment. Fine. I'll pay you back. Where are you? I'll come find you. Iron Wolf whistled. Now that's the right attitude. Same old place. See you there. At dusk, I arrived at Rainbow Street. This long avenue was lined with bars, and the neon signs on both sides shone in dazzling colors, giving off a hallucinatory atmosphere. I kept my head down and walked close to the wall, occasionally dodging hands reaching for my pockets. The street was packed with people. Quite a few people had stopped in front of the bar display windows. What was displayed inside was not liquor or food, but androids. Some female androids wore seductive, revealing clothes and showed off their bodies to passers-by through the glass, making all kinds of suggestive poses. There were very few women in Evernight City, and even fewer who were young and attractive. Any woman who could survive here either had real strength or powerful backing. In short, they were not people the men of the upper district could lay a hand on. And so androids had found a market. Androids recovered and repaired from the ruins could serve all sorts of purposes. As for female androids, their purpose was very singular. For 500 credit points, anyone could buy a night of warmth from them. But for most people, 500 credit points was a week's income. Very few were willing to spend a whole week's earnings for one night of pleasure. So there were many more watchers than buyers in front of these windows. Move along, you bunch of paupers. If you're not buying, don't stand here staring. A bar enforcer waved his mechanical prosthetic arm and drove away the crowd. That also brought the sign of the bar, Primal Wildness, into my sight. This was Iron Wolf's bar. I walked past those ambiguously lit display windows, but stopped in front of one of them. Behind the glass was another female android, who looked only 18 or 19. Black hair, an oval face, cool pale skin, delicate features, a superb figure, and a bikini so minimal that it was almost the same as wearing nothing. But she was different from the other androids. She was not flaunting herself or trying to sell herself. She just sat there quietly, her eyes blank, as if she were thinking about something. Good eye, little brother. The enforcer came over. Her name is Chiming. She's different from the others, always very quiet. When you play with her, she doesn't react at all. But every time it gets to the end, she cries, so heartbreakingly that for many people, the experience feels strangely special. So interested? I'll give you a 20% discount. For 1,000 credit points, you can have a wonderful night with Chiming. I withdrew my gaze and looked at the enforcer. I'm here to see Iron Wolf. The enforcer froze for a moment. Then his face darkened. You should have said you were here for the boss. Wasting my time. Follow me. Before entering, I took a portable respirator out of my backpack and put it on, then walked through the door. At once, I was enveloped by a faint cloud of smoke. Beyond the haze were all kinds of frenzied, writhing bodies. By the entrance was a counter selling not drinks, but machines. Beside the counter sat a row of customers wearing masks modified from gas masks, tubes running from the masks to the machines. Smoke swirled inside the transparent masks. After inhaling it, the customers all looked as though they had ascended into paradise. It was the bliss smoke sold by Iron Wolf, in plain terms, cheap stimulants. There were many things like this in Evernight City. Most residents relied on stimulants to seek excitement and numb themselves. Degeneracy, crime, numbness, and despair. Those were the true colors of this city. In a booth deep inside the bar, Iron Wolf, dressed in a yellowed gray suit, tie on, looking as polished as a mangy dog trying to pass for human, waved with a grin. Kid Fong, sit. I sat down across from him. At once, 4 or 5 thugs closed in around me, cutting off my retreat. Iron Wolf tilted his head. What'll you drink? I replied flatly, water is fine. Iron Wolf burst out laughing. I've got liquor and soft drinks here, but no water. Drinking water's expensive. I won't be treating you to that. So let's get straight to the point. He raised a hand, and a thug handed over a mobile terminal. On the screen was a transfer page. Iron Wolf had thoughtfully even filled in the amount for me. Only the password was left. I glanced at the screen and smiled. What's this supposed to be? Iron Wolf froze, and his face darkened. Surname Fong, don't play games with me. Pay up now, or don't even think about walking out that door. I put on a blank, forgetful expression. Oh, money? Do I owe you money? You must be remembering wrong. Iron Wolf shot to his feet. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? You want to die? Fine, I'll make it happen. A thug with a mechanical prosthetic grabbed me from behind and lifted me out of the chair. My feet dangled in the air. Breathing became difficult, yet the smile on my face did not fade, which only made Iron Wolf angrier. He snatched an alloy knife from beneath the table and slashed down toward my shoulder. Just then, a black blur shot over from the liquor cabinet with a clang and smashed into the blade. Iron Wolf's arm went numb, and the long knife flew from his hand, embedding itself in a pillar. Who is it? His eyes turned savage as he looked toward the liquor cabinet, determined to see who had the nerve to cause trouble on his turf. What he saw was a woman in a black dress sitting on a silver barstool by the counter. Black hair, black dress, exposed skin so pale it seemed to glow, and long legs under the hem that could leave a man's mouth dry. But the black steel all spinning endlessly in her hand sent a chill down Iron Wolf's back. Scorpion Needle? Nana from the Shadow Society. What's she doing here? A flash of realization struck Iron Wolf. He looked at me, then at the steel all on the floor that had knocked away the knife, and sucked in a sharp breath. The woman walked over, bent down to pick up the scorpion needle, gathered up her long hair, and inserted 2 steel awls into it like crossed hairpins. She looked at me, a smile appearing on her seductive face, then swayed toward the door with a serpent-like waist. She never said a word, yet her silence spoke louder than speech. Only after Nana's figure vanished outside did Iron Wolf come back to himself and bark at his men. What are you doing? Put Mr. Fong down now. The thug looked bewildered, unable to understand how the boss's attitude had changed a full 180 degrees. Seeing him hesitate, Iron Wolf went up and kicked him. I said, let him go, you idiot. He personally straightened my clothes and put on a fawning smile. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. So Mr. Fong has climbed aboard the Shadow Society's big ship. If you'd said so earlier, none of this misunderstanding would have happened. I found it amusing inwardly. Being targeted by the Shadow Society was not entirely a bad thing. Luing needed my skills, so naturally he would not let me be harmed. That was exactly why I had the confidence to refuse payment. Iron Wolf, do I still owe you money? Iron Wolf shook his head like a rattle drum. Come on, how could you owe me anything? It's settled, all settled, wiped clean in one stroke. I nodded. Good. By the way, about that thing I asked you to look into last time, any news? Iron Wolf immediately looked helpless and gave a bitter smile. Mr. Fong, Baidu is so far away. Who could get there? To go from here, you'd have to pass through several mechanical ecological zones. I've heard those places have more than just mechanical hounds and mercury monsters. No matter how much money you offer, no one wants to go. If you have money but no life left to spend it, what's the point? I really can't help you with this one. The excitement I had been feeling sank all at once. I nodded and turned away. Only after I walked out of the bar did I remove the respirator. Just then, 2 soft, cool hands cupped my face from behind. A faint fragrance drifted into my nose. You computation types may have good brains, but don't treat me like an idiot. Nana's voice sounded behind me. Try using this trick of killing with a borrowed knife again, and I'll shove a scorpion needle up your ass. I smiled. How can a woman as beautiful as you say something so vulgar? Nana gave a soft, tinkling laugh. Little brat, in a hellhole like this, beauty and elegance alone are nowhere near enough to survive. With that fragrance surging around me, she leaned almost against my face and whispered into my ear, You're very smart. I like smart men. Work well for Mr. Liu, and maybe one day we'll meet in bed. Then she lightly bit my earlobe. I frowned, took out a tissue, and wiped my ear. The human mouth is the dirtiest place on the body. Don't you know there are more than 700 kinds of bacteria in there? Don't touch me with your mouth again. I don't want to catch some weird disease. Nana stared at me dumbfounded. In Evernight City, what man who saw her did not start entertaining indecent thoughts? Yet this little brat in front of her actually thought her mouth was dirty. You little bastard, you'd better pray you don't fall into my hands, or I'll soak you in a poison pool and let your guts rot through. The woman stormed off in fury. Of course, I knew the Shadow Society definitely still had other eyes on me. I sighed. Even if I shake off the Shadow Society and earn enough money, there's still no one who can take me to Baidu. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to try my luck in Lujin City and hope someone there knows how to get to Baidu. I had my back to the Android display window behind me, so I did not know that when I mentioned Baidu, the female android named Qiming moved her eyes. Then her gaze focused, and she raised her head to look at me. But by then I had already crossed the street and disappeared into the crowd. The next day, I heated up a piece of insect cake and ate it. This was the most common food in Evernight City. Although there were underground farms in the city, The vegetables and poultry produced there were supplied only to the important figures of the lower district, not to mention residents of the upper district like us. Even the elites and backbone personnel of the middle district received pitifully small monthly quotas. After 3 years, I could hardly remember the taste of meat anymore. After breakfast, I walked to the mirror, lifted my shirt, and revealed my thin chest, gaunt from malnutrition. Looking at the W-shaped symbol on my chest, I muttered to myself, how do I equip this thing again? Voice activation? I should test it, just in case I need it for real and it doesn't respond. That would be trouble. I shut the doors and windows tight, walked to the middle of the room, scratched my head, and tried calling out, activate. That had been the phrase I shouted the first time the armor activated, so I guessed Pangu was voice activated. But nothing happened. Did I get it wrong? I frowned. Let's try something else. I cleared my throat. Pangu. No response. Then again, Pangu is just the name humans gave it. That's not what it calls itself. Biological nano-unit swarm armor. I called out again. Still nothing. Don't tell me I really have to say that line. A powerful sense of embarrassment rose in me, and I lowered my voice. Transform. The room stayed silent. Nothing happened at all. I secretly felt lucky I was testing this alone, or anyone seeing me now would definitely think I was an idiot. At that moment, the smart terminal began playing music, and Qin Bing's voice came through. Fang Yuan, you there? I had no choice but to pause the test and walk over. I'm here. The breathing on the communicator sounded heavier than usual, and the girl continued. I've already told the old man about your business. As for whether he wants to see you, that's not something I can control. I said seriously, thank you. Qin Bing hesitated again. Do you have time? Right now? Yeah. I don't have any work today. Then come to the office. Didn't you want to learn hand-to-hand combat? I'll teach you. Good. I moved fast. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the law enforcement office. After meeting Qin Bing, I was led into a training room. She rummaged through a cabinet, found a set of protective gear, and tossed it to me. Put it on. While I was putting on the gear, the girl propped up her chin with both hands and asked, why did you suddenly want to learn fighting? As I put on the helmet, I said, the more skills, the better. I'm not a combat-type resident, but it's never wrong to learn a little self-defense. After putting on the gear, I stood up. All right, what next? Qin Bing circled around me once. With your build, Sanda and boxing don't really suit you. I'll teach you a few grappling techniques instead. I scratched my head. What's grappling? The corner of Qin Bing's mouth lifted. Better than explaining it is letting you experience it yourself. Come on, get ready. I'm going in. I quickly backed up a few steps and stared at her. The girl rushed straight at me from the front. Seeing her aggressive momentum, I instinctively threw a punch, trying to force her back. Unexpectedly, she bent her elbow and blocked, knocking my punch aside. Her other arm looped around my neck and yanked hard, pressing my head toward her chest. Then she hooked her leg around me, followed through with her weight, and broke my balance with her body mass. Bang! I hit the floor hard. At the same time, as her arm tightened, my head was buried deep between two soft masses. Just as I was about to run out of breath, she finally let go, rolled backward to open the distance, and stood up. I coughed repeatedly and only regained my breath after quite a while. That move is called the guillotine. Well, learn it. Qin Bing teased on purpose. Unexpectedly, I actually nodded. Qin Bing looked surprised. That fast? Come on, let me see how much you learned. She curled her fingers, signaling for me to attack her. I took a deep breath and replayed every one of her movements in my mind. Then I perfectly copied the entire technique and slammed the girl to the ground. However, Qin Bing braced with both hands, slipped out of the hold, and got back on her feet, clapping the dust off. People always say you computation types learn things fast. Today I finally saw it for myself. You practically replicated my movements one for one. That doesn't look like something a human should be able to do. But your strength is lacking, so it's easy for people to break free. More than technique, what you need right now is strength training. She brought over 2 dumbbells. Come on, training starts now. The day passed quickly. By the time I walked out of the office, my legs were so weak I had to hold onto the wall to move. One law enforcement officer looked at me limping out against the wall and muttered quietly, "Captain's really ruthless." She squeezed him dry. Poor little thing, carrying pressure no one his age should have to bear. If only Captain would be willing to work me over like that. Qin Bing's voice came from behind him. Oh, you like being worked over that much? Fine, go run 50 laps around the city. Don't come back until you're done. A wail immediately erupted from inside the office. When I returned to Wrench Alley, I saw a hover car parked at the entrance. The door opened, and first out came a pair of black high heels, followed by long legs wrapped in black stockings. As the beauty in the car stood upright, my gaze traveled up those long legs to a white blouse tucked into a skirt. Past the twin peaks straining the blouse were a slender neck, a cold and elegant face, and black-rimmed glasses that only added to her allure. "Have you seen enough?" the beauty said coolly. And she really was a secretary. "I am Commander Shi's secretary, Shenwei. Commander Shi has fully entrusted me to discuss that matter with you. You don't intend to talk business out here on the street, do you?" I nodded and glanced towards several patches of shadow nearby. Shenwei said, "Relax. I've already driven the rats away. No one will disturb us." The moment she finished speaking, 2 military war vehicles drove in from the other side of the street. Their doors opened, and fully armed city guards jumped out and rapidly secured the area. 3 elite soldiers wearing iron wall single-soldier armor stood guard at the alley entrance. Looking at that black iron-colored second-generation full-coverage powered armor, I could not help secretly comparing it with Pangu. In the end, I reached one conclusion: it would not withstand a single slash from Fian. Still, it supported unmanned operation, which meant it could serve some special uses in certain situations. "Come with me." I walked ahead and brought Shenwei inside. Once the door was shut, she took out a mobile terminal and handed it to me. "I won't waste time on extra words. Commander Shi's meaning is simple. You take our people to the Tiangong, and you'll receive 10% of the profit. If you agree, sign your name on it." I glanced at the agreement on the screen. The cleanup crew offered me 50%. Shenwei remained expressionless. "Which is why they're dead. Other than us, what gang or scavenger group do you think has the capacity to swallow a state-owned transport ship? Young man, don't be too greedy. Even just 10% would be an astronomical sum for you. More importantly, you'll gain Commander Shi's protection, and we will make sure you stay alive to collect that money." I smiled. Very convincing. "But I have one more condition." Although in Evernight City there was not much difference between day and night, it was morning now, and there were far fewer pedestrians on the streets than at night. Rainbow Street in particular had changed. At night the bars on both sides were noisy and lively, but now they were all shuttered and silent. Most of the neon signs were off, leaving only the most basic lighting, and the dreamy atmosphere of the night was gone. As I walked, I kept seeing figures lying sprawled across the ground, drunks blacked out from alcohol, junkies passed out from smoke, and homeless wanderers sleeping in random corners. If their chests had not still been rising and falling, they would have looked no different from corpses. From time to time, masked figures in tattered cloaks groped over those corpses. But whether drunks or vagrants, there was nothing valuable on them anyway, and even if there had been, it would already have been picked over several times. Evernight City had a law enforcement team, but its rules were flexible, and there were places it had difficulty managing. Rainbow Street was one of them. I carefully avoided those people sleeping like pigs on the ground, in case I stepped on a few and ended up having to go pay another fine at the law enforcement office. At last, I reached the end of the street. It was a dead end, with a high wall blocking the way. But to the left was a deep, shadowy alley leading to a black-painted 3-story building in the distance. That was the headquarters of the Shadow Society. I entered the alley and saw that every few meters, several men in black were either crouching or standing there. Their bodies were covered with tattoos. Some had lip studs and earrings, and some were missing arms or legs and had replaced them with mechanical prosthetics. When they saw me, the men in black poured out into the alley and blocked my path. Just then, a woman's voice came from the black building. "Let him in." Nana's voice made the men split to either side, opening a passage. I walked quietly through the crowd toward the black building. On the second floor of the building, Nana, dressed in black, turned away from the balcony and entered the study, her gaze falling on the figure behind the desk, Lu Ying. "Boss, that kid's here." Nana reminded him. "Last night, Shunwei from the City Defense Army went to see him. At the time, the City Defense Army cleared the area, so our people had to withdraw. No idea what they wanted with him. Could it affect our business?" Lu Ying smiled with complete confidence. "Relax. It won't matter. That little Fong brat can't command the City Defense Army. Even if, worst case, he really does have ties with them, don't forget that behind our Shadow Society stands a big figure too. It won't get in our way." Nana nodded and stepped aside. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Lu Ying picked up a cigar, held it under his nose for a sniff, but was too reluctant to light it and set it back down. He looked up and saw me walking in through the door. The door closed, and Lu Ying smiled. "You know what's good for you. Congratulations, those 2 hands of yours are, for the time being, still yours." I said nothing and merely looked at him. Lu Ying narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "I don't like that attitude of yours. But forget it. You still have your uses, so I won't hold it against you." From now on, you are not to leave this place by even half a step. If you dare walk outside the building, then be prepared to say goodbye to your legs." I remained unmoved. "Is that all?" Lu Ying laughed loudly. "Of course not. To make our cooperation go more smoothly, I assume you won't mind if we implant a micro-surveillance chip into your body. Every step you take and every conversation you have must be under my watch. Only then can I feel at ease. After all, what we're about to do next is a major operation, and I cannot allow any mistakes. You understand that, right?" At that, the corner of my mouth lifted. "I may not know what exactly you're planning, but unfortunately, I have no intention of obeying a single one of those demands. I came here to tell you that you should stop provoking me in the future. Otherwise, the only ones who will suffer losses are you people." Lu Ying froze for a moment, then burst into laughter so hard tears came out. No, you're killing me. Did you start drinking first thing in the morning? Otherwise, how could you possibly dare spout such nonsense in front of me? Nana, quickly, put the chip into this brat, or he's really going to make me laugh myself to death." Nana turned around, picked up a chip implantation gun, and started toward me. At that moment, a sudden uproar came from downstairs. Lu Ying frowned and said to Nana, "Go outside and see what's happening." Nana nodded, but before she could move, two black shadows dropped from above the balcony, smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window, and charged into the study. Bang! Glass shards exploded everywhere and scattered across the floor. Lu Ying had just stood up when several red dots landed on his chest and head, keeping him from moving recklessly. He looked at the two figures that had burst through the window. Heavy, cold metal armor, electronic eyes glowing with a dim red light, and multi-barreled rapid-fire thermal machine guns fitted with infrared auto-targeting systems. Lu Ying frowned. Ironwall. Second-generation single-soldier tactical armor. That's right. A cold voice came from outside the door. Lu Ying saw a woman walk in. Tall, with a white blouse tucked into a black straight skirt, black stockinged legs and high heels, she strode to my side with a model's poise. Nana blurted out, "Shenwei, secretary to the City Defense Army commander. What are you doing here?" Shenwei glanced at me and said calmly, "I've come to inform you that, from this moment on, Fang Yuan is working for the City Defense Army. Commander sure does not want anything to happen to him. Do you understand?" Nana took a step forward, chin raised. "This is Rainbow Street. Isn't the City Defense Army reaching a little too far?" Shenwei walked straight up to her, all the way until she stood right in front of Nana. One woman was seductive and gorgeous, the other an icy beauty. Their noses were nearly touching. Only then did Shenwei speak. "You people have probably had it easy for too long and forgotten one thing. Not just Rainbow Street, but all of Evernight City lies under the jurisdiction of the City Defense Army. We leave you alive because you have value, not because the City Defense Army fears you. Crushing you would be no different from stepping on a cockroach. Do you understand, insect?" Nana's chest rose and fell violently, just like the storm churning inside her. She wanted nothing more than to drive a scorpion needle through Shenwei's cold, beautiful face right then and there. But she did not dare. She knew perfectly well that if the City Defense Army wanted to crush the Shadow Society, it really would be no different from stepping on a cockroach. All she could do was let her anger show through her eyes. A moment later, Lu Ying spoke. "Secretary Shan, please convey to Commander Shi that the Shadow Society knows what it should do." Only after hearing that did Shenwei turn around. "The condition you asked for has been met. Now come with me." She led me away. As soon as Shenwei left, the City Defense Army forces in the study and alley withdrew like a receding tide, leaving only wreckage behind. Only after quite a while did Nana grit out, "Boss, the City Defense Army doesn't take us seriously at all. They don't even take that great man behind us to heart." Lu Ying brushed the broken glass from his chair and smiled, shaking his head. "To security faction leftovers like Shenwei, even if we are nominally residents of Evernight City, in their eyes we're still criminals of a lower breed. That said, this Fong brat really does have some ability. He actually managed to make the City Defense Army step in. Looks like whatever job he has is very important to them. Important enough that Commander Shi is willing to tear things open with the big figure behind us." He lit the cigar he had been too reluctant to smoke. "Nana, send people to investigate. The City Defense Army is making too big a move for there to be no rumors at all." Nana nodded, then asked, "And that white-haired brat? We just let him go like that?" Lu Ying smiled. "For now, once he's no longer useful, Commander Shi naturally won't protect him anymore. When that time comes, I'll make him pay a terrible price for everything that happened today." Red lights flashed, and the heavy blast doors slowly opened. I saw the City Defense Army's dedicated deployment platform. This had originally been the transfer station of the border prison, where all incoming and outgoing supplies and prisoners were subject to strict inspection. Now that the prison had become Evernight City, the transfer station had become a deployment platform. The gate opened, revealing a massive lift platform. Hover vehicles were parked on it. Soldiers were loading supplies onto them, and not far away mobile armor and single soldier battlesuits stood by. It was obvious that the City Defense Army was preparing to make a major operation of recovering the Tiangong. "You're a smart man," Shen Wei's voice sounded. Arms folded, she said. "I dislike, even hate, criminals, but I rather like you. Using the City Defense Army to suppress the Shadow Society. Very well played. A computation branch resident like you is well suited to be a strategist, and you're also the best lockpicker in Evernight City. Have you considered joining the City Defense Army? Commander sure would make good use of you." The corner of my mouth lifted. "We'll see." I had no desire to join any side lightly. Once you joined a camp, you had a position. I had lived in Evernight City for 3 years, relying on my resonant abilities and various transactions to carve out a foothold in this city of sin. And what had made that possible was exactly 4 words, belonging to no one. Now I also had Pangu. I could not yet rampage across the wasteland, but at least I had the strength to protect myself. The only thing was, I still did not know exactly where Panga stood in the food chain of the desert, and that would take a great deal of testing to find out. Shen Wei showed no excessive reaction to my refusal, merely shrugged. "Suit yourself." But a friendly reminder, without the protection of the City Defense Army, Lu Ying will retaliate against you sooner or later. Also, Commander sure asked me to pass along a message. I raised a brow. "What message?" Shen Wei lowered her voice. "If you don't want to join the City Defense Army, then stay away from my daughter and get as far away as possible." Those were his exact words. I scratched my silver hair. "Understood." Shen Wei uncrossed her arms and walked toward an armored hover vehicle in the distance. "Sit here and rest. I'm going to hand over the work. I'll come back for you later." I had just found a quiet place to sit when I heard footsteps behind me. A moment later, a flash of red entered my vision. A red single-soldier tactical armor suit, sleek in line, lightly plated, fitted with numerous thrusters, with a sniper rifle in matching red paint hanging on its back. Its data immediately flashed through my mind. Red Falcon, second-generation single-soldier armor, outstanding mobility, light and agile. Equipped with the electromagnetically driven sniper weapon Red Meteor, it was enough to make enemies tremble on the battlefield. Its shortcomings, however, were equally obvious. Excellent mobility came at a price. Its armor protection was inferior even to standard battlesuits, and its load-bearing capacity was limited. Other than a sniper rifle, it had only the rapid-fire guns embedded in both shoulders, and even those had little ammunition. So its overall evaluation was only private class. Then the Red Falcon's faceplate slid down and the helmet opened, revealing a pretty face with heterochromatic eyes. "Qin Bing, why are you here too?" I was genuinely surprised. She was with the law enforcement team. Under normal circumstances, she would not be participating in City Defense Army operations. The armor opened and entered standby mode. Wearing a tight pilot suit, the girl landed lightly on the ground, the impressive weight on her chest bouncing. I requested it myself. I'm bored to death cooped up in the city every day. It's rare to get field duty. How could I miss it? She hooked a thumb at herself. Besides, I'm a second-tier resident. With me covering you, just relax. My eyes narrowed into a slit. How is it that I didn't know you'd already advanced a tier? Qin Bing immediately looked a little flustered. Anyway, I feel like I'm almost there. Recently, I've already touched the mental barrier. It won't be long before I advance to second tier. I'm just announcing it a little early, so what? She had already touched the mental barrier? All of a sudden, I felt a little envious of her. Resonants were born only after the extraterrestrial civilization invaded. When emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, or fear rose to a certain intensity, a person released strong mental fluctuations. That process was called resonance liberation, and those fluctuations would eventually take form as some object. That was the spiritual manifestation. Resonants used the corresponding abilities through their spiritual manifestations, and continuous use in turn strengthened their mental power. When that strength reached a certain level, one would sense a mental barrier. Once it was broken, the spiritual manifestation could evolve to the next tier. That was advancement. It had already been 3 years since I awakened Prometheus, yet I was still stuck at first tier. Qin Bing had only successfully undergone resonance liberation 2 years ago, yet now she had already touched the barrier. Compared side by side, it would be a lie to say I felt no disappointment. Seemingly sensing my low mood, Qin Bing patted my shoulder. Didn't Dr. Baiji say that everyone has a different mental capacity? The greater the capacity, the greater the potential of the spiritual manifestation. You've stayed at first tier for a bit long, sure, but maybe your manifestation has enormous potential. You gain some, you lose some. Be patient. I smiled. I didn't realize you knew how to comfort people. Qin Bing lifted her chin. That depends on who it is. I like you, so I'm especially gentle with you. If it were anyone else, humph. I shook my head. Saving you back then was just an accident. You really don't have to keep it in mind. Qin Bing widened her eyes. Do I look that shallow? Like I'd offer myself to you just because you saved me once? Please. I admire you. Just accept it with gratitude and stop talking. I scratched my head. But you're 3 years older than me. Qin Bing grabbed my collar in one go. You think I'm old? I quickly said. I didn't say that. Only then did she smile and let go. Then that's fine. I sighed. We'd better not get too close. It won't do either of us any good. Qin Bing snapped her gaze toward me. Why? I looked toward Shen Wei in the distance. I just got a warning. Qin Bing understood immediately. That old bastard again. He's way too controlling. He's not even my biological father. So what right does he have to interfere with me? Just then Shen Wei approached with another person. Qin Bing let out a snort. I'll deal with the old man's business myself. I'm leaving first. I don't want to deal with people I hate. She turned, jumped into the armor, the red falcon closed up, the helmet sealed, and she waved at me before turning away. As soon as Qin Bing left, Shen Wei arrived. Fang Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Minister Zhao Kong of our City Defense Army Field Operations Department, a third-tier resident and the commander of this mission. I looked at the man named Zhao Kong. He was unexpectedly young, around 27 or 28, with a buzz cut, sharp eyes, and an air of capable precision. Shen Wei gestured toward me. Minister Zhao, this is the person I told you about. All right, my work ends here. I hope the two of you cooperate well. With the handover complete, she left. Zhao Kong coldly sized me up. To be honest, I don't trust sewer rats like you. And I don't understand why Commander sure treats a bug like you so favorably. So what if you're the only one who knows the coordinates of the Tiangong? Whether through torture or using a brain-machine interface to read your memory, either method could get the coordinates. Yet we have to bring filthy trash like you along on the mission. It turns my stomach. I sneered. If Minister Zhao dislikes it so much, why not simply refuse? What? Is he afraid to? Zhao Kong snorted heavily through his nose. Don't judge a gentleman by the petty mind of a villain. I'm a soldier. An order is an order. No matter how unwilling I may be, if it is the commander's order, I will carry it out. And I heard the commander has already warned you to stay away from Miss Qin. You'd better do as you're told. I'll be watching you this entire trip. If you dare do anything improper, I'll kill you. I laughed. If you kill me, how will you explain that to Commander Shi? Enough, Minister Zhao. Stop making threats. I've heard worse from better men. Let's hurry up and depart. Zhao Kong showed a vicious grin. Kid, you've got guts. Then he turned and barked. Board the vehicles. Prepare to move out. A moment later, the deployment platform hummed and vibrated, hydraulic sounds echoing through the pipes. The platform slowly rose and stopped 10 minutes later. The gate opened, brilliant sunlight poured in, and a scorching current of air brushed my face. I lowered my goggles and fastened my safety belt. Under the force field, the vehicles rose from the ground and drove out through the gate in silent, orderly formation. 2 days later, I saw the Tiangong again. The Earth-Moon transport ship was still sitting in the same place. Aside from more sand gathering on its hull, it looked no different from before. The cleanup crew's vehicles and mechs were still left nearby. As for the corpses, the wind and sand had long since buried them. Listen up. This mission isn't just about recovering the supplies aboard the ship. Our real target is the transport ship itself. Zhao Kong was giving the pre-expedition briefing. So the first order of business is eliminating every threat. Whether beast machines or reapers, if they dare show themselves, we wipe them out. While he was speaking, I saw dark-skinned men unloading crate after crate of materials from the vehicles. Those were mules, laborers. They had no particular skills and could only survive by selling their strength for meager wages. Zhao Kong walked over and said coldly, if you don't want to end up like them, you'd better work hard. Now I want to know the situation inside the ship. I looked at him and smiled. So Minister Zhao does need my help after all. I thought all I had to do was lead the way, and everything else, with Minister Zhao's boundless capability, would surely be handled by himself. Looks like I was mistaken. Zhao Kong smiled too. But suddenly he raised a thermal pistol and pressed the muzzle against my forehead, his voice icy. You're looking to die. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Qin Bing and the Red Falcon immediately started forward, but I raised a hand and gestured for her not to interfere. She stopped. She trusted that I could handle it. Only after stopping Qin Bing did I speak with a smile. When I left, I shut the door to keep the supplies from being lost. This Earth-Moon transport ship uses an interstellar-grade protocol for its lock. If you can open it, then by all means, shoot me. Zhao Kang's expression changed slightly. Though he was a third-tier resident, he had no ability to forcibly blast open a starship by brute force, and opening its lock was completely out of the question. The electronics specialists accompanying us, whether in technical skill or resonant ability, also could not crack an interstellar-grade protocol. For a moment, his face could not have looked uglier. I said unhurriedly, I know you dislike, even hate, people like me. I wasn't planning to be friends with you either. But remember this, the City Defense Army and I are partners right now, not master and subordinate. You have no right to order me around. If you want me to work, then try being polite. Otherwise, we can part ways right here. Now move the gun. I need to work. Zhao Kang stared at me, gave a snort, put the gun away, and turned to vent his anger on the mules. What are you staring at? No work to do? Move faster. If you damage anything, selling all of you still wouldn't cover the loss. I smiled faintly, picked up my tool bag, and walked toward the starship's main door. The Red Falcon followed and walked beside me. Its faceplate slid down, revealing the clear, lovely face of the heterochromatic girl. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What good does it do you to challenge that guy? He's a third-tier resident. Even the old man is polite to him. I replied calmly. He already doesn't like me. Even if I bowed and scraped, he still wouldn't give me a good face. In that case, why should I swallow the humiliation? Besides, he's still counting on me to open the door. He won't dare go too far. Qin Bing glanced back at Zhao Kang. And after you open it, once you've lost your usefulness, he'll probably retaliate. I stopped in front of the door and took out my data cable. That's something to worry about later. I had Pangu. Taking Zhao Kang head-on might be difficult, but catching him off guard and giving him a surprise or two, I was confident I could manage that. Of course, that was the worst possible option. Unless absolutely necessary, I did not want to expose that trump card. In fact, aside from Pangu, I had other supports. The first was Qin Bing. With Commander Shi's adopted daughter in the team, Zhao Kang would have to think twice before laying a hand on me. The second was the Shadow Society. Lu Ying clearly had an important job he wanted my help with, so before I lost my value, no matter how much resentment he held, he would still find ways to keep me alive. Of course, I admit that this was playing with fire. I was like a tightrope walker high above the ground. One careless step, and I would be doomed beyond redemption. But this was how I had lived these past 3 years. Using the tangled web of people and affairs in Evernight City, borrowing the schemes and rivalries of every faction, I found the narrow seam that let me pass safely through a road full of thorns. This was the sort of thing I was very good at. Just as I was about to open the main door, the temporary camp, only half built, suddenly erupted with alarm sirens. A soldier on watch in the distance shouted, "Beast machines." Small pack detected, moving toward us at high speed. At that moment, Zhao Kang displayed the decisiveness expected of a field operations chief and stepped forward at once. Guardian mechs, move up and form a defensive line. All iron wall armors, step out and prepare for battle. Non-combat personnel, gather at the starship. Fong Yuan, open the door now and let the non-combatants get inside for cover. Before his words had even finished, the starship's main door began to open slowly. I had already altered its control permissions long ago, which meant I was practically the master of the Tiangong now. There was no need to crack anything anymore, just connect to the system and issue a command. Seeing the door open, Zhao Kang relaxed a little. But the moment his eyes flicked to the red battle armor beside me, his pupils contracted. Then he spun around like a whirlwind and ran toward a mech not far away. A mech was different from battle armor. Even the smallest of these powered armored machines stood around 5 meters tall. Before the Reapers invaded, Great Han's Zhurong series mechs had even reached 25 meters in height, true behemoths. But a prison city could never afford to maintain such money-burning giants. The mechs in Evernight City were all these smaller models, 5 meters high, equipped with shields and electromagnetic rifles. They were anti-riot mechs called Guardians, designed specifically to suppress prisoners, though somewhat lacking in firepower. Yet it was precisely with this batch of leftover mechs and battle armors from the prison that the former prison's security faction had established a firm foothold in Evernight City. Zhao Kang climbed into the mech, shut the cockpit, connected the neural link, and activated the panoramic display. Immediately, from a distance, he saw the desert ahead erupting in towering dust clouds. and the electronic eyes swiftly picked out shapes moving within the haze. Mechanical hounds. These small beast machines had dimly glowing red electronic eyes, their metal tails raised high, as they charged toward the Tiangong in packs. Zhao Kong glanced at the radar. 78. Small pack. There must be 1 or 2 alpha hounds among them, the commanders of the pack. Find them and kill them immediately. He shouted. Shield wall. Several guardians, including his own, strode forward. Heavy alloy shields slammed down in front, forming a temporary wall. Electromagnetic rifles were braced atop the shields and aimed at the incoming pack, waiting for the best moment to fire. At the same time, 12 iron wall single-soldier battle armors moved out from both flanks of the shield wall, becoming extensions of that metal barricade. Though their thick armor was inferior to the Guardians in defense, it was still more than enough to withstand mechanical hound attacks. Behind this steel line, soldiers armed with thermal rifles took cover behind vehicles and made ready as well. Once all non-combat personnel had withdrawn through the door, a deep, penetrating gunshot rang out from outside, the unmistakable sound of a Guardian electromagnetic rifle. I looked out through the doorway and saw those tall, sturdy Guardians unleash their full firepower. Alloy rounds accelerated by electromagnetic force scraped against the air at high speed, dragging orange trails behind them as they streaked across the desert and smashed into the onrushing hound pack. From afar, orange fireballs kept erupting among the beasts. The electromagnetic rifles were astonishingly powerful. Their accelerated alloy rounds could easily blow a mechanical hound to pieces, without exception. Immediately after that, beams of thermal light also crossed the desert and stabbed into the pack. But the mechanical hounds quickly scattered. They had animal instincts, yet their minds also contained Reaper intelligence chips. They did not even need orders from an alpha hound to know they had to spread out, lest concentrated human firepower wipe them all out at once. At that moment, the weakness of the survivors' insufficient firepower was exposed. Even for a force like Evernight City, one of the stronger powers in the wasteland, ammunition was limited. And because this operation had to remain secret, they had brought even less ammo than usual. Once the hounds dispersed, it became impossible to blanket the entire field with fire and sweep it clean without blind spots. As soon as the firepower spread thin, the mechanical hound's margin for error rose sharply. In the blink of an eye, some hounds had already reached the steel defensive line. I saw it clearly. One hound lunged violently and tore at the front, only to be blocked by a Guardian's shield. Unable to bite through it, the hound reared up on its hind legs, clawing and whipping with its tail, showering the shield in sparks. Then the shield's surface electrified, and high-voltage current instantly surged through the hound's entire body. Part of its internal circuitry shorted out on the spot. Sparks burst from the beast's mechanical components. The light in its electronic eyes went out at once, and it quickly collapsed motionless. But more hounds slammed into the line, crashing hard into the alloy shields and making them tremble slightly. Fortunately, the hounds were small. No matter how powerful their impact, they could not shake the Guardians. Even the single-soldier battle armors could easily endure a direct charge from one of them. Once the hounds got close, the Guardians stopped using rifles. Their mechanical arms flicked, and chain blades whipped out from their forearms, spinning like chainsaws as they swept into the bodies of the hounds. Machine oil and blood flew everywhere, flesh and components dancing together, as the hounds dropped in swathes before the line. But at that moment, some hounds flanked around the sides, bypassing the iron wall armors and pouncing straight at the soldiers in the rear, mere flesh and blood, no match for those sharp fangs and claws. Inside his mech, Zhao Kong roared, "Iron Wall Squad, engage." Stop them. The 12 iron wall battle armors immediately spread out and drew blue-glowing long blades from their backs. Those were oscillation blades, capable of tearing metal apart through high-frequency vibration. One iron wall suit twisted sideways to avoid a pounce, seized a hound's metal tail, and brought the oscillation blade down in one fluid motion. With a crack, the hound was cut clean in half at the waist, its organs and mechanical parts splattering away. Yet its front half still did not stop. Its two forelimbs clawed rapidly at the sand, almost like it was gliding across ice, and shot toward a hover vehicle. The soldiers behind the vehicle hurriedly opened fire. Most of the high-temperature beams missed. Only a few hit, gradually dismantling the hound's body. Just as it reached the vehicle, one beam struck its head dead-on, detonating it in a fireball. The soldiers behind the vehicle had only just breathed a sigh of relief when sand at their feet suddenly burst upward. A hound leaped out from beneath the desert and tackled one of them to the ground. Its cold metal fangs plunged into warm flesh, its claws tearing open the man's body. Blood frothed from the soldier's mouth, his whole body convulsed, and soon his pupils dilated and his breathing stopped. Support. Mechanical hound breakthrough at 3 o'clock. 5 hounds circling from the left front. Watch your footing. These bastards can burrow. Inside his guardian, Zhao Kong stared at the radar. On the screen, dots were striking the defensive line in waves, some fixing the front, some circling the flanks, some diving into the sand to move underground. They advanced and retreated in a highly organized pattern. Clearly, an alpha hound was directing them from the shadows. But in the panoramic display, amid the boundless sea of sand, there was no way to tell where it was hiding. You think that can stump me? Zhao Kong laughed, showing a cruel smile inside the mech. Then indigo mental fluctuations began radiating from his whole body. At the Tiangong's doorway, I narrowed my eyes slightly and saw Zhao Kang's guardian on the battlefield beginning to leak strands of indigo light from within the machine. In an instant, 2 white gloves appeared above the mech's head, like the sort a stage magician might wear, except the backs of the gloves bore indigo flame patterns. Flame magician. Qin Bing's gaze was also fixed on those gloves as she said softly, "That's Zhao Kang's spiritual manifestation. It can manipulate flames." I nodded. It seemed Zhao Kang was of the blaze type. Among resonants, the blaze type was the most common. They usually controlled fire, but each person's specific ability differed. Some directly spat flames, some created explosions, some ignited fire from thin air, and some needed help from the environment. Just as human personalities were broadly similar but differed in the details, their abilities were the same. At that moment, the 2 white gloves turned their palms upward, and the thumbs lightly brushed the middle fingers in a snap. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted on the battlefield, flames surging skyward. More than a dozen mechanical hounds were blown to pieces, and countless burning fragments flew in every direction. The wind came rolling in hot, whipping my silver hair into disarray. It took me a while to let out a long breath. As expected of a combat-type resonant, even a casual attack had this kind of power and efficiency, far beyond what my Prometheus could do. Of course, different spiritual manifestations had different focuses, so I was not about to belittle myself. After all, no matter how powerful Zhao Kang's flame magician was, it still could not blast open starship armor. In the end, he still needed a computation branch resonant like me to open the door. On the battlefield, the pair of white gloves kept snapping their fingers one after another, and explosions broke out in constant succession. In the blink of an eye, more than half the mechanical hounds had been destroyed. Under that chain of explosions, even an alpha hound's command was useless. Most likely the alpha had already been buried in the sands itself. Once the white gloves vanished, the city defense army quickly cleared out the remaining hounds. Targeted explosions are Flame Magician's specialty. Qin Bing withdrew her gaze. According to him, Flame Magician can create invisible bombs and then detonate them. Besides targeted explosions, it also has timed explosions and concentrated explosions. So that guy is very dangerous. She looked at me seriously. Don't underestimate him. The Guardian's cockpit opened, and waves of heat kept pouring out. Zhao Kang jumped down, took a bottle of water from a trusted subordinate, gulped several mouthfuls noisily, then lowered the bottle and said in a deep voice, "Where's that brat surnamed Fong?" The subordinate looked toward the starship. "He's cracking the Tiangong's control system. He said it needs some time, and he can't guarantee success yet." Zhao Kang gave a snort. He'd better not fail. Otherwise, someone with no remaining value. He did not finish the sentence, afraid that saying too much in the wrong place might eventually reach his superior's ears. Even though the man beside him was a confidant, in Evernight City, it was nothing unusual for brothers to turn on each other or fathers and sons to become enemies over profit. Today's trusted aide might someday stab you in the back. Especially after the bloody events of 3 years ago, Zhao Kang had long since learned to trust no one but himself. At that moment, a soldier jogged over. "Minister, Mr. Fong Yuan asks that you come over." Zhao Kang nodded, tossed the bottle to his subordinate, and walked toward the starship door. Once inside the ship, he saw me holding a mobile terminal and looking at it. "What's the situation?" Zhao Kang asked. I raised my head. "Take a look at this." I handed him the terminal. The screen showed multiple windows, all displaying scenes from inside the ship. Zhao Kang nodded. "Not bad. You've got some ability. Crack the control system this quickly. These are surveillance feeds." Of course I was not going to tell him that I had already cracked and altered the ship's system last time. I had even deliberately stalled, just to give him the impression that I was working hard to crack it. "We've got the video feeds, but several monitors have lost signal. Also, take a look at the supply warehouse. At my reminder, Zhao Kong found the warehouse window. Once he enlarged the image, he frowned. Inside that warehouse full of supplies, on the floor, ceiling, shelves, and even the stored goods themselves, clung clusters of silver-gray liquid slowly writhing. Variable mercury. Mercury monsters. Zhao Kong looked up. I nodded. That's right. Those scavengers from before were wiped out after running into mercury monsters. If I hadn't been lucky, I wouldn't have made it back either. I didn't expect all of them to gather in the warehouse. Zhao Kong set the terminal down. That is troublesome indeed. The materials in the warehouse are something we absolutely must secure. If a battle starts in there, those supplies will likely be damaged. I crossed my arms. Mercury monsters aren't easy to deal with either. They're nothing like mechanical hounds. I had seen it with my own eyes. Those things could reflect energy beams, absorb kinetic force, and slip through the gaps in a mech to attack the pilot. No matter how tightly sealed military mechs were, to a mercury monster, even a crack as thin as a strand of hair was enough to seep through. Zhao Kong said, troublesome, yes, but not impossible. As long as the temperature exceeds 1,000 degrees, they can be burned to death. We brought several high-temperature flamethrowers specifically for dealing with them this time. The problem is, using flamethrowers in a warehouse is too dangerous. I thought for a moment, took the terminal back, and pulled up the surveillance feed near the warehouse. I've got it. The corridor leading out of the supply warehouse has 3 rooms on the left. I handed the terminal back to him. Just as I had said, there were 3 rooms on the left side of the corridor, marked with numbers. The door to room 1, the closest to the warehouse, was open. The other 2 were closed. I tapped the screen and pointed to room 3. This one is farthest from the warehouse. We lure the mercury monsters there, then eliminate them all at once. Zhao Kong nodded. Feasible. But Reapers aren't like beast machines. It's hard to lure them with devices. If we want to draw them out, we'll need a person. He looked at me. The corner of my mouth lifted. Minister Zhao wants to use me as bait? Zhao Kong snorted through his nose. If necessary, I would. But you still have other uses. Using you as bait would be too wasteful. He walked to the door and shouted, Bring me 2 mules. Very quickly, 2 dark-skinned men were brought over, both looking baffled and unsure why such an important man wanted them. Zhao Kong briefly explained the situation in the warehouse. We need to eliminate the mercury monsters, and first we have to lure them out. So now, you 2 go to room 3. Once it's done, each of you gets 1,000 credit points. At first, the 2 laborers did not quite react. But the moment they understood they were being sent to lure mercury monsters as bait, their expressions changed drastically. The older one backed away repeatedly. No, I won't go. No matter how much money you offer, I won't go. Minister Zhao, find someone else. I'll go back to work. Without a word, Zhao Kong raised his hand and fired. With a buzz, an orange-yellow beam sliced through the air and left a finger-sized hole in the laborer's forehead. The older man stared wide-eyed and fell backward dead. Only then did Zhao Kong speak. Understand this. I was not discussing it with you. He turned to the remaining one. Do you have any objections? The younger, taller laborer looked at his fallen companion, a flash of grief crossing his face, then shook his head. Zhao Kong nodded. Good. Take him away for now. Notify him when we're ready. Then he began issuing orders, calling over 6 iron wall soldiers and instructing them to equip high-temperature flamethrowers. While those elites made their preparations, the tall laborer took advantage of Zhao Kang's momentary distraction, clenched his teeth, and suddenly sprinted toward the starship door. Clearly, he had no intention of becoming bait. Even if fleeing into the vast desert meant not knowing where to go, to him dying out there in the sands was still better than being torn apart by a mercury monster. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the city defense army's vigilance. Watch out. That mule's making a run for it. Not that easy. Several soldiers immediately lunged at him, pinned him down, and beat him with fists and boots. The laborer coughed up blood under the beating, yet still cried out, Please spare me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. His eyes were full of terror. Zhao Kong walked over, waved for the soldiers to step back, crouched down, seized the laborer by the hair, and said coldly, Trash like you should consider it an honor to die for the city. Break his legs and carry him to room 3. The moment the words left his mouth, he heard my low voice. Too late. Those mercury monsters must have sensed his fear. They're swarming out now and heading straight for us. Inside the supply warehouse, those silicon-based life forms that had previously only writhed slowly like pools of silver liquid now seemed to sense something. One after another, they surged toward the automatic door. But when they reached it and found the door sealed tight, With no way to seep through, they climbed the walls instead, trying to escape into the ventilation ducts. Just then, the automatic door gave a humming shudder and slowly opened. The instant they noticed, the mercury monsters hesitated not at all. Sliding down from the walls, they stretched themselves into wafer-thin sheets of silver foil and skimmed along the floor. In the blink of an eye, they flowed out of the warehouse, a silent silver tide streaming through the corridor toward the source of that intense fear. I saw all of it clearly through the screen of the mobile terminal. Tapping on the virtual keyboard, I pulled up the ship's internal passage layout. There's a fire corridor not far ahead of us. I'll open the bulkhead doors between it and the warehouse corridor and draw the mercury monsters into the battlefield we've chosen. Minister Zhao, get your people over there and surround them now. That corridor has a high-temperature flame-retardant coating. Even if you use flamethrowers inside it, you won't damage the starship. Zhao Kong glanced at me, then waved behind him. Bring that mule along. Those equipped with flamethrowers, come with me. 2 soldiers hoisted up the young laborer and left with Zhao Kong and 6 Iron Wall troopers. I kept my eyes on the screen. On the Tiangong's passage map, a green guiding route had lit up, while the red dots representing the mercury monsters were moving rapidly along it. Each time they passed through a bulkhead door, I casually sealed it behind them, cutting off their retreat. On the other side of the screen, several more dots were approaching the fire corridor, Zhao Kang's group. I said in a low voice, the fire corridor has 2 entrances, front and back, B3 and B5. You're heading to B3 now. I'll give you another route that loops around to B5. Once the mercury monsters enter the corridor, open fire from both ends and hit them from front and rear so they have nowhere to run. A quick, got it, came back through the communicator from Zhao Kong. Watch your footing. I've activated the fluorescent guidelines on the floor. Zhao Kong looked down and saw glowing arrows lighting up one by one across the floor, marking another route. He immediately picked 3 men to form a temporary squad and sent them running toward B5. After splitting their forces, Zhao Kong could not help lifting his head to glance at the rapid-fire thermal gun mounted on the corridor ceiling. His eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly filed something away. If that brat Fong could control the bulkhead doors, could he also manipulate the ship's weapon systems? In no time, they reached the B3 entrance. Captain Zhao, get ready. The mercury monsters are expected in 1 minute. The moment the bulkhead opened, Zhao Kong shouted, "Throw the mule in." The 2 soldiers carrying the young laborer entered the corridor and threw him into the middle. To make sure he could not run, they even fired several shots at his feet. A few thermal beams blasted through both his legs, and the dark-skinned man screamed in agony. The soldiers withdrew quickly, and 3 Iron Wall troopers stepped forward with high-temperature flamethrowers aimed directly at him. Here they come. The instant I said it, the front entrance opened and 8 masses of silver-gray liquid rolled in, darting straight toward the young laborer. Zhao Kong raised a hand. Hold. Wait for my signal. The 3 soldiers did not move an inch. At the same time, once the 8 mercury monsters entered the corridor, the other Iron Wall squad circling from B5 also slipped inside. The moment everyone was in place, I shut the bulkheads, trapping the mercury monsters firmly inside the fire corridor. The mercury monsters did not care in the slightest. Or rather, all their attention had been drawn to the young laborer. At that moment, overwhelmed by grief and rage, and trapped in despair and fury, he screamed at Zhao Kong, "You animal! Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." But what he did not know was that whether it was despair, fear, or anger, once human emotion became too intense, it triggered the Reaper's detection mechanisms. They would lock onto the source of that extreme emotional signal and treat it as the priority target for elimination. So the mercury monsters ignored everyone else and focused solely on him. In a moment, one mercury monster had already climbed onto his leg. He shrieked and tried to kick it away, but both legs were already ruined and he could not move. In only a short while, the mercury monster had crawled up to his waist, while more slid in from all directions, climbing every part of his body. Then some of them burrowed into his mouth, some into his ears, and one even squeezed into his eye. "No! Help! Save me!" His body visibly began to swell, his hands clawing wildly at empty air, his eyeballs bulging so far they looked ready to burst from their sockets. Then the remaining mercury monsters all swarmed over him too, drowning his entire body beneath a silver tide. At that sight, Zhao Kong chopped his arm down. Fire! Boom! Thick orange-red streams of flame shot from the muzzles, and the 1500-degree heat twisted the air itself. 6 dragons of fire struck the mercury monsters and the laborer almost at once, and the corridor instantly became a sea of flames. Within the blazing inferno, the clusters of silver-gray liquid writhed violently, twisting like boiling water. The mercury monsters covering the laborer quickly melted into silver slurry, then glowed red under the heat. Great quantities of white steam filled the corridor and were vented out through the air system. Soon one Reaper core after another was exposed in the flames. Compared with the bodies of the mercury monsters, the cores were even more fragile. Almost the instant they emerged, they swelled under the heat and burst apart, exploding into small fireballs. Just when it looked as though the mercury monsters were about to be wiped out completely, the corpse, already burned into blackened charcoal, suddenly sprang up from the flames. A silver-gray shape shot from its mouth and splattered onto the grill of a ventilation opening high on the corridor wall. I saw it clearly. That mass of liquid swiftly seeped through the mesh of the grill and vanished into the duct beyond. "Damn it, one got away," I shouted. Hearing this, one Iron Wall trooper immediately swung his flamethrower toward the ventilation duct. I quickly shouted, "Stop! The ductwork is polymer material. High heat will trigger a chain explosion." Zhao Kong snapped. "Then what do we do?" I said nothing at first, only brought up the Tiangong's holographic model. A blue three-dimensional structural map unfolded across the screen, showing the ship's intricate web of internal ducts in full. Very quickly, I found a red dot within it. Found it. That mercury monster is in the main ventilation trunk. If it keeps going in the same direction, it'll enter the engine room. Zhao Kong immediately said, "Give me the route to the engine room. Nothing can happen there. If it damages the nuclear reactor, the Tiangong becomes scrap metal." I frowned. "At your speed, you probably won't intercept it before it reaches the engine room." Just then, Qin Bing's voice came through the communicator. "Let me go? My Red Falcon is the fastest. Trust me." I knew the Red Falcon's performance well, so I decided instantly. "Fine, I'll guide you to intercept it." But Zhao Kong cut in coldly. "Who's the commander here? You or me?" I shrugged. Zhao Kong also knew there was no time to bicker, so he quickly corrected himself. "Miss Qin, go. Be careful. We'll get there as fast as we can. Don't overextend yourself." Inside the Red Falcon armor, an interception route had already popped up on the display. Qin Bing responded crisply, "Understood. I'm moving." Pale blue flames burst from the vector thrusters on Red Falcon's back, and the compact red machine shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. My voice sounded over the communicator. "According to my calculations, the mercury monster will pass an inspection hatch near the engine room. That's the best interception point. I've sent you the route." "Good. Leave the rest to me." Qin Bing could not hide her excitement. She kept ramping up the thruster output, one after another of Red Falcon's thrusters roaring to life until the entire suit became a bolt of red lightning weaving and surging through the corridors. In only 30 seconds, Red Falcon reached the inspection hatch ahead of the mercury monster. Qin Bing activated her sensors and scanned the surroundings, locking onto the target. Target locked. Beginning interception. Red Falcon reached back and drew the Red Meteor electromagnetic sniper rifle from its back. She aimed at the connection point between two sections of ductwork, lowered the output power, and pulled the trigger. With a hum, orange light rose along the grooves of Red Meteor's barrel from the base up, instantly illuminating the entire weapon. An alloy round burst from the chamber, trailing a pale red arc, and struck the target. Crack! The ventilation duct exploded open, and the mercury monster sliding at high speed through it fell out of the rupture to the floor below. "Got you." Silver-gray light suddenly radiated from Qin Bing's whole body. Above Red Falcon, silver-gray flames erupted from thin air, rapidly contracting into a single eye. Through the surveillance feed near the corridor, I saw it clearly. "I have flame," I said softly. That was Qin Bing's spiritual manifestation. Also blaze type, yet its ability was completely different from Zhao Kang's flame magician. I knew that once that eye of fire locked onto a target, it established an invisible link, what Qin Bing called a fuse line. After that, her attack was like a lit fuse. No matter how the target dodged, as long as the fuse remained unbroken, the strike would inevitably hit, then explode violently from inside the target's body. Lock-on, automatic tracking, high-powered internal detonation. That was Eye of Flame's strength. Its weakness was that the eye had to look directly at the opponent to establish the link, and at present it could only lock onto one target at a time. Moreover, if the enemy realized the existence of the fuse line, they could find a way to sever it and avoid the final explosion. A spiritual manifestation, and its powers were reflections of the Resonance character. That was probably why Resonance abilities could seem similar, yet never truly be the same. On the other side of the screen, in the corridor by the inspection hatch, Red Falcon had already pulled the trigger. The alloy round left the barrel as a red streak and shot through the air. The mercury monster on the ground instantly stretched and deformed into a silver wave, darting sharply to the left. Yet that red streak, originally flying in a straight line, actually curved in midair and slammed into the silver wave in a flash. The wave abruptly contracted, wrapped around the projectile, boiled at the surface, and absorbed all of the bullet's kinetic energy. Then it returned to liquid form and spat out the still red-hot slug, which rolled to the ground. That was exactly why mercury monsters were so difficult to handle. Even an electromagnetic sniper rifle could not pierce one. But while it could absorb kinetic energy, it could not absorb a resonance power. The instant it spat out the projectile, that silver-gray mercury suddenly boiled over. Countless spikes of varying lengths burst from its surface, turning it into something like a silver sea urchin. In the next second, boom. The sea urchin exploded violently. Flames burst from inside it, blasting both it and its core to pieces. The scattered silver fragments rapidly lost their luster and cooled into dull metal. Only then did Zhao Kong arrive with several Iron Wall troopers. Seeing the debris all over the floor, the field operations chief let out a breath of relief and gave a thumbs up toward Red Falcon. Qin Bing did not appreciate it in the slightest. Without saying a word, she turned and left. Zhao Kang's expression shifted slightly. He gave a faint snort, then turned and picked up his communicator. Recover the supplies. One mule after another entered the warehouse and, under the watch of the soldiers, began carrying crate after crate of the Tiangong's materials out. Seeing that the supplies would not be cleared out anytime soon, Zhao Kong raised the communicator again. I want to know the Tiangong's exact condition. Can it still take off? My voice came through. For that, we need the control room. From here I can only operate the access system. Zhao Kong did not even hesitate. Fine, then we'll head to the control room together. Lowering the communicator, he picked out 3 Iron Wall troopers. Each of you take a team and go to these locations. Set up comms there. I want eyes on those zones. The places he named were all blind spots where the surveillance feeds had failed. The 3 teams quickly departed. Only then did Zhao Kong regroup with me and head for the control room. On the way, I said, the smart move would be to take the supplies and leave. Zhao Kong gave his habitual snort through the nose. Since when do we need you teaching the city defense army? But after glancing at me, perhaps afraid of provoking me and having me slack off, he actually gave a rare explanation. Evernight City's situation isn't good right now. Lujin City is watching us like a tiger eyeing prey. Over the last 3 years, we've basically stripped the nearby region of any usable supplies. To be honest with you, the city's remaining resources will only support normal operation for another half year. The supplies from the Tiangong can solve our urgent problems, but supplies are supplies. They'll run out eventually. When that time comes, we'll either have to go to war with Lujin City or expand our search range. But whichever road we take, our military equipment is still lacking. The Tiangong may be a transport vessel, but it has a certain level of air control capability. If we can bring it back, whether to intimidate Lujin City or expand our range of operations, it'll be of tremendous value. After hearing that, I said, but there must be a reason the Tiangong landed in the Dead Sea Desert. And we've already found Reapers on board. There may be more hidden inside. Even taking the safest assumption that there are no more Reapers, the ship definitely took damage, or it would never have made an emergency landing in a place with no starship base. Evernight City probably doesn't have people or equipment capable of repairing a starship, right? So how do you plan to bring it back? Zhao Kong lowered his gaze and swept it over me. That doesn't concern you. If you want the money, that's yours. Just do your job properly. At that point, I could not be bothered wasting more words. A short while later, an automatic door towered before us, the starship's control room. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The door, shut for 3 years, trembled as it slowly opened bit by bit. But the mechanism seemed damaged, and it jammed after opening only halfway. Fortunately, the gap was still wide enough for us to pass through. Zhao Kong waved a hand. One Iron Wall trooper carrying a beam rifle ducked inside first. After a moment, the elite soldier in single soldier armor signaled that there was no danger within, and only then did the rest of us file in. The moment I entered the control room, I saw the floor covered with scratches of varying depth, long and short, as fine as if they had been swept by strands of hair. Of course, ordinary hair could not have caused such damage. Further ahead, there were black stains on the floor, not like mold, but more like the marks left after blood had coagulated. Soon I spotted a corpse slumped against a machine, wearing an official Great Han uniform, long since reduced to bones. As the light fell on it, Dust floated gently in the hollow eye sockets. I tried turning on the control room lights. They flickered on one after another, revealing a shocking scene. Bodies of soldiers and crew scattered everywhere. The screens of the control consoles shattered into spiderweb cracks, exposed wiring hanging from overhead like vines, and bullet holes pocking the metal casings of the instruments. Zhao Kong said in a deep voice, "There was fighting here." Even without his order, the soldiers accompanying us had already spread out and established a security perimeter. But the control room remained silent, and after a long while no attack came. Zhao Kong looked at me. "Time for you to work." I walked toward the main control console. "With the control room damaged like this, you'd better not get your hopes up." Reaching the console, I took out a data cable and connected it to my decoder. In truth, I did not need to go through any of this trouble. The Tiangong system had long since been under my control, and I did not need the control room at all to know what faults it had. But I did not want to reveal my trump card, so I went through the motions and made the cracked screen light up. A progress bar popped onto the display. The system was checking hull faults. During the downtime, I casually browsed through the ship's internal files. Suddenly, I let out a small sound. Zhao Kong looked over. "What is it? Is the result bad?" I shook my head. "The scan isn't finished yet. But I found the captain's log. There's a file from 3 years ago saying the moon came under attack." Zhao Kong was immediately interested and leaned closer. "Open it and have a look. If it's from 3 years ago, it may have something to do with the Reapers." I had no objection. We had nothing better to do while waiting, so I opened the file. A space scene immediately appeared on the screen, with the label in the lower right corner, Skynet System Observation Log. Skynet. Zhao Kong folded his arms. "I've heard of it. It's a system specifically used to observe, even monitor, deep space. Great Han has a base on the moon called Guanghan Palace. The Skynet system is installed there." Just as he finished speaking, alarms suddenly blared from the screen, and a cold mechanical voice sounded. "Warning. Skynet Spatial Monitoring Module abnormal. Spatial curvature in L2 quadrant deviating from baseline. Abnormal fluctuation in gravitational gradient. Instantaneous peak of dark matter density exceeds normal threshold by 37 times. Warning. Detected signal of spatial continuity rupture. Gravitational lensing effect intensifying. Background stellar spectral redshift increasing sharply. Characteristics consistent with wormhole generation." Zhao Kong and I looked at each other. A wormhole? Could it be that the Reapers traveled between stars through wormholes? 3 years ago, the Reapers came without the slightest warning. By the time people came to their senses, Blue Planet had already been invaded, cities destroyed, population slashed. Even now, no one knew exactly how they had reached Blue Planet. And at this moment, that answer might finally be revealed. We could not help holding our breath, hardly daring to exhale, afraid of missing anything. The electronic voice on the screen continued. Level 1 red alert. Wormhole diameter is expanding and has entered observable range. In the image, a tiny faint point of light appeared in the blackness of space. It flickered, yet did not resemble starlight. It looked more like a pebble dropped into a lake, pale violet ripples spreading outward in circles. Those were ripples of spatial disturbance. The moment they appeared, the surrounding starlight began to distort. The light that should have traveled in straight lines was forcibly bent into curves, as if threads were being grasped by an invisible force field and slowly drawn toward the center of the light. The point of light expanded rapidly. At first it was only the size of a fingernail. In a blink it had grown as large as a basketball. The pale violet ripples became ever clearer, and along the edges, one could already see tiny spatial fragments, like shattered glass suspended in vacuum. At that point I understood. The wormhole had fully opened. "Look, something's inside." Zhao Kong suddenly pointed at the screen. Through the cracks in the damaged display, the picture was not very clear, but I still saw a point of light inside the wormhole rapidly enlarging. Something was coming out. Before it emerged, I had guessed it might be one of those rectangular starship scavengers called iron coffins, or perhaps the terrifying beast machines rumored to be as huge as mountains. But I had never expected that what floated out of the wormhole would be a silver metallic sphere. It drifted out slowly, its shell seemingly made of some kind of alloy, yet reflecting not a glimmer of light. It simply hung there in space, turning slowly. Then the Skynet system issued another warning. Unknown target approaching. Distance from lunar surface, 300 kilometers, 280 kilometers, velocity constant, no evasive action. Collision with the moon in 5 minutes. At once, not just I, but Zhao Kong and the others as well all tensed visibly. We all faintly guessed it. That silver sphere was the Reaper's vessel for interstellar travel. And what we were seeing was the landing battle of the invasion 3 years ago. Their first target had been the moon. A deep rumble suddenly sounded from the screen. The whole image shook violently, as if an earthquake were taking place on the moon. On the right side of the display, a mountainside near the base suddenly split open, revealing a massive armored blast door slowly retracting to both sides and exposing the pitch-black cannon barrel inside. Zhao Kong sucked in a breath. That's the Deep Space Defense main cannon, Shiha. I nodded. I had seen it in the papers. Back then, that cannon had been transported to the moon in pieces and assembled there, causing a huge sensation. And now, on the screen, I was seeing that cannon mounted at Guanghan Palace Base on some day, 3 years ago, aimed directly at that ever-approaching silver sphere. A pale orange glow lit up inside the cannon barrel. At first it was only a faint halo, but moments later it had turned into a sheet of blazing white. The feeling was as if a miniature star had been stuffed into the barrel, energy gathering at the muzzle into a pulsing sphere of light, with the air around it ionized into a pale violet haze. The next second, the main cannon fired. There was no sound, yet everyone felt the force of that release. A torrent of blazing white energy erupted from the Shiha cannon, instantly tearing through the black heavens, its edges trailing pale blue plasma wake like a red-hot sword thrust straight toward the silver-white sphere 200 kilometers away. It was just about to hit. But at that moment, ripples spread in the space before the sphere, and another wormhole opened. This one was not as outrageously large, but still more than big enough to swallow the Shiha cannon's energy beam. Sure enough, that blazing white beam was swallowed whole by the wormhole. At the same time, a second wormhole opened above the northern side of the base, and an identical blazing white beam poured down from it, striking the Shiha cannon directly. The instant it made contact, the cannon's armored blast doors melted into molten metal, the barrel shattered with a roar, and an orange-red flood of energy engulfed half the defensive position. The screen shook violently, the picture flickered and distorted, and only several seconds later did it stabilize again. By then, the mountainside where the cannon had stood had completely melted away and vanished. We all stared wide-eyed. Over the past 3 years, we had already seen how terrifying the Reapers were, but what we saw today completely rewrote our understanding. That main cannon, which looked capable of casually sinking a continent, had not even managed to damage a single hair on the enemy's head. Instead, the enemy had simply redirected its attack right back at it through spatial technology. That kind of civilizational gap made despair rise in the heart of everyone present. The entire Guanghan Palace Base and all its attached facilities represented the highest crystallization of Great Han's technology, indeed, of all blue planets. Yet in front of the Reapers, it had been utterly powerless. If so, what could the remaining humans possibly use to resist? At that moment, Qin Bing's voice sounded. Actually, we're not without hope. After all, resonance only appeared after the Reapers invaded. Didn't Dr. Bai publish a paper saying that resonance are the planet's immune response activated to fight the invaders? And over these 3 years, plenty of facts have proved that even if today's technology can't deal with the Reapers, resonance can. I nodded as well. That's right. Forget distant examples. Just look at today. Minister Zhao and Captain Qin Bing used their own abilities to eliminate beast machines and Reapers. I believe that given enough time, we absolutely can fight the Reapers, and perhaps even reclaim the future. What we said gradually dispelled the despair in Zhao Kang's eyes and those of the others. But no one noticed that, while they had just been shrouded in despair, in a dark room deep inside the starship, a faint point of light had quietly lit up. Inside the control room, alarms were sounding one after another on the screen. Guanghan Palace Base activated its defense system, and dozens of electromagnetic turrets rose from mountain emplacements, aiming at the silver sphere, the coils around their barrels spinning at high speed and glowing with a cold blue light. 3 metal rounds per second, each crackling with pale blue electric arcs, carved dense silver trajectories through the vacuum as they rained toward the sphere. At the same time, the base's missile silos all opened, and one missile after another roared skyward on white exhaust plumes, turning in mid-flight and streaking toward the target. This time, the silver sphere did not open another wormhole. It simply let all those attacks land on its surface. But whether it was the electromagnetic rounds or the violent missile explosions, nothing could shake it in the slightest. On the screen, that cold silver-white mass grew larger and larger against the black sky, leaving an unbearable helplessness in anyone watching. Attention! Mecha has been activated and will attack with Tong Bao in 30 seconds. This may trigger large-scale power outages throughout the base. All departments take precautions. Another warning sounded on the screen. In the footage, a platform slowly rose in the distance, carrying a mech with orange as its primary color and black-silver striping set into it. It knelt on one knee, and its right arm and shoulder armor formed a sniper cannon. I guess that cannon was Tong Bao. At that moment, the power cables running into Hoi's back suddenly burst with dazzling blue light, current surging through the lines into Tong Bao's barrel. There was no sound, only a pale violet beam that shot from the muzzle in an instant. That beam was extremely thin, yet so sharp it seemed able to tear space apart. In the blink of an eye, it struck the silver-white sphere. The next second, the beam punched out through the back of the sphere, spraying a ring of silver-white fragments. I could not help freezing. It worked. Seeing the sphere on the screen pierced through, the control room immediately erupted in cheers. But Zhao Kong and I did not join in. Zhao Kong said, "Don't celebrate too early. If the Reapers were that easy to deal with, we wouldn't have fallen to this state today." I nodded. This was the first time I had agreed with him. On the screen, the fragments blasted from the silver-white sphere were now raining down toward the moon at tremendous speed. After they landed, a moment later, they actually began to writhe. From a distance, they looked like lumps of silver jelly. I sucked in a cold breath. Mercury monsters. That sphere was actually made up of mercury monsters, which meant that just now, it had not been blown apart at all. It had disassembled itself. In the footage, countless mercury monsters surged over the ground and poured into the base. Gunfire erupted everywhere, fireballs exploding all over the facility. Moments later, a mass of silver-white liquid splattered over the lens, and the image was lost. That was where the video ended. Listening to the static hissing from the screen, no one spoke for a while. Only after some time did I finally say, "Now we roughly understand how the Reapers came here." They had already mastered wormhole-based interstellar travel. 3 years ago, they used it to strike the moon by surprise, then used the moon as a springboard to invade Blue Planet. Zhao Kong then said, "Knowing that now doesn't help much. Has the diagnostic report come out yet?" I tapped at the keyboard. The progress bar for the hull fault scan was already full. I opened the report, and a window popped up. Core fault list. 1. Reactor cooling system completely destroyed. Main coolant pipes damaged. Coolant fully leaked out. Forced startup will trigger meltdown. 2. Main engine control module physically destroyed. Core circuit board torn apart. Critical command chips missing. Unable to transmit ignition signals to the engines. 3. Navigation system star map database erased. Core storage chip removed. Ship unable to calibrate basic trajectory. 4. Life support main line short-circuited. Oxygen circulation and temperature regulation completely paralyzed. 5. Communications array antenna severed. Unable to establish any outside contact. Watching the faults stack up one after another, Zhao Kang's eyebrows almost twisted into a knot. I glanced at him. In this condition, the Tiangong has no recovery value at all. I think you'd be better off just taking the supplies and calling it a day. Zhao Kong shot me a hateful glare. Shut up. Stop talking defeatist nonsense here. The commander said that even if we can't bring the ship back intact, we are to dismantle it and haul it away. The moment he said that, his communicator rang. "Minister. Situation. We've come under attack." Zhao Kang's face changed instantly. He grabbed the communicator. "Share the feed with me." "Yes, sir." Very quickly, footage appeared on his terminal. It was being transmitted from an iron wall battle armor. The image shook violently, but it was still obvious that the suit was locked in a desperate fight. Holding a beam rifle, it fired while moving. Its target was a long black shadow. The thing darted everywhere, one moment gliding along the wall, the next disappearing into the ventilation ducts, then bursting out from some other opening in an instant. Alongside the armor, 7 or 8 city defense soldiers were firing as well. In a corridor no longer than that, a full battlefield had formed. Then the black shadow burst from a vent not far away. In the iron wall's lights, everyone saw it clearly, a gigantic worm. Its body looked like a long pipe, half mechanical and half biological. Its head was entirely metallic, with no eyes, yet covered in sensors. It opened its great maw. The light shone in, revealing 3 rings of metal teeth spinning wildly inside its mouthparts, like an industrial grinder. When it swallowed a soldier in one bite, the man did not even have time to scream before his body and equipment were shredded into pulp. The next instant, blood sprayed from drain-like holes in the worm's body, splattering the walls and floor red. Mixed in the gore were bits of scalp and shredded flesh. It was nauseating. Zhao Kang's expression changed. Vanguard-class beast machine, mechanical worm. This was a common beast machine in the desert. Evernight City had dealt with them before, so Zhao Kong knew it well. But when I heard it was Vanguard class, my expression also turned grave. A Vanguard class beast machine or Reaper required at least a second-tier resonant or battle armor of the same level to handle, and even then it usually took 2 or 3 people working together to have a good chance. Right now, there was only one private class Iron Wall plus 7 or 8 ordinary soldiers on site. They were no match for it. Zhao Kong immediately roared, "Retreat. Fall back now." Then he looked at me. "Can't you control the access system? Seal that mechanical worm off and leave my people a way out." I did not hesitate. I opened the ship's holographic model, locked onto the Iron Wall's signal, confirmed its location, and shut several corridor bulkheads in that area. On Zhao Kang's screen, the Iron Wall suit and the remaining soldiers were sprinting with all their strength toward a bulkhead ahead that was slowly closing. Gunfire and screams filled the feed. In the short span of barely 10 meters, several more soldiers were overtaken by the mechanical worm and swallowed alive, then ground to pieces. Blood, organs, shattered bone, every kind of human fragment splashed across the camera. At last, just before the bulkhead fully shut, the Iron Wall and the last 2 surviving soldiers managed to get through. Bang! The bulkhead sealed shut, and a heavy impact immediately sounded from the other side. The mechanical worm was ramming the door. But even a Vanguard-class creature would find it difficult to break through armored blast doors like that through brute force alone. Only then did Zhao Kong let out a breath. Quite a few men had died, but at least one Iron Wall suit had been saved. Whether battle armor or pilot, both were precious assets to Evernight City, and Zhao Kong had no intention of losing them here. After a while, he turned to me. "I want to know where that worm is moving." I shook my head. "Surveillance in that section is down. I can't do that. At best, I can shut all the bulkheads in that area to keep it from getting out, then watch adjacent sectors through their cameras." Zhao Kong nodded. "Keep a close eye on it. Don't let that thing break through and hit the supply warehouse." Then he picked up his communicator and deployed a squad to guard the neighboring sector where the mechanical worm had appeared, so it could not attack the recovery teams. Inside the control room, whether it was me, Zhao Kong, or the others, all of us were troubled by that mechanical worm. Precisely because of that, no one noticed that at a ventilation opening in one corner of the control room, from the darkness behind the metal grill, several hair-thin strands were silently emerging. The instant those threads slipped through the grill, Pangu's utterly emotionless electronic voice sounded in my ear. "Detected energy signal of silicon-based life form. Based on energy level assessment, probability of elite class death threads is 90%. My whole body jolted. "Elite class!" I immediately shouted. "Watch out, Reaper!" Zhao Kong and Qin Bing in her battle armor both turned toward me at once. "Where?" I had not yet managed to answer when an orange-yellow beam suddenly flashed past my eyes. In the next instant, it slammed into the head of a city defense soldier, melting straight through his tactical helmet, punching through his brain, and exiting from the other side. The soldier's eyes went wide, as if he could not believe he had just died like that. When the corpse collapsed, everyone finally reacted and looked toward the source of the beam. It was a mustached soldier. He stood there holding a thermal rifle, his whole body convulsing, both eyes rolling, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth as he spoke in broken phrases. "Elite, serial number 6573. Abandon resistance. Submit to our emperor." Then another soldier not far away began trembling violently too, his eyes rolling upward, yet the gun in his hand was aimed at us as he also began speaking. "Pledge loyalty to the supreme emperor of our race, and you may survive." We all stepped backward. Clearly, these 2 soldiers had already been taken over by a Reaper and had become its mouthpieces. Zhao Kong said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Were they parasitized by mercury monsters?" But I didn't see any mercury monsters. I answered quietly, "Not mercury monsters. Another kind of Reaper." Zhao Kong looked at me. "How do you know?" Before I could answer, Qin Bing cried out, "I see it. Look carefully. Behind those 2 soldiers, in the air, there are things like hair." At her reminder, I focused my gaze. Sure enough, in the air behind the 2 soldiers floated several threads, as fine as strands of hair, yet carrying a metallic sheen. If you did not look closely, you would never notice them. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions erupted in succession behind the 2 soldiers, fire flashing, shockwaves hurling them to the ground. I turned toward Zhao Kong and saw 2 white gloves marked with flame patterns floating at his side. His spiritual manifestation, Flame Magician. What happened? What just happened to us? The 2 soldiers on the ground now had focus back in their eyes, and their bodies were no longer trembling. They staggered up in confusion, completely unaware of what had just happened. At that moment, from the ventilation opening not far behind them, the metal grill burst free with a bang, whistled through the air, and smashed into an instrument in the distance. Then clumps of hair-like threads began to emerge from the dark vent. The moment Zhao Kong saw them, he made a snap decision. Fire! The soldiers beside him immediately raised their guns and began shooting wildly into the ventilation opening. Two Iron Wall troopers rushed in front of him and joined the attack with their beam rifles. In an instant, beams streaked through the air, scorching the atmosphere. One orange-yellow beam after another blasted into the vent, forcing the strands to recoil back inside. Taking advantage of the suppressive fire pinning down the Reaper, Zhao Kong shouted loudly, "Miss Qin Bing, take Fang Yuan and go first." Qin Bing was his superior's adopted daughter, and he still hoped to use her to get closer to that superior, so naturally he had no intention of letting her die here. As for me, though he looked down on us former criminals from the bottom of his heart, he still had to admit that I was the best lockpicker in Evernight City and might prove useful again in the future. So he ordered the two of us to withdraw first. Though Qin Bing disliked Zhao Kong, he was the field commander at the moment, and she was not the sort to stubbornly show off. Without hesitation, she scooped me up in one arm. The battle armor's engine roared, and the thrusters spat streams of pale blue flame. At once, Red Falcon left behind a red streak as it sped rapidly out of the control room. The moment we left, the rifles in the hands of the soldiers and battle armors inside the control room all ran their batteries dry, and the rain of beams abruptly went dark. During the brief gap, while everyone was changing power packs, a black mass of threads drifted out of the vent like seaweed. The instant it appeared, a violent explosion detonated nearby, flames blooming and slamming the mass of threads downward onto the floor. But from the look of it, aside from severing a few strands, the Reaper had suffered no fatal damage. What is that thing? Zhao Kong frowned. It was his first time facing this kind of Reaper, and he had not expected the attacks of his flame magician to be so utterly ineffective. At that moment, the death threads began to tremble violently, countless strands across its body vibrating at a specific frequency. It had locked onto Zhao Kong. As a resonant, even when they were not in an extreme emotional state, they were still more easily targeted by Reapers than ordinary people. If Reapers were a virus on Blue Planet, then resonants were the planet's macrophages. Once the two encountered each other, the Reapers would always prioritize killing the resonants first, and only then deal with ordinary humans. So once this death threads locked onto Zhao Kong, hundreds of strands twisted together into a single cord like a long whip and lashed savagely toward him. In front of Zhao Kong, two Iron Wall troopers rushed forward and took the blow for their superior. These two elites trusted in the thickness of their armor and assumed they could hold the strike off for at least a moment. To their shock, as several metallic whips came down, they felt an overwhelming force slam into their armor. The armor deformed first, then shattered, and the whips sliced straight through, cutting apart the bodies of the pilots inside. Bang, bang, bang. Amid a series of dull impacts, Zhao Kong could only watch as the two Iron Wall troopers were flung backward, their armor and bodies split open alive by those metallic whips. Metal fragments and blood flesh sprayed in a trail, and the air instantly filled with a thick smell of blood. Zhao Kang's pupils contracted. The combat power of death threads far exceeded his expectations. This kind of Reaper was simply on a completely different level from Mercury monsters. Elite. This was the strength of an elite-class Reaper. Now Zhao Kong regretted everything. Had he known this thing was so troublesome, he really should have left with us. As the whip lashed toward him again, he dodged in embarrassment and shouted, "Attack! Attack that monster now!" At that moment, the only hope he could place was in his soldiers. He prayed they could draw the creature's attention long enough for him to escape. Inside the starship, Red Falcon howled through the corridors. Just then, my communicator and Qin Bing's both exploded with chatter. Support. Requesting support. We're under attack. Mercury monsters. This is the warehouse recovery team. Minister Zhao, there's a giant worm in the warehouse. The Mercury monsters are here. Fall back. Minister Zhao, what do we do? Don't come over. Don't come over. Help. Help me. All kinds of voices tangled into one chaotic knot. Confusion and terror were spreading throughout the ship. Using my authorization, I pulled up the starship's internal surveillance feeds and shared them in real time to Qin Bing's armor so she could see everything on the visual interface too. At the main hatch of the ship, one Mercury monster was crawling into a soldier's mouth, while two more were attacking others nearby. Blood was splashed everywhere, and even one Guardian mech was sitting collapsed on the floor with its cockpit wide open, The person inside already turned into a heap of rotten flesh. Clearly a mercury monster had gotten into the mech and killed the pilot. Then there was the supply warehouse. Iron Wall troopers and city defense soldiers had barely managed to assemble a defensive line, but their opponent was a mechanical worm. The thing slithered back and forth among the shelves, dodging attacks, and the moment an opening appeared, it slammed into the line. This worm was nearly 20 meters long. Once it charged in, it twisted wildly. Iron Wall troopers who were struck or sent flying could survive for a while, but ordinary flesh and blood humans suffered terribly. And on top of that, the creature could use that metal-toothed maw to grind people into fragments. In the footage, one Iron Wall trooper was swallowed whole. At once a clanging, grinding series of impacts came from inside the mechanical worm. A moment later it spat him back out. His armor had not been shredded like the others by the nest of teeth, but it was horribly deformed, twisted like a wrung towel, and blood was rapidly pouring from the cracks. Clearly the pilot inside was not going to live. Scenes like that were happening in more than one or two places. Besides the main hatch and the warehouse, mercury monsters and mechanical worms could be seen in other rooms and corridors all across the ship. Why are there so many monsters? We didn't see any of this before. Qin Bing was breaking into a cold sweat. The number of monsters inside the starship was clearly far beyond what the city defense army had estimated. Just as she spoke, I suddenly saw a dark shape appear in the corridor ahead. Focusing my eyes, I sucked in a breath. A mechanical worm. There's a worm ahead. I gave the warning and at the same time raised the arm wearing the data glove and pointed at the creature. At once, the weapon platform suspended overhead nearby activated, several rapid-fire thermal guns swiveling toward the giant worm. In the next second, a storm of beams roared over our heads and slammed into it. The giant worm was immediately forced to halt, only able to coil up and use the modified metal sections of its body to endure the barrage. Fortunately, mechanical worms were not like mercury monsters and could not reflect beams. Otherwise, not only would the starship's beam guns have been useless, but opening fire would have risked hitting our own people. While it was pinned down, I swung my hand, and a bulkhead in a side passage hummed open. This way, I pointed, and Red Falcon carried me into the passage. As we moved, Qin Bing called out excitedly, "I knew you wouldn't ignore the ship's weapon systems. You've done this kind of thing enough times back in the city. With these weapons, our odds go up a little." I shook my head. The starship's internal weapons are defensive in nature. Their firepower is limited. They're fine against mechanical hounds, but against mercury monsters or worm beasts, they're not enough. The moment I finished speaking, Pangu's electronic voice sounded. Detected energy signal of silicon-based life form. Based on energy level assessment, probability of private class, variable mercury, is 99%. If encountered, your life will be under severe threat. Pilot Fong Yuan, activate biological nanounit swarm armor. Almost at the same instant Pangu spoke, a streak of silver white suddenly shot down from a pipe above Red Falcon and sliced cleanly across the armor's back, ripping open one of its thrusters. Boom! The thruster exploded, and a burst of flame erupted in the corridor. Amid the spray of fragments, Red Falcon crashed, taking me down with it. Instinctively I threw my arms over my head and felt my body strike the floor and roll. After a dizzy spin, I finally shook my head and climbed up. Red Falcon had crashed not far away in the corridor, black smoke rolling from its back, sparks spraying from the damaged section. And behind it, 3 masses of silver-white liquid were flowing down out of the ruptured pipe, dropping silently to the floor before rolling toward Red Falcon. Mercury monsters. 3 of them. Qin Bing, how are you? Can you get up? I steadied myself against the wall. Red Falcon had excellent mobility. If it could still move, escaping should not have been difficult. To my surprise, Qin Bing shouted anxiously, "No. The armor's malfunctioning. My lower body won't move." I frowned. Then she shouted again, "Go. I'll hold them off." My eyes shifted as if I'd thought of something, and I nodded. "Hold on. I'll go find someone to save you." Then I turned and sprinted down the corridor. Inside the armor, Qin Bing smiled faintly. Right now, everyone in the starship was fighting for their own lives. Even Zhao Kong, that third-tier resident, seemed to have been tied down by that unfamiliar kind of reaper because he had not made a single sound over the communicator for a long time. No one else would possibly have the spare hands to save her. But killing me won't be that easy. War flared up in the girl's brown eye. At once, silver-gray flames rose from the armor and condensed into a single eye in midair. Spiritual manifestation, Eye of Flame. The flaming eyeball rotated and fixed on one of the mercury monsters. Instantly, An invisible line formed between Eye of Flame and the creature, the fuse line. With only her upper body functions remaining, Red Falcon raised the red meteor sniper rifle and aimed at the mercury monster. Qin Bing abruptly pulled the trigger. With a hum, the distinctive sound of an electromagnetic weapon echoed through the corridor. An alloy slug burst from the barrel, trailing a dazzling red arc, and almost instantly struck the mercury monster. The immense kinetic force hit the silver-gray liquid and made it spread open like a parachute, absorbing the energy in the blink of an eye. But before it could return to normal, Eye of Flame's power triggered. A violent internal explosion tore it apart from the inside out. Silver-gray droplets scattered everywhere, and variable Mercury's core shattered in the blast. The fragments that fell around quickly turned into dull metal. But just then, the remaining two Mercury monsters had already closed in on Red Falcon. One of them compressed and sprang upward, its silver-gray body spreading out in midair as it descended over Red Falcon's head. Qin Bing reacted instantly. Seeing it trying to plaster itself onto her face, she immediately rolled Red Falcon sideways, making the Mercury monster miss. Then she turned her gaze toward it. If she could stare at it for 2 seconds, Eye of Flame would complete the lock. But when she looked over, an Eye of Flame rotated with her gaze. That Mercury monster started moving in rapid, irregular patterns, making it impossible for her to keep up, let alone activate the ability. Damn it. I heard long ago that Reapers have some invisible link between them. Once one in an area gets attacked, the others absorb the experience and rapidly evolve countermeasures. I thought it was nonsense. Turns out it's true. Realizing she could not lock on, Qin Bing immediately gave up and instead used both hands to make Red Falcon crawl along the floor until it was sitting with its back to the wall at the side of the corridor. That way she would not be flanked from front and back by the two Mercury monsters, and her field of vision would be as wide as possible for Eye of Flame. But the moment Red Falcon had just propped itself up, the two Mercury monsters were already in front of her. Qin Bing had no time to lock on and simply raised the sniper rifle to fire. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant silver passed before her eyes, and a section of the rifle's barrel dropped away, the cut so smooth it was terrifying. At the same time, the surface of the other Mercury monster bulged, and in the next instant, a silver metal spike shot toward Red Falcon's faceplate so fast that Qin Bing had no time to react. Her mind went blank. It's over. Red Falcon's faceplate could never stop such an attack. It was easy to imagine the spike piercing the armor and her skull together. Just as the tip was about to strike the suit, Qin Bing suddenly saw in Red Falcon's visual interface that a hand shot in from the side and seized the silver spike out of the air like lightning. The Mercury monster's attack halted dead, with only occasional sparks spitting from between the fingers of that hand. Qin Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not believe someone had caught a Mercury monster's attack barehanded. That kind of body-extended spike strike had kinetic force comparable to an electromagnetic sniper round. How could anyone simply grab it? The hand before her was covered in black armor, clearly from a battle suit. But no ordinary suit could possibly do something like this. Instinctively, Qin Bing turned her head and traced her gaze upward along that fist, only then seeing clearly. The figure before her was a battle armor she had never seen in her life. The armor's main color was black, decorated with red patterns and silver-gray markings. Most striking of all were the sharp, angular plates all over it, the red spiked helmet, the spikes at the joints, the pointed shape of the feet. Its lines were severe and distinct, radiating fierce aggression. Qin Bing knew almost every suit of armor in Evernight City, yet she had never seen this one before. Its personal style was so striking that if she had seen it once, she could never have forgotten it. At that moment, the black armor reached to its waist. Qin Bing saw it pull out something like a hilt. With a surge of energy, a blood-red flame burst from the front of the hilt. The flame seemed to be constrained by some invisible force field, rapidly contracting and condensing until it finally became a red lightsaber. Qin Bing stared wide-eyed. Through her armor, she watched clearly as the red blade swept upward and severed the Mercury monster's silver spike, then hacked at it like chopping vegetables, slicing it into fragments. Among the pieces, a silver-white sphere covered in circuit-like patterns dropped out, but before it even hit the ground, the red blade cut it in two. For a moment, Qin Bing had no words. The attack performance of this black suit was terrifying, yet the pilot seemed to have no swordsmanship training whatsoever. The wild flurry just now had been as ugly as could be, completely lacking any pattern or structure, like a child waving a wooden sword around. That it had so easily killed the mercury monster was entirely thanks to the lightsaber's power and the armor's own performance. As for the pilot's combat skill, it was hard to praise. At that moment, the other mercury monster spread over the black armor's feet like a silver tide, rapidly climbing upward in search of a seam to enter. Qin Bing hurriedly cried out, "Watch out!" But just then, the red patterns on the black armor lit up rapidly. Boom! A wave of force field energy spread out, distorting the space wherever it passed, and the mercury monster was blown apart instantly. As countless fragments rained in all directions, Qin Bing saw another silver-white metal sphere among the silver droplets. At that moment, a red flash pierced through it, the black armor's red lightsaber, its tip skewering the sphere like a candied fruit on a stick. The moment the sphere was destroyed, all the silver-gray liquid fragments scattered around, still writhing, suddenly stopped moving altogether. They quickly lost their luster and turned into a field of cold matte metal. In the blink of an eye, the two mercury monsters had been killed by the black armor. Qin Bing was just about to say thank you when the chest armor of the black suit suddenly shifted and opened. Hoo! Hot vapor billowed out from inside. Then Qin Bing saw a dark mass shoot out from its chest. It was actually a lump of sticky dark red flesh, its surface even covered in short downy hairs, like some living thing. The thing wrapped around the silver spheres both on the sword and on the floor, then shrank back into the armor. The whole process was so fast and accurate that Qin Bing thought of a frog snatching insects. That dark red flesh was practically like a frog's tongue. From that moment on, the armor seemed profoundly strange to her. Her mind filled with doubts. What exactly was this armor? How could it have biological structures? Could it also be some kind of Reaper-modified mechanical monster? But if it really were, why would it attack mercury monsters? The black armor gave her no chance to ask. After collecting the metal spheres from the mercury monsters, it turned and left. Wait, who are you? What's your name? Only then did Qin Bing call out, but the armor had already vanished around the bend of the corridor. The girl froze, then opened the hatch and climbed out. Looking at the severed sniper rifle and the red falcon still spitting sparks, Qin Bing sighed softly. The suit was clearly no longer usable. In this crisis-ridden starship, without her armor, and relying only on her resonant ability, she did not think she could leave the Tiangong alive. No choice. One step at a time. She drew her thermal pistol and moved carefully along the wall. After a stretch, footsteps suddenly sounded from the corridor ahead, and from the sound, there was more than one person. A moment later, Qin Bing saw a squad approaching her, and running in front was a silver-haired boy, Fong Yuan. When she saw me return, Qin Bing was both happy and angry. Before I even got close, she scolded, "Why did you come back?" I had known her for years and understood her temperament too well. She was angry that if I had run back only to run into the mercury monsters, her effort to save me would have been wasted. But I obviously could not tell her that the pilot of that black armor had been me, and that I had already known there was no danger in returning. So I could only point at the group behind me. I ran into Captain Li Tai. When he heard you were in danger, they told me to lead the way. At that moment, an iron wall battlesuit stepped forward and opened its helmet, revealing the face of a man around 30, Li Tai, Zhao Kang's right-hand man. Li Tai nodded. That's right. We ran into Little Fong on the way. When he told us you'd encountered mercury monsters, we hurried over and had him guide us here. Miss Qin, are you all right? Qin Bing shook her head. I'm fine. But Red Falcon malfunctioned. Li Tai immediately had an engineer in the group go over to inspect the armor, then looked around. Where are the mercury monsters? Miss Qin, did you kill them? Qin Bing gave a bitter smile. How could I have that kind of ability? It was a black battlesuit that saved me. Then she described Panga's appearance. Captain Li, is that one of your City Defense Army's armors? Li Tai shook her head. I've never heard of any City Defense Army armor with that kind of design. And all we deployed this time were iron walls. Only 12 in total. None of them matched that description. Qin Bing frowned in confusion. Strange. Then where did that suit come from? Beside them, I had been listening the whole time with my ears pricked. Only after confirming that neither of them suspected me did I quietly let out a breath of relief. When we first encountered the mercury monsters, I had already wanted to activate the armor. But Qin Bing had been present, and I did not want anyone learning that secret. So when she told me to run, I played along and pretended to obey, only to activate the armor after leaving and double back. In the end, I had managed to save her at the critical moment and kill 2 mercury monsters. After recovering their cores and subtracting the energy consumed, Pangu's reserves now stood at 15%. On top of that, I had gained 2 more energy units. Just one more, and I would be able to activate the next evolution node. At that moment, while I was pretending to flip through the starship's files to hide my guilt, I suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. Li Tai and Qin Bing both looked over. I raised my head. I just found a record. I had only been browsing casually, but by sheer accident I had stumbled across an important document. What record? Qin Bing asked curiously. As I kept reading, I said, it's information about the Reapers on this ship. 3 years ago, after the Reapers attacked the lunar base, several starships, including the Tiangong, urgently evacuated. But as soon as the Tiangong entered the atmosphere, Reapers appeared inside the ship. Most of them were mercury monsters, but there was also another kind, which the crew called threadball monsters. Qin Bing froze for a moment. Threadball monsters? The same kind of monster we saw in the control room? Li Tai suddenly turned to her. You encountered a Reaper in the control room? Qin Bing nodded. Li Tai said, no wonder I haven't been able to reach Minister Zhao. He frowned. Then what the hell is this threadball monster? Qin Bing said, I'll explain in a moment. Fang Yuan, keep going. I continued browsing. At the time, the ships suffered massive casualties. In the end, several Dragon Rider armors were sacrificed before they managed to seal it inside a room with carbon condensation cryogenic agent. But because of the destruction caused by the Reapers, the Tiangong ultimately failed to return and crash-landed in the Dead Sea Desert. In the end, everyone aboard was killed by the Reapers. No one survived. The air instantly grew heavy. The words, no one survived, were simply too crushing. 3 years ago, the Tiangong was invaded by Reapers, crash-landed in the Sea of Sand, and its entire crew was wiped out. Today, the people of Evernight City had come to explore this ship and had likewise run into Reapers inside it. So would the tragedy from 3 years ago repeat itself? That question surfaced in everyone's mind, yet no one dared voice the answer. As if trying to avoid it, Li Tai gave a dry cough. If that so-called threadball monster was sealed away, why has it come out again now? I shook my head. I don't know. Maybe the cryogenic agent failed. After all, it's been 3 years. Or maybe, I frowned. It's because we found the Tiangong. That's very possible. Reapers can detect human emotions. Once emotional fluctuations become too intense, they can sense them. Earlier, when we ran into mercury monsters inside the ship, several scavengers were killed. Before they died, they all experienced extreme despair and fear. Those extreme emotions may well have been the key to waking the threadball monster. My eyes narrowed to a slit. Also, 3 years ago the Reapers had only just arrived on Blue Planet. It's impossible that mechanical worms existed back then. So the machine worms inside the ship now were very likely drawn here by those scavengers. Of course, it's also possible they were summoned by the Reapers. In any case, before I could finish, the light before my eyes suddenly darkened. Li Tai had raised his beam rifle, and the black muzzle was almost pressed against my head. If he fired, it would be enough to blow my skull apart. Qin Bing froze for a moment, then immediately raised her thermal ray pistol and aimed it at Li Tai. What are you doing? Put the gun down, Captain Li Tai. Li Tai said in a low voice. Miss Qin, I'm not your enemy. He is. Hasn't he made it clear enough? This time, the reason we ended up in danger is entirely because of him. He's the culprit. At once, the accompanying soldiers all aimed their guns at me. All they needed was a single order from Li Tai, and they would execute me on the spot. Qin Bing snapped angrily. What does this have to do with him? If anyone is to blame, it's those scavengers who insisted on coming to find the Tiangong in the first place. Fang Yuan only opened the hatch because he accepted their commission. Besides, without him, we never would have found the Tiangong at all. So none of this has anything to do with him. Put your gun down now. Li Tai gave a cold snort. Miss Qin, you'd better not trust this brat too much. Think about it. If there were already Reapers inside the ship, how did he manage to escape alive? He may be a resonant, but he's not a combat type, and he doesn't even have armor. How exactly did he walk out of a ship crawling with monsters? I suspect this guy is a wild ghost, a spy sent by the Reapers. His purpose was to lure us into the Tiangong. Yes, that must be it. He's working together with the Reapers, tricking us into coming here so these monsters can wear down the city defense army's strength. I'd bet his next step is to bring the wolves into the house, lead the Reapers into the city, and let those monsters start slaughtering people. Just as traitors had emerged 100 years ago when the Great Han was invaded by foreign enemies, after the Reapers invaded Blue Planet, some people also betrayed their own kind for various reasons and became the Reapers' lackeys. Most people hated and despised such people. Once discovered, no settlement would take them in, and they would also lose whatever value they had to the Reapers, ultimately wandering the wastelands like lonely ghosts. That was why people called them wild ghosts. The moment they heard I might be a wild ghost, the city defense soldiers all showed looks of hatred, as if they wanted nothing more than to shoot me dead on the spot. It was no wonder they hated them so much. Over the past 3 years, quite a few settlements had been reduced to ruins overnight because of wild ghosts. Those traitors to humanity searched everywhere for survivors on behalf of the Reapers. Once they discovered a settlement, they would do everything they could to infiltrate it, then send out a signal to bring the Reapers in. That was why every settlement loathed wild ghosts with a passion, and once one was found, the punishment was always death by the harshest means. At that moment, the atmosphere at the scene was stretched to the breaking point. But just then, a faint laugh rang out, and the one laughing was me. Li Tai's expression darkened. "What are you laughing at?" I shook my head. "Captain Li, your imagination really is impressive. But think about it. If I really were a wild ghost, would Evernight City have lasted until today?" Qin Bing immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Fang Yuan isn't some newcomer. He's lived in the city for a full 3 years. If he really were a wild ghost, he would have acted long ago. Why would he wait until now?" Hearing that, the others also seemed to feel it made sense. But Li Tai still insisted. "That's hard to say. Maybe he wasn't before, but who can guarantee he isn't now? Maybe last time, when he was trapped on the ship with nowhere to go, he had no choice but to make a deal with the Reapers. That's not impossible either. In any case, we can't let any possibility slip by." At his words, the gun barrels that had just lowered were raised once more. I did not argue. I only said, "Take a look at this." I projected the window from my mobile terminal into the air, turning it into a holographic screen. Several images appeared on it, all showing corridors, and in 2 of them there were clearly mercury monsters and a mechanical worm. Li Tai frowned. "This is..." I looked toward the corridor ahead. From our current position, there are 4 passageways forming the shape of the character 4 well. Going clockwise, I've labeled them 1 through 4. Look, there are 5 mercury monsters in Corridor 1, and 1 mechanical worm in Corridor 2. Also, all the branch intersections in these corridors have armored bulkhead doors. I looked at Li Tai. If I were a wild ghost, then while I was wasting breath talking to you just now, I should have opened the bulkheads and let those monsters come over. If I had done that, Captain Li wouldn't have had the leisure to stand here confronting me. Li Tai let out a cold snort. He clearly still did not believe me, but he no longer pressed his judgment. I continued. "Besides, compared with arguing over whether I'm a wild ghost, Captain Li, don't you think getting out of here is more urgent right now?" Without waiting for him to answer, I opened a holographic structural model of the passageways and enlarged one part of it. As you can see, if we want to get out of here, we have to reach the lower right corner of this well-shaped corridor layout. But as I just said, both Corridor 1 and Corridor 2 have monsters in them, so no matter which route we take, we'll run into them. Li Tai said in a deep voice. "Then we fight our way out." I looked at him. "Can you handle 5 mercury monsters? Or can you kill that mechanical worm?" Li Tai's face immediately flushed red with frustration. The answer was obvious. Of the 2 options, he could do neither. Qin Bing stepped forward and stared at the holographic model. "Maybe we don't have to confront them head-on. If we go down through Corridor 4 and then pass through Corridor 3 to the exit, wouldn't that perfectly avoid the monsters?" The moment Li Tai heard that, he quickly said, "Miss Qin is right. If we can outsmart them, why fight them directly?" I did not respond. I simply opened another window and showed everyone a bulkhead door constantly spitting sparks. This is the bulkhead between Corridor 2 and Corridor 3. As you can see, it's broken. In other words, the mechanical worm can move freely between those 2 corridors. Qin Bing sighed. "Meaning if we take Corridor 3, we'll still run into that giant worm." Li Tai grew impatient. "This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Then let's just fight them." I glanced at him. "It's not that there isn't a way." I pulled up an image of Corridor 4. This corridor has a maintenance hatch. Inside it is a maintenance route that leads to Corridor 2. Li Tai rolled his eyes. "That's no different from saying nothing. Even if we take the maintenance route, won't we still run into the mechanical worm?" I nodded. "That's right. But what if we lure the mechanical worm away? As long as we draw it into Corridor 3, I can shut the bulkhead and lock it in there. That way, if we go through the maintenance passage, we can avoid the mercury monsters in Corridor 1 and safely reach Corridor 2. The only problem is that the maintenance passage is very narrow. If all of us rush in at once, the mechanical worm will probably catch up before I can close the bulkhead. So most of us need to enter the maintenance passage in advance, and then one person has to stay outside to lure the worm. Once the worm enters Corridor 3, that decoy can escape through the maintenance route. At that moment, I'll close both bulkheads at the same time and seal the mechanical worm firmly inside. At that point, I paused. The only question is, who's going to be the decoy? Intentionally or not, I looked toward Li Tai. Li Tai's expression changed. He snapped angrily. And you still say you're not a wild ghost? You want me to be the decoy? Not a chance. I shrugged. I just think you're the most suitable candidate. After all, you have armor. Even if you can't beat the worm, you should at least be able to maneuver and stall it. Besides, there'll still be an escape route. If you're the decoy, your odds of surviving are the highest. Li Tai gave a cold laugh. Nice words. Since this plan was your idea, then you should carry it out yourself. I'd say you're the best candidate to be the decoy. I smiled. Of course. But if I die, then there'll be no one left to open the exit bulkhead for you. Li Tai was about to say something else when someone suddenly spoke up. I'll do it. I'll be the decoy. Hearing someone volunteer, not only Li Tai, but even I, the one who had devised the plan, turned to look in surprise. After all, this was a mission with an extremely high chance of death. Anyone bold enough to step forward deserved to be called a true warrior. One gaze after another landed in unison on a city defense soldier. He was a man in his early 30s, with a balanced build and a somewhat round face. There were dark circles around his eyes. His beard was untrimmed, his expression was weary, his eyes dull, and a faint layer of sorrow hung over his brow. Chun Ran. Li Tai frowned. Are you sure? The soldier named Chun Ran nodded. I'm sure, sir. Li Tai pressed. Why? In his memory, this soldier was not especially brave. Sometimes he was even a little slippery. With that kind of temperament, he was not the sort who would volunteer for a mission like this. Chun Ran lowered his head. I just want to be useful somehow. At that moment, another soldier beside him whispered to Li Tai. Old Chin's wife died recently from chromium poisoning. Since then he's been very withdrawn. He even thought about ending his own life. I was close enough to hear it too, and I could not help glancing at the soldier. Ever since the Reaper's invasion, chromium poisoning had become one of the deadliest diseases most likely to strike ordinary people. Because of how the Reapers had altered the planet, the metal content in the air far exceeded normal levels, especially chromium. It could easily enter the body through breathing, and once enough accumulated, it could cause pulmonary fibrosis, lung cancer, and skin ulcers. That was why, whenever one left a settlement, it was best to wear a gas mask or a portable respirator. Even so, illnesses related to heavy metal poisoning remained alarmingly common. Even though Evernight City had antidotes for the condition, the supply still fell far short of demand. A single dose of general-purpose antidote could fetch an astronomical price on the black market. On the salary of an ordinary city defense soldier, it was very hard to afford. If a family member fell ill, the outcome was easy to imagine. Li Tai withdrew his gaze and nodded. Fine. If you've made up your mind, then we'll do it your way. He looked at me. Now that we have a decoy, let's move. I put away my mobile terminal. Follow me. I led the way ahead. Li Tai stared at my back and snorted heavily through his nose. He was unwilling to accept this. Whether in personal combatability or in every other condition, he believed he should utterly outclass me. Yet here he was, being led around by the nose by a mere boy. That feeling made him deeply uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do about it. Very soon, the group reached Corridor 4 and arrived before the maintenance hatch. I made a gesture with the hand wearing the data glove, and the hatch opened with a hum. Looking at the narrow entrance, only wide enough for one person to pass through, Li Tai frowned. The passage is so narrow my armor can't get through at all. Not just a heavily defensive armor like Iron Wall. Even something as compact as Red Falcon would have trouble entering a passage like that. I shrugged. Then either remove your armor and proceed on foot, or Captain Li can heroically go fight the mechanical worm and buy us time. Li Tai glared at me viciously, then opened his armor without another word and jumped to the ground. Clearly, he had no desire to fight a mechanical worm. Seeing this, Qin Bing, who had still been worrying that Red Falcon could not be repaired, also relaxed her brows. After all, even if it were repaired, she still would not have been able to wear it into the passage. Then Li Tai led the soldiers one after another into the maintenance passage. While there was still time, I patted Chun Ran on the shoulder. He had been standing there in a daze with his rifle in his arms, and he looked at me blankly. I said, you need to enter an extreme emotional state to attract the mechanical worm. Sadness, anger, joy, fear, anything will do. If that really doesn't work, intense pain can produce a similar effect. Chun Ran nodded, the corners of his eyes growing slightly wet, and showed a bitter smile. If it were before, I probably couldn't do it. But now I can. I looked at him and pointed toward the maintenance entrance. Once the worm enters this corridor, I'll drop both bulkheads at the same time. You have to get in before they close, otherwise. Chun Ran took off his helmet. I know what I have to do. You go in first. Silently, I turned around and entered the maintenance passage with Qin Bing. Begin. The moment the words left my mouth, Chun Ran closed his eyes. I had no idea what he was thinking about, but after a while, the grief on his face grew heavier and heavier, and his shoulders began to tremble lightly. While watching his state, I also kept a close eye on Corridor 2. Through the surveillance feed, I saw that the mechanical worm had originally been pacing through the corridor. Then, as if it had sensed something, it raised its modified metal head, and immediately afterward began moving toward Corridor 3. I spoke up in warning. Chun Ran, the worm has reacted. Be ready to retreat at any moment. My voice was not quiet, but Chun Ran showed no response. No, that wasn't quite right. It wasn't that he showed no response. At that moment, the man had actually braced himself against the wall and broken into loud sobs, tears falling one by one to the floor and splashing the ground. At the same time, a mass of silver-gray light was slowly spreading outward from his body. Qin Bing and I looked at each other in astonishment. Spiritual fluctuation? The instant Chun Ran released that spiritual fluctuation, the mechanical worm in the surveillance feed suddenly became violent. The creature smashed through the sparking, malfunctioning bulkhead and rushed at high speed toward Corridor 4. Inside Corridor 4, waves of mournful crying began to sound from somewhere, as though someone nearby were quietly weeping in sorrow. After that sound arose, a silver-gray puppet appeared on Chun Ran's shoulder. The puppet was dressed like a circus clown, wearing ridiculous clothes, but while a normal clown had a painted smile, this puppet wore a face twisted in grief. The crying was coming from inside the puppet itself, going on in low sobs. I looked at Qin Bing in utter disbelief. A spiritual manifestation? He awakened at a time like this? Am I seeing things? Qin Bing nodded. You're not seeing things. That weeping clown is definitely a spiritual manifestation. He's a resonant. Bang! A tremendous crash came from the bulkhead at the entrance to Corridor 4, and the entire corridor shook. The mechanical worm had arrived. I quickly shouted, Chun Ran, get over here now. I'm opening the bulkhead. This time, Chun Ran finally heard me. He turned around, wiped his face, and nodded at me. Open it. I immediately opened the entrance bulkhead, preparing to let the mechanical worm in. But unexpectedly, Qin Bing suddenly cried out softly, this is bad. He doesn't want to leave. I looked over. Sure enough, Chun Ran had actually dropped down and sat on the floor. The clown on his shoulder was crying even louder. At that moment, there was not the slightest desire to survive left in the man's eyes. That hollow stare made it seem as though he himself was the true puppet. Behind us in the maintenance passage, Li Tai shouted, what are you doing? Move. Forget Chun Ran. If he doesn't want to go, let him stay. Under normal circumstances, I would not have bothered with him. But right now he still needed me to open the exit bulkhead, so naturally he did not want anything to happen to me, and he began urging me on with a frown. Yet instead of leaving, I stopped the maintenance hatch from closing. The moment Li Tai saw that, he roared, are you crazy? Are you going to get all of us killed for that piece of trash? I ignored him and simply released silver-gray spiritual fluctuations. At once, an iron-gray keyboard full of wasteland punk style materialized out of thin air. Spiritual manifestation, Fire Thief. The instant the keyboard appeared, a stream of blue data surged out of it and connected to the iron wall armor parked by the hatch. My fingers flew over the keys, and a progress bar popped up in my goggles. I had begun hacking the iron wall's control system. At that moment, the bulkhead in Corridor 4 was already more than halfway open. Outside, the mechanical worm could not wait for it to open fully and impatiently forced its way in, its metallic body scraping violently against the armored door and throwing off a shower of sparks. But this giant half-mechanical, half-biological worm had already gotten half its body into the corridor. The moment it entered, the sensors on the mechanical worm gave off a blood-red glow. It had clearly locked onto Chun Ran. Its head rose high, its mouth parts spread open, and the 3 rings of metallic nest teeth inside spun frantically. Then it surged forward, closing in on Chun Ran in the blink of an eye. Its massive body bent, its mouth parts dropped, and it was about to swallow him whole. Right then, a dark mass slammed viciously into it, crashing straight into the mechanical worm's head and knocking the creature so hard it nearly hit the wall. The violent impact snapped Chun Ran out of his daze. He raised his head with a blank look and saw an iron wall armor ram the worm away. Then the armor opened up. There was no pilot inside. Unmanned mode. From the maintenance passage, Li Tai flew into a rage. Feng Yuan, you actually dared to operate an iron wall armor without authorization. You have seriously violated the city management code. When we get back, I'm charging you. I paid him no attention at all. I had already used Fire Thief to tamper with the iron wall's access permissions and used its unmanned system to knock the machine worm aside in time. Right after that, I controlled the iron wall and equipped it onto Chun Ran. But the moment I finished, the mechanical worm swung its head and smashed into it, slamming into the iron wall's back and violently flinging the armor into the wall beside the maintenance hatch. That impact knocked both Qin Bing and me to the floor, while the iron wall armor was nearly embedded in the metal wall itself. As soon as I scrambled back up, I hurriedly controlled it remotely, making the iron wall brace with both hands and wrench itself out of the wall. At that moment, the mechanical worm opened its mouthparts and lunged to bite it. I controlled the armor to roll away at once, making the worm snap at empty air. Then the armor moved to the hatch, its plating opened again, and Chun Ran tumbled out from inside, falling through the doorway. "Drag him in, quick!" I shouted. Qin Bing immediately grabbed Chun Ran's arm and started pulling him deeper into the passage as she yelled, "Pull yourself together!" The moment he heard those words, Chun Ran's whole body shook. He suddenly remembered that blood-soaked night 3 years ago. He had been pinned beneath fallen debris, and there had been someone just like this, grabbing his hand and saying the exact same thing, dragging him back from the abyss of death. Ayu. In his daze, that familiar face seemed to appear before his eyes again. "Live on. No matter what, you have to live on for me. You promised me." Tears streamed down Chun Ran's face. He let out a cry and abruptly pushed himself up. Only then did he clearly see that he was inside the maintenance passage, with Qin Bing and me before him. Bang! A heavy and tremendous impact sounded behind him. He turned his head and saw that the maintenance hatch had already closed, yet it was still shaking violently under the mechanical worm's blows, as if it might collapse at any moment. "Let's go." I had already withdrawn my spiritual manifestation and turned toward the exit. Looking at my back, Chun Ran only then remembered everything that had just happened and realized it was I who had saved him. In a low voice, he said, "Sorry." Qin Bing patted his arm. "Don't say anything. Let's get out of here first." She glanced at the weeping clown on Chun Ran's shoulder and gave a soft sigh. The girl was certain that this spiritual manifestation belonged to the grief line. Every resonant of that line, without exception, had some painful past that could not be spoken of to others, or else they would never have awakened such a manifestation. At that moment, the puppet on Chun Ran's shoulder rapidly faded and vanished in the blink of an eye. Only then did he notice something and glance at his own shoulder before hurrying after the people ahead. A short while later, the group arrived at Corridor 2. The corridor was very quiet, but signs of impact were everywhere. Metal panels had fallen from above, cables hung down, and sparks jumped from them from time to time. I strode quickly toward the exit while Li Tai kept nagging behind me. "Do you have any idea how many credits an iron wall costs? Now it's completely wrecked because of you, and you'll be held fully responsible." Qin Bing had had enough and quickly caught up with Li Tai. "That's enough, Captain Li. Even if Feng Yuan hadn't used it, that iron wall might not have been recoverable anyway. Besides, trading one iron wall for a newly awakened resonant. Even if Commander Shi found out, he wouldn't blame Feng Yuan. After all, the value of a resonant far exceeds that of a battle armor." The moment Li Tai heard that, he cast an awkward glance at Chun Ran. "You really stepped in dog shit and got lucky." Chun Ran looked utterly lost. Only then did Qin Bing explain to him, "You're already a resonant now. Once we get back, familiarize yourself with your abilities properly. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be promoted very soon." A resonant? A promotion? Chun Ran could hardly believe his ears. If this had happened before, those 2 pieces of news alone would have been enough to make him overjoyed. But now, after hearing them, there was no expression at all on his face. For him, those 2 blessings had come too late. The exit bulkhead had arrived. I waved upward with the data glove, and the hatch opened with a hum. Li Tai muttered, "Let's get out of this damned place already." He shoved me aside and squeezed through before the bulkhead had even fully opened. The other soldiers followed one after another, including Chun Ran. Only after all the city defense soldiers had passed through did Qin Bing and I start moving forward. Just then, a burst of noise sounded above our heads, as though something were moving rapidly overhead. My expression changed, and just as I was about to speak, the overhead floor panel gave a crack, warped out of shape, and was sucked upward by some spinning rings of metal nest teeth before vanishing into them. Another mechanical worm. Its mouthparts were spread wide as it dropped straight down on us. "Watch out. Qin Bing shouted, and suddenly lunged forward with all her strength. The girl's years of physical training paid off at that instant. She burst out of the range of the mechanical worm's mouthparts in a single move and shoved me aside in the process. I only felt a huge force strike my back, and I flew forward involuntarily. After hitting the ground, I hurriedly rolled over and scrambled to my feet. The mechanical worm had already burrowed through the deck and into the equipment bay beneath the starship. It seemed to have been summoned by some kind of command and was hurrying off somewhere else, completely ignoring us. I had just let out a breath of relief, when suddenly, a piece of metal armor on the worm's tail hooked onto Qin Bing's pilot suit. In an instant, before the girl even had time to get back up, she was dragged into the equipment bay by the mechanical worm. Her startled cry quickly receded into the distance. Qin Bing. Without a second thought, I leaped straight down through the opening the worm had torn through. At once, I arrived in the equipment bay beneath the ship. It was packed with cooling pipes, fans, water pumps, oil pumps, and all kinds of system equipment for handling waste, making the space complicated and maze-like. The mechanical worm had torn its way off into the distance, damaging quite a few things along the route, which at least left behind a trail I could follow, so I immediately gave chase. After pursuing it for a while, Panga's synthesized electronic voice sounded in my ear. Detected energy signal of silicon-based life form. Based on energy level assessment, probability of private class, variable Mercury, is 98%. If encountered, your life will be under severe threat. Pilot Fong Yuan. Activate biological nanounit swarm armor. Mercury monsters? I answered at once. Activate. Instantly, my chest gave a faint tremor. The W-shaped symbol emitted a dim glow, and countless nanounits gathered into streams of black and red flowing light that poured out of the symbol, passed through my clothing, and covered my body. At once, I felt a slight prickling sensation all over, and then I saw the black and red streams of light rapidly combine into armor, the plates interlocking and transforming into place. In less than a second, I was completely transformed, covered in a suit of battle armor that was mainly black, lined with red patterns, adorned with silver-gray markings, full of angular edges and sharp lines, and brimming with aggression. Nano battle armor, Pangu. Inside the armor, I looked out through the visual display and saw 3 masses of silver-gray liquid rolling out separately from behind a cooling pipe and the 2 fans beside it. The Mercury monster on the left began to contract on its surface, ripples spreading across it, and then suddenly sprang toward me. Almost instantly, I calculated its trajectory as well as the optimal route of attack. My computation-specialized ability made my processing speed comparable to a smart brain, and I was beginning, almost subconsciously, to apply a resonance abilities to combat. My waist armor shifted, and the hilt of flying smoke appeared. I seized it in one hand. At the same moment, a blood-red flame burst from the front of the hilt. I had already swung the sword in a horizontal slash. As the flame rapidly condensed under the restraint of an invisible force field and became a pure plasma state, a streak of red light swept through space and split the Mercury monster cleanly in two. Right in the path of that red sword light, variable Mercury's core cracked and shattered into 2 halves. One strike succeeded. But at that moment, I had already noticed patterns rising across the surface of the silver-gray Mercury mass that had rolled out from behind the fan. Almost naturally, I calculated the trajectory and impact point of its next attack. So the instant that lump of Mercury stretched and deformed, shooting out a streak of silver-white cold light, the black armor had already spun aside and, in the blink of an eye, closed in beside it. Flying smoke came down in a straight slash, tracing a vivid red arc that flashed and vanished in the dim equipment bay. That Mercury monster froze, then split apart above and below, its internal core shattering along with it. In the blink of an eye, I had already killed 2 Mercury monsters. Without slowing my steps, I gripped the flying smoke lightsaber and charged at the last one. The silver-gray Mercury mass suddenly trembled violently, its body collapsing inward layer by layer until, in the span of a finger snap, it shrank to the size of a fist. Then a point in its center bulged outward, stretched, and instantly transformed into a silver-white spike that shot toward me. Slaw, amid the sharp scream of air being torn apart, a silver flash brushed past the black armor with a hiss and pierced the steel floor above, leaving a hole the size of a teacup. Beyond the opening, the Mercury monster returned to its original form and rolled away at high speed. It had fled. Inside the armor, I finally let out a breath. That attack had been unlike anything I had seen before, and I had not had time to predict it in advance. But with the cooperation of my computation-specialized ability and the armor's power output structure, I had dodged that piercing strike in time at an inhuman speed. Otherwise, even if my brain could react, it would have been useless if my body could not keep up. As expected, physical training really is important. At that moment, the armor prompted that the cores could be recovered. I opened the chest armor, and the dark red flesh resembling a biological tongue shot out like lightning, retrieving the two already destroyed silver-white spheres. After recovering the cores, the energy that had dropped from using flying smoke began to rise again, and the power display on the screen finally showed 23%. Charging complete. Analyzing Reaper, variable mercury. Analysis complete. Information completeness for variable mercury at 59%. Database updated and available for consultation at any time. For energy units acquired, the armor evolution chart can activate a new evolution node. Activate. While continuing to track the mechanical worm, I activated the evolution node. As the armor moved, its red patterns lit up one after another, and rings of visible energy ripples kept spreading outward. A moment later, I felt a slight tremor in my left arm. Looking over, I saw the armor there automatically deforming and reorganizing, rapidly forming a wildly designed hand cannon. On the front end of the black cannon body, adorned with silver-gray markings, a short blood-red muzzle protruded. Activation complete. New armament unlocked. Skyfire Pulse Cannon. By concentrating energy, the pulse cannon produces high-energy output and can deliver an instantaneous high-energy strike to the target, but it consumes a large amount of energy. Please use with caution. Information kept scrolling across the visual display. Biological Nanounit Swarm Armor, Power System, Crimson Firmament Type 2. Armor, Black Tortoise Biofiber Plating. Armaments, Flying Smoke Plasma Beam Sword, Skyfire Energy Pulse Cannon. Unlocked Module, Multi-Weapon Energy Supply Circuit. Overall rating, Private Class. Looking at the hand cannon on my left arm, my spirits rose. With a new weapon unlocked, and with this cannon in hand, if I faced the mechanical worm again, I would finally have the strength to fight it. Deep in the equipment bay, "Put me down, you ugly freak." At the tail end of the mechanical worm, the girl whose pilot suit had been hooked by its armor shouted at the top of her lungs. Unfortunately, the machine worm ignored her completely. Qin Bing's brows immediately stood on end. She had never been the kind of girl who only screamed when trouble came. At once, she released silver-gray spiritual fluctuations, condensing a flaming eye above her head. Spiritual manifestation, Eye of Flame. Qin Bing fixed her gaze on the machine worm. It was so huge, and she was so close, that before long a connection formed between Eye of Flame and the mechanical worm. The moment the fuse line appeared, Qin Bing pressed her thermal ray pistol against the worm's body and fired repeatedly. Streak after streak of thermal energy shot into its body, every shot hitting home. Though compared with a body nearly 20 meters long, the damage itself was negligible. But what Qin Bing wanted was not the thermal ray's direct damage. She was only using the attack to ignite the fuse line and ultimately trigger a massive internal explosion. Sure enough, a moment later there came a muffled boom from inside the mechanical worm. Its segmented body suddenly swelled, and smoke, flames, and chunks of organs burst out from its exhaust vents. The mechanical worm twisted violently and flung Qin Bing away in one motion. She slammed into a water pump, grunted in pain, and nearly passed out. Crashing heavily back onto the floor, she clutched her back, frowned, and barely managed to struggle up. Ahead of her, the mechanical worm was thrashing wildly, smashing cooling pipes and sending fans flying, reducing the area to chaos. Only after a while did it finally stop. Then the sensors on its body glowed red, and its head, pieced together from cold metal, electronic circuitry, and machinery, lifted high. Its mouth opened, the mouth parts spreading like petals to reveal the rings of spinning metallic nest teeth inside. Lunge and bite. The mechanical worm suddenly pounced at Qin Bing, its gaping maw snapping toward her. Qin Bing hurriedly threw herself in the opposite direction and rolled, narrowly avoiding the fatal bite. But before she could recover her posture, the worm's tail swept over again. She immediately curled herself into a ball, and the instant she had barely managed that protective posture, the tail struck her and sent her flying into a heap of debris. The pile came crashing down over her, pinning her in place so she could not move. At that moment, the mechanical worm turned around and swam through the maze of tangled pipes toward Qin Bing. She struggled desperately, but there was too much piled on top of her for her to break free at once. Seeing the worm closing in, a fierce glint flashed through the girl's eyes. eye of flame locked onto the enemy, and she shouted, "If I die, we're dying together." She raised the thermal ray pistol and decisively pulled the trigger. A yellow-orange beam tore through the air and shot straight into the worm's gaping mouth, causing no visible effect at all. But in the next instant, fire suddenly flared deep inside its mouthparts, followed by another violent explosion that blasted biological tissue from the worm in all directions and sent great masses of smoke and flesh billowing from the ruptures. The mechanical worm let out a shriek and crashed heavily to the ground. The shockwave from the explosion made Qin Bing's vision go black, and the girl passed out on the spot. After a while, the mechanical worm moved toward her again, opening its mouth to swallow the human who had badly wounded it whole. Suddenly, its sensors issued a warning. The eyeless worm turned its head toward the direction it had come from. Right then, a black shadow rammed into it and smashed heavily into its head, knocking the mechanical worm's huge skull aside and slamming it hard into a nearby water pump. The metal of its head was dented out of shape, parts fell loose, and sparks spat from the gaps. Since it had no eyes, it had no way of knowing that the one who had knocked it flying was a black battle armor, Pengu. Inside the armor, I swept my gaze around, and almost immediately saw Qin being pinned beneath a pile of debris. Only when I saw her chest still rising and falling did I let out a breath. Then I turned back to the worm before me and saw that it was covered in wounds, which made me glance at Qin Bing again. As expected of a resident of the blazing fire line, even without armor, she had managed to inflict such heavy damage on a Vanguard-class mechanical worm. Against a worm already this badly wounded, maybe I would not even need the pulse cannon to finish it off. I had just been thinking that when I suddenly heard an unusual sound, the scrape of metal. I looked toward it and saw another mechanical worm moving rapidly through the maze of compartments to the left. Clearly, it had been attracted by the fight just now, or else it had detected Qin Bing's spiritual fluctuations. 2 worms. This was bad. I made a split-second decision and released my spiritual fluctuations. Silver-gray light spread out from the black armor, and in the blink of an eye, a silver-gray keyboard full of wasteland punk style materialized in the air. Spiritual manifestation, Fire Thief. I looked toward the wounded worm, and a blue stream of data shot from the interface at the front of the Fire Thief keyboard and drilled straight into its body. At once, a huge amount of data flooded onto the armor's visual display. I was a little surprised. It seemed my resonant ability did not conflict with Pengu. On the contrary, it could even make use of some of the armor's systems. If that was the case, then in the future the two might be able to cooperate and achieve an effect greater than 1+1. But right now, I placed my left hand on the keyboard, my 5 fingers flying as I entered commands and hacked the mechanical worm's programming. At the same time, the newly arrived second worm let out a shriek, and the sensors on its body lit up red. It had already detected my spiritual fluctuations and had designated me as its priority target for elimination. At once, it accelerated again, opening its gaping maw, metallic nest teeth spinning wildly as it charged at me with terrifying force. Looking at that savage and horrifying appearance, my whole body trembled slightly. The pressure from the mechanical worm made me afraid, but at the same time, it sharpened my focus even further. Fear is the instinct of living beings. Courage, however, is the anthem of humanity. This species on Blue Planet had faced countless natural and man-made disasters over tens of thousands of years, yet it had never once stopped fighting. That had been true in the past, and it would remain true in the future. Though I was afraid, my face remained expressionless as I continued entering commands and calmly analyzing the machine worm's behavioral pattern. My body temperature gradually rose, but my mind became more focused than ever before, giving me a sense of perfect clarity, as though my thoughts and body had become utterly transparent to me. At that moment, I sensed an invisible barrier preventing my spirit from rising any further. A spiritual barrier. My whole body shook. 3 years. After becoming a resonant for a full 3 years, I had finally touched the existence of the spiritual barrier. And at that same moment, the mechanical worm had already pounced. Its body first sprang upward, then plunged down fiercely. But I had already seen through all of it. With a low shout, the black armor suddenly leaped backward, causing the worm to miss. I landed in a half-kneeling position on the floor. And at that very moment, the heavily wounded mechanical worm behind me also charged in, opening its mouthparts and biting toward me. In an instant, the worm's body completely swallowed me from view. At the brink of life and death, my mind became more focused than ever before. In that instant, my computation-specialized ability let me calculate the machine worm's attack trajectory, and even the follow-up moves it was likely to make. Inside the armor, I drew a deep breath and kicked off hard. In an instant, I shot 7 or 8 meters away in full armor. At that moment, under the dual enhancement of my resonant ability and the Pangu armor, my calculations, reactions, speed, strength, every aspect of me had reached an unprecedented peak. In that state, I actually felt invincible, easily using the surrounding pipes and equipment to dodge the attacks of the two machine worms again and again. If anyone had seen that scene, they would have been stunned speechless. In that complex environment, the black and red armor was like a phantom, weaving nimbly through the pipes and machinery, toying with its opponents as it made the two mechanical worms miss repeatedly. A moment later, I landed on top of an oil pump. In the distance, the two mechanical worms charged side by side with savage momentum. But just then, the progress bar on the screen before my eyes filled completely. Tampering successful. Almost at the same time, the sensors on the battered machine worm suddenly switched from red to blue. Its program had been altered by Fire Thief, and it was now under my control. I immediately pointed at the other worm, and the blue-lit machine worm instantly turned traitor, biting down on its own kind. The red-lit worm let out a shriek at once, the biological part of its body being torn into a bloody mess by the betrayer's jaws. The two worms instantly tangled together and began tearing at each other, rolling and crashing through the equipment and pipe-filled space. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I hurried back to Qin Bing's side. With a single glance, I calculated the optimal angle of attack and all the possible developments that might follow. After making some fine adjustments and confirming there was no danger, I used the lightsaber to cut through several pieces of debris. The moment those things were severed, the support structure of that heap changed accordingly. Just as I had calculated, most of the debris collapsed behind the girl, and the weight pressing down on her was greatly reduced. I quickly dug her out of the pile and moved her away from the battlefield. I looked around, and after a moment found a relatively safe corner where I temporarily settled Qin Bing. Then I returned to the fight. When I got back to where the two worms were grappling, the blue-lit one was already on its last legs. It had first been badly wounded by Qin Bing's Eye of Flame, and then had fought another worm. Pitifully, of its 20-meter body, only the head section could still move now. Because of my command, even though it was heavily damaged, it still clamped down stubbornly on its own kind. The red-lit worm was in slightly better condition, but its head had still been torn open and left streaming blood. Large chunks of metal armor and flesh were simply gone. Covered in wounds, it was leaking oil and blood from injuries of every size. What a chance! Naturally, I had no intention of wasting such a perfect opportunity to beat a drowning dog. I shook my left arm, and the arm armor immediately transformed and reassembled, forming a hand cannon in the blink of an eye. Skyfire Pulse Cannon. This was my strongest weapon at the moment. If even this could not destroy the machine worm, then I would have only one option left: retreat. I've never used this cannon before, so I don't know how powerful it really is. I only know it consumes a huge amount of energy, and I don't know the exact figure. So I can only assume that I get one shot with it. That means the next strike absolutely cannot miss. I observed the machine worm in the distance. Firing from here would obviously be the safest option. But at this distance, if it dodges, everything will have been for nothing, and I can't guarantee that one shot can destroy it from the outside. That means there is only one most reliable method. Inside the armor, my expression remained calm. It involves a certain amount of risk, but the success rate can go above 80%. Then, that's what I'll do. I've never lacked the will to act. That was exactly why I had made it this far. Immediately, I charged straight at the machine worm, and as I ran, I did not forget to release my spiritual fluctuations. The mechanical worm detected them at once, and its internal programming drove it to ignore the blue-lit worm and prioritize killing me, a resonant. So the worm let out a roar, spread its mouthparts wide, and revealed the 3 rings of mechanically driven metallic nest teeth spinning madly within. Dragging its own kind along, it lunged at me like a mad beast. I locked onto its gaping maw, raised my left arm, and braced the cannon with my right hand. At once, a mass of red light rapidly swelled inside the muzzle of the pulse cannon. At first it was only the size of a fingertip, but in the blink of an eye it had grown to the size of an egg. Energy was gathering at high speed. On the armor's display, the power level dropped rapidly. The red patterns across its surface all lit up, radiating astonishing energy. From an original charge of 23%, it fell to only 8% in an instant. Even accounting for the earlier consumption from flying smoke, this shot alone had devoured at least 10%. In exchange, at the mouth of the cannon was now a fist-sized high-energy sphere humming without end. The worm had arrived. From that distance, I could almost see the inner walls of its half-mechanical, half-biological body cavity deep inside its mouthparts. I was just about to fire when, at that exact moment, the worm seemed to sense something and violently twisted its body. Its huge maw vanished from before my eyes, replaced by its long tail lashing viciously toward me. That long tail, still dragging the blue-lit worm, swept across with a roar, smashing countless pipes and fans out of the way as it came crashing toward me. In that critical instant, I calmly stopped myself from firing, kicked off with both feet, and shot upward with the help of the armor's power system. But at that very moment, the worm below twisted its body around, raised its huge head, and opened its mouth to bite upward. I suddenly realized a fatal problem. Pango had no thrusters. That meant that once I was in midair with no point of leverage, I had no way to change position. The worm's mouthparts were already beneath my feet, and in the blink of an eye, I was about to be swallowed. The black armor suddenly spread its legs, bracing both feet against the edges of the worm's mouthparts. The leg actuators temporarily forced its jaws apart, keeping them from closing and preventing me from falling in. Seizing that instant, I lowered the Skyfire hand cannon, aiming the muzzle straight into the worm's open mouth. The worm immediately sensed danger and tried to close its jaws, but my legs held them apart so tightly that it could not. At that moment, inside the armor, my eyes sharpened, and the cannon blazed brightly. With a hum, a mass of brilliant crimson light blasted from the muzzle, trailing a dazzling tail of flame as it shot into the worm's mouth in an instant, like a scarlet comet. In the blink of an eye, it sped away, lighting up the inner walls of its body cavity one section after another before vanishing into the depths within. Skyfire fire. Inside the worm, that scarlet comet instantly pierced through the biological cavity wall and slammed toward the tail section. A sharp electronic screech burst from within, and then a silver-red blaze even more dazzling than the cannon blast erupted from deep inside its body, as if a star had suddenly ignited inside the worm's flesh. Boom! A thunderous explosion first burst from the worm's tail. The instantaneous strike of the high-energy mass generated extreme heat inside the semi-enclosed body cavity, which then erupted outward along the exhaust passages. The blue-lit worm hanging from its tail bore the brunt of it, and was blasted into dust, with charred biological tissue and twisted metal fragments mixed with burning hot oil spraying everywhere like a torrential rain. The shockwave of the explosion rapidly spread through the body cavity toward the head, each segment of the worm's body charring, cracking, and rupturing under the heat. Its mechanical exoskeleton swelled and warped under the internal pressure, glowing red as it groaned and shattered. The worm twisted frantically, trying to throw off the source of the explosion inside it, but that only made the shockwave tear through its cavity walls even faster. In mere moments, its body exploded section by section like a string of firecrackers. The biological tissue had long since turned to black ash under the extreme heat, and the mechanical structure disintegrated into countless tiny parts, which were hurled in all directions by the shockwave. Inside the armor, I felt an immense force slam into me, and the blast hurled me away while the sound of metal impacts rang endlessly in my ears. Only after a while did I manage to get back up. In the equipment bay, the aftershock of the explosion had thrown up a sky full of dust and debris, and scorching waves of heat washed over me. On top of a heap of twisted pipes, I saw the various remains of the machine worm. At that moment, glowing circles appeared one after another on the armor's display, marking certain pieces of the worm's wreckage, and text popped up beside them. Reaper Tech constructs detected. Can be used to synthesize external equipment. Synthesis requires 1 energy unit. Proceed? Synthesize equipment? Pangu could do that too? I was greatly surprised. I just had no idea what this so-called external equipment would be. But with things like this, you had to try. You never knew when you might get a pleasant surprise. As for energy units, I had 1 left over after unlocking the Skyfire hand cannon, which made it perfect timing. So I nodded. Synthesize. At once, the armor's eyes lit up and projected a sheet of red light that swept through the space like a tide, scanning the machine worm wreckage on the ground. On the screen before my eyes, pieces of wreckage lit up one by one, each accompanied by corresponding information. Carbonized silicon-based bioalloy exoskeleton fragments detected, artificial fiber muscle bundles detected, mechanical joint shafts detected, tungsten steel gear rings detected, micromotors detected, matching detected materials with database, matching complete. External equipment, crusher, synthesis beginning. One piece after another of the machine worm wreckage floated up from the ground under the force of an invisible field, then was broken apart and reassembled, rapidly combining in midair into a brand new object. It was a black arm guard, with silver-gray patterns distributed across its surface. At first glance, it did not seem especially remarkable. A dialog box appeared on the screen. External equipment, Crusher, successfully synthesized. Crusher, equipment synthesized using ReaperTech constructs. Cannot be incorporated into the armor's internal armament systems and can only be used independently. When activated, the front end unfolds into claw pedals, and the high-speed rotating tungsten steel gear ring at the center can easily pulverize biological tissue. Provide more of the same materials to upgrade Crusher. Looking at the Crusher arm guard in my hand, I remained silent for a long time. From the information just now, many questions came to mind. Pengu could actually use Reaper technological constructs to synthesize specific items. But that was not what surprised me most. What surprised me most was that this armor clearly already had the corresponding design blueprints built into it, allowing it to directly synthesize those items as soon as it obtained the right materials. In other words, Pengu's creator had to be extremely familiar with the Reapers. Otherwise, how could they use Reaper constructs to synthesize things? Materials from mechanical beasts can synthesize external equipment. Reaper cores can evolve Pengu. This armor was practically made for destroying Reapers. So who exactly created Pengu, and who sent it to the moon? For now, I could find no answers to those questions. Danger eliminated. Armor entering standby mode. The cold electronic voice sounded. Then the armor on my body turned into flowing liquid and rapidly withdrew into the W-shaped symbol on my chest. In the blink of an eye, the armor deactivated. However, that black arm guard still remained. It had not liquefied together with Pengu. It can't be incorporated and has to be used independently, so that's why it's called external equipment. As I spoke, I equipped the Crusher. The moment my arm neared the arm guard, it opened on its own. Once it slid onto my arm, the armor plates closed one by one, and the silver-gray patterns on it lit up. With a thought, the front end unfolded into 3 curved claw pedals, and several tungsten steel gear rings rose from within, combining in the center into a structure similar to a machine worm's nest teeth. With a hum, the rings began spinning at high speed, like a miniature crushing device. It can only crush biological tissue, and it has to be used in close combat. Pretty underwhelming. No idea what it'll be like after an upgrade. I'll keep it for now. After returning Crusher to its original state, I turned to go find Qin Bing. Ow ow. In the dim corner, Qin Bing moaned a few times and slowly woke up. The girl sat up, first looking around in confusion, then suddenly seeming to remember something. She hurriedly touched her face, then pressed a hand to her chest. Only after feeling her heart still beating did she let out a breath of relief, her face full of surprise. I'm still alive. It was no wonder she found it hard to believe. Before passing out, she had watched with her own eyes as a mechanical worm came straight for her. You're awake. At the familiar voice, Qin Bing looked up and saw the silver-haired boy approaching. I crouched down and looked her over. How are you? Does anything hurt? Qin Bing stared blankly for a second, then suddenly pounced forward and wrapped me in a hug. Did you come to save me? I knew you liked me. I'm so touched. Held tightly in her arms, my face instantly turned red from lack of air. Let go, quick. I'm about to suffocate. By the way, where's the mechanical worm? Only then did Qin Bing let me go so I could breathe again. You killed the worm? There was a glimmer in her brown eyes, along with a trace of excitement. I waved my hand. Not me. It was that black armor. By the time I got here, the worm had already been killed. After it pulled you out, it left. Qin Bing did not grow suspicious, since earlier she had already been saved once by that same black armor. That armor again? Then who exactly is the pilot inside it? I did not want to go too deeply into that subject with her, so I said, let's get out of here first. Qin Bing nodded and stood up. You're right. We need to leave right away. But which way do we go? I took out my mobile terminal, opened the holographic model, and searched for a way out. A moment later, I said, follow me. In the darkness, a point of fire suddenly lit up. The flame moved slowly, tracing out a rather uneven circle. Then the metal floor panel trembled slightly. After several repetitions, a cutout section of panel was lifted away and set aside, and Qin Bing climbed out through the opening. Once I climbed up as well, I used the data glove to activate the room's lighting system, and a soft glow gradually lit the walls around us. When the light illuminated the space, Qin Bing let out an excited cry. I too froze for a moment. Inside that wide-open chamber stood 4 silver-gray mechs. Looking at these mechs, fixed in place and with not a single scratch on their paintwork, Qin Bing exclaimed excitedly. Fang Yuan, tell me quickly, am I dreaming? These are military mechs, cold light. Small mechs, 5.5 meters tall, 28 tons in weight. They can reach a top speed of 120 kilometers per hour, with a maximum range of 600 kilometers. Qin Bing recited the specifications as if she knew them by heart. In terms of firepower, each one has a 140mm electromagnetic main cannon, plus secondary weapons including rapid-fire guns. Oh, and they also come with a tactical shield. By current combat standards, Cold Light absolutely qualifies as Vanguard class. These things are way better than our Guardians. I was not nearly as familiar with mechs as she was. I only cared about one thing. These 4 mechs should be worth a lot, right? Qin Bing nodded vigorously. Definitely. Back in 2040, the Great Han sold Cold Light mechs to friendly countries, and at the time, each one was worth around 30 million credits. There are 4 here, so together that's over 100 million. But the value of these 4 Cold Lights is far more than just 100 million credits. With them, we could form a combat unit strong enough to control the surrounding region. My breathing caught. Over 100 million. I could not help swallowing. By that calculation, from these 4 mechs alone, I would get a dividend of 10 million credits. Happiness had come so suddenly that I was almost overwhelmed. But at that very moment, without the slightest warning, boom. A tremendous explosion sounded from deep within the starship, followed by violent shaking like a massive earthquake. Qin Bing and I were both thrown through the air and slammed to the ground. The lights in the mech warehouse flickered wildly, then either went out or shattered, plunging the entire space back into darkness. After the shaking stopped, explosions kept sounding from within the ship. I scrambled up and hurriedly checked the situation. It would have been better if I had not looked, because the moment I did, I was shocked. My face changed drastically. The power room exploded. Qin Bing looked over. How could that happen? I shook my head. I don't know, but we need to get out fast. Secondary explosions are happening all over the ship. We're far away, but we could still be caught in them. Qin Bing said anxiously. Then what about the mechs in this warehouse? I stood up. We can't worry about that now. I used the data glove to try to open the warehouse bulkhead, but just then 4 words flashed across my goggles. System offline. Damn, I gasped softly. The power room explosion cut the ship's power, the system is offline, and I can't open the bulkhead anymore. Qin Bing was just about to say something when another explosion sounded. The entire warehouse shook violently, the surrounding equipment toppled over, and flames even began bursting from cracks. If only Red Falcon were here right now. Qin Bing glanced at her thermal ray pistol and gave a bitter smile. This thing can cut through floor panels, but it can't open an armored bulkhead. The moment I heard that, I suddenly looked toward one of the Cold Light mechs nearby. I might have a way. My whole body began to emit silver-gray light, and as it flowed around me, a keyboard full of wasteland punk flavor appeared before me. Spiritual manifestation, Fire Thief. The instant the keyboard appeared, a blue stream of data shot from the interface at its front and connected to the Cold Light mech before us. Qin Bing, do you know how to pilot a mech? Qin Bing froze for a moment, but she quickly understood what I meant. Without another word, she ran straight toward the mech, manually opened the cockpit, and leaped inside. Sitting in the pilot's seat, she powered it up, and one signal light after another lit up across the instruments, while lists of system readouts appeared on the main screen. Good news, the mech's battery still has power. But the bad news is that I don't have piloting authority. Hearing Qin Bing's voice, I said calmly, that's not a big problem. As I spoke, my fingers flew over the keys in a smooth, flowing motion, rapidly inputting all kinds of commands. Data poured like a waterfall across my goggles, and in the blink of an eye, I broke through the Cold Light's program, then altered its permissions so that the red lock icon on the cockpit's main screen turned green. Qin Bing cried out in delight, Fang Yuan, you're amazing. She tried pushing the control lever, and the mech took a step forward, forcibly ripping apart the fixtures that had been locking its legs in place. Get up here. The girl maneuvered the mech free of its restraints, then reached out, lifted me up, and placed me into the cockpit. As the cockpit sealed shut, the mech's visual transmission system activated, and the outside scene appeared on the panoramic display. We both saw that one wall deep inside the warehouse had begun glowing red and was rapidly deforming. It's about to blow. I cried out softly. Qin Bing was already controlling Cold Light to raise its tactical shield. At that very moment, with a thunderous boom, the wall exploded outward, and surging flames blasted through, instantly lighting up the displays inside the cockpit. Fortunately, The tactical shield blocked the flames and the shockwave in time, and Cold Light's leg stabilizers had also been lowered, keeping the mech firmly in place. Once the explosion had passed, Qin Bing turned the mech around, retracted the stabilizers, and sprinted toward the main gate. As it ran, the electromagnetic main cannon on the mech's back rose up, its muzzle aimed at the gate. Qin Bing shouted, "Fire!" At once, the coils inside the barrel lit up in rapid succession, and the alloy shell screamed out along the electromagnetic rails. Friction with the air dragged out a streak of orange-yellow light as it carried terrifying kinetic energy and struck the warehouse's armored bulkhead in an instant. With a loud bang, the armored bulkhead at the stern of the Tiangong shook violently, followed by a series of muffled explosions from within. A moment later, the entire armored door blew outward and crashed heavily onto the sand. The instant the gate opened, flames and thick smoke poured out from inside, and within them, a dark shape rapidly grew larger. With a roar, the Cold Light mech burst out of the starship through the smoke and flames, its rear engines thundering and blasting blue fire. It flew several hundred meters before landing on the ground. But at that same moment, flames began erupting one after another inside the Tiangong. Amid the violent chain of explosions, the hull gave out groans, and metal armor plates warped and shattered. Burning debris was blasted high into the air, then fell in all directions like rain. From a distance, it looked as though a fireball had risen from the desert, followed by a rain of fire. Inside Cold Light's cockpit, I gripped the seat with all my strength to keep from being thrown out. The mech shook violently, and the previously pristine body was now struck over and over by falling fragments, clanging loudly and leaving smears and scorch marks behind. The shockwave from the internal explosions hit like a terrifying storm, sending the nearly 30-ton mech flying out of control. It slammed hard into the sand, rolled several times in succession, and only came to a stop after sinking into the dune. Explosions from secondary detonations still rose and fell one after another, but the worst had already passed. Once she came back to her senses, Qin Bing controlled the mech to crawl out of the sand and stand up, then looked back. On the panoramic display, the two of us could clearly see it. The starship had split cleanly in two. Starting from the power room, continuous explosions had followed the energy conduits and blown the Earth-Moon transport ship into front and rear halves. Countless components and armor fragments were still falling from the sky. With damage on this scale, it had completely lost any value as something that could be repaired. My heart ached at the sight. What had blown up was not a ship at all. It was clearly my credits. And on top of that, after the mechanical worm had rampaged through the warehouse earlier, less than a tenth of the recovered supplies remained. Even if this trip still counted as a gain, the money that would ultimately reach my hands would probably be pitifully little. Seeing the ugly look on my face, Qin Bing tried to comfort me. At least we still saved one Cold Light. Once we get back and split the money, you'll still get a few $100,000. Even though a Cold Light sold for 30 million credits, sale price did not equal profit, and according to my agreement, I only got 10%. Even at the most generous estimate, what would end up in my hands would only be a few $100,000. Compared with the dividends from recovering the entire Tiangong and all the supplies aboard, that was practically nothing. I had originally thought this trip would launch me straight to the peak of life, and now that dream had shattered. Saying I was not upset would have been a lie. Fortunately, when it all was added up, the trip had not been a total loss. A few 100,000 credits should still be guaranteed, and on top of that, Penga had activated its second evolution node, synthesized the Crusher Arm Guard, and I had even touched the spiritual barrier. That still counted as a modest harvest. At that moment, a red glow rose from the distant desert. Look, a flare. Let's head over and take a look. Qin Bing steered the mech toward the signal flare. A short while later, we saw several Guardian mechs and the surviving personnel. The next day, a convoy was traveling through the desert toward Evernight City. Among all the vehicles, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the Cold Light mech on the transport truck. It could be said to be the greatest gain from this expedition. Yet everyone in the convoy wore troubled, downcast expressions. The Tiangong had exploded, the salvage supplies were pitifully few, and more than half the team had been lost. So even though they had recovered a Cold Light, no one could bring themselves to feel happy. Inside the cab of one transport truck, I opened my mobile terminal and projected a holographic screen showing surveillance footage from the Tiangong's power room. This was a video file I had downloaded from the Starship system before it went offline. In the footage, the door to the power room opened, and Zhao Kong ran in looking disheveled. Not long after, a thing like a mass of hair followed him in. Qin Bing leaned over and watched the screen. So Zhao Kong led the threadball monster into the power room. From the footage, it was clear the reactor in the power room had already shut down, meaning the electricity the ship had been using earlier came from backup batteries. The moment the Reaper known as the threadball monster entered the power room, Zhao Kong firmly suppressed it using his flame magician ability. He created a continuous series of explosions that pinned the Reaper down and kept it from moving for the time being. Seizing that chance, the Minister of Field Operations quickly left the power room. Afterward, the threadball monster attacked the armored bulkhead. Its hair-like filaments were extremely sharp, and every time they swept across the door they scraped out showers of sparks, but it was useless. Then the threadball monster changed tactics, weaving its many strands into a drill and boring into the bulkhead. This time it worked, and the armor was drilled open layer by layer. But before it could finish piercing through, the image suddenly flashed with firelight. A blinding brightness filled the entire frame, and the video ended there. After watching, Qin Bing analyzed. That guy Zhao Kong probably used a timed explosion. He must have used Flame Magician to make a timed bomb and blown up the energy batteries in the power room, triggering the massive explosion. That would blow up the starship, yes, but at the same time it would also kill the threadball monster. I nodded. After Zhao Kong returned yesterday, he had not said a word, and no one knew what had happened. They only knew he was in a terrible mood. At the time, everyone assumed the Tiangong's destruction was what had depressed the Minister of Field Operations. Now it seemed Zhao Kong was in a bad mood because he himself had blown up the ship. That meant personally throwing away a chance to earn major merit. No matter who it was, they would not be in a good mood after that. Add to that the loss of half his manpower, and once he got back he would probably be punished by his superiors as well. I thought to myself that if I were Zhao Kong, I would probably feel even worse. Thump! My heart suddenly gave a violent beat. My expression changed, and then a fierce twisting pain erupted in my chest. It felt as though an invisible giant hand were crushing and kneading my heart, and I instantly began gasping for breath, sweat breaking out across my forehead. Not again. I knew my genetic illness had struck once more. I was just about to reach for my medication, but this attack came faster and more violently than before. Before I could even get to the drugs, the world in my vision was already spinning. I collapsed heavily back into the seat, and in my final awareness I saw Qin Bing's panic-stricken face. Then darkness came like a dense fog and swallowed my consciousness whole. At first, the world was silent and dark, and I seemed to sink into a deep sleep. Here there was no scheming or deception, no worry about making a living, no pain of any kind. I slept peacefully, and in the bottom of my heart I was willing to keep sleeping like this forever. Unfortunately, things did not go as I wished. After an unknown stretch of time, I began to hear sounds, as if they were coming from very far away. They were indistinct, yet clearly the voices of people speaking. Then, in that dark world, a thread of light gradually appeared. It stimulated my eyes so strongly that I could not help opening them. And so I saw that point of light rapidly expand in the darkness until it engulfed me. "Dad, where are you going?" Within the light, a childish voice rang out. I narrowed my eyes. The brightness in my vision gradually dimmed enough for me to see clearly that this was a living room. By the front door, a boy of about 10 was tightly hugging a man's leg. The man wore a black and red pilot's jacket. His face could not be seen clearly, but I could tell he was smiling. "I have to go, Xiao Yuan." The man crouched down and hugged the little boy. "Dad has to go back for training." The boy shook his head. "You just got back? I don't want you to go. Be good, Xiao Yuan. Dad will come back very soon. How about this? You really like Dad's jacket, right? I'll give it to you. And I promise I'll be back before your birthday." As he spoke, the man took off his pilot's jacket and draped it over the little boy's shoulders. "Really? You'll be back before my birthday? I don't believe you unless we pinky swear." The little boy held out one finger. All right, pinky swear. Hang on the hook, never change for 100 years." After completing that solemn ritual, the man stood up and rubbed the little boy's head. "Kid, I'll be back before year's end. By then, you'd better have grown a little taller for me." Just then, I felt someone patting my face. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan, did you hear what I said?" The light silently swallowed the father and son, swallowed the living room, and swallowed my field of vision. Within the brightness, I heard someone speaking, the words going from blurred to clear. Then I saw someone above me shining a slit lamp into my eyes, and next, a woman gave a little giggle. "You're awake, my precious son. You've been asleep for 3 days." Mommy was so worried. The light moved away, and I saw the woman clearly. She looked to be in her early 30s, with shoulder-length wavy hair, seductive eyes, red lipstick, and a faint hooked smile. She brushed aside a lock of fallen hair, and walked to a desk holding a tablet, then sat down. That let me see more clearly that she was wearing a white coat, with a purple blouse underneath tucked into a black skirt. After the full-figured woman sat down, her black stocking legs came together, and she said with a smiling squint, "The first thing you do after waking up is stare at mommy. You'll make mommy shy." At that point, my mind had cleared considerably, and I could not help snorting. "Dr. Baiji, how many times have I told you not to make jokes that awful?" The woman clutched her chest as if she had been frightened. "Baby, how can you say that? Mommy has never joked with you. To me, all you sick children are mommy's most beloved little darlings. Especially you, my good son. Out of all my children, mommy dotes on you the most. After all, your illness is so special. This is a genetic disease that appears with a 1 in 10 million, no, a 1 in 100 million chance." I wanted to sit up, but found I still had no strength, so I could only continue lying there. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You just woke up, and you haven't eaten in days, so you need to take it easy." Baiji twirled a steel pen in her hand, her gaze falling to the tablet screen. "I checked the records. The intervals between your attacks have shortened, which means your illness is rapidly worsening. You really are a child who never stops making people worry. Before this, I already told you that your line particle index was trending downward and told you to come in for a recheck, but you treated mommy's words like the wind in your ears. Well, now look where that got you. This attack nearly cost you your life. Mommy had to use every trick she had to save you, so you'd better thank me properly." At that, Baiji frowned. "Based on your current data, your medication should be adjusted. But one of the key drugs in the anabolic agent is out of stock for us. The good news is that I heard Kunlun Life Pharmaceuticals, the company that produces this drug, has a secret research institute nearby. We should be able to find what I need there. I've already sent people to investigate the location of that institute. For the sake of your little life, you'd better stay obediently in the city for the next few days and stop running around everywhere. When the time comes, we might even need your lock-opening skills." I stared at the ceiling and said nothing. I knew this woman was searching for the institute for far more than just my illness. "Get some proper rest. Tomorrow I'll have someone send you back." She stood up, walked to the bedside, gently pinched my cheek, and giggled. "Good night, my good child." I snorted, brushed away her hand, and closed my eyes. Before long, fatigue washed over me, and without realizing it, I fell asleep. The next day, Evernight City, Upper District, Wrench Alley. I stepped out of a hovercar. "These are your things." A nurse in the car handed me a briefcase. "Also, the bill has already been sent to your personal mailbox. Please remember to check it and pay it off as soon as possible, so it doesn't affect your credit rating." I took the case, nodded, and entered the alley. When I reached my door and was about to open it, a cold black alloy spike was suddenly pressed against my neck. Then Nana's slightly husky voice sounded by my ear. "You're finally back, cutie." I let out a soft sigh, turned my head, and looked at the enchanting face right beside me. "I'm very tired today. Whatever it is, can we talk tomorrow?" Nana froze for a moment, then laughed so hard she trembled with amusement. "You're really adorable, bargaining with me like that." Suddenly, Nana leaned forward, pressing in with an aggressively invasive posture and pinning me against the door. The weapon called Scorpion Sting pressed tightly against my throat, squeezing the air from my mouth. Her devastatingly beautiful face was almost pressed against mine, and her breath fell directly on my skin. She smiled charmingly. "Now, either you come with me, or I drive Scorpion Sting into your windpipe, and then you can experience what it feels like to suffocate to death. Tell me, which do you choose?" "Nana." I looked calmly at that alluring face. You know I'm computation type, right? So what? Then don't bother trying the intimidation routine with me." I raised my hand and gently pushed the Scorpion Sting from my throat with a single finger. "If you really dared to kill me, you would have done it already instead of wasting all this breath talking to me. Since you haven't killed me, that means Luing needs me alive. And since you're telling me to come with you instead of simply abducting me by force, that means you don't want to make this into a big scene. I'm guessing the City Defense Army left you with a deep enough impression last time that Luing no longer dares to test their bottom line. Am I wrong?" Nana's eyes turned cold, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She gave a snort, but did not refute me. "Looks like I was right." I smiled. "Then now, I'll give you two choices. Either you leave quietly, and in 3 days, I'll go meet Luing and settle the matter between us once and for all, or you can go ahead and try, and see whether you can actually drag me away. Tell me, which do you choose?" Nana's expression turned complicated. After dealing with me last time, she already knew this boy was troublesome. But only now did she realize that she had still underestimated me. With just a few simple sentences, I had reversed the situation and seized the initiative. She did not like that passive position at all. But just as I had said, Luing needed me alive and did not want a conflict with the city defense army. Yet Nana did not have the authority to agree to my terms, so she took out her mobile terminal and contacted Luing. A moment later, the woman in the black dress stepped back and waved her hand. From the shadows of the alley, one figure after another withdrew from Wrench Alley. Clearly, Luing had made her decision. I smiled. A wise choice. Then I turned and opened the door. After the door opened, I frowned and looked at the woman behind me. Why aren't you leaving? I don't have the money to buy you dinner. Nana shoved me aside and walked straight into the room. I'm going to keep an eye on you. If, 3 days from now, you don't plan to keep your promise, I'll use force in my personal capacity and take you there. This time, it was my turn to lose my smile. If Nana acted in a personal capacity, then even if the city defense army pursued the matter afterward, it would not implicate the Shadow Society. That really was a compromise solution. I had not expected this woman to come up with such a way of handling it, and that did surprise me a little. I frowned. Even if you're keeping watch, you don't need to stay inside my house, do you? The corners of Nana's lips slowly rose, and she gave me a seductive smile. That's only because you're too slippery. I can't help it. For the next 3 days, I'll have to keep my eyes on you every moment. So let's get along nicely. With that, she sat on the room's only bed, patted the mattress, nodded, kicked off her high heels, and lay down on it. I glared at her. If you sleep on the bed, then where am I supposed to sleep? Nana shifted a little toward the side of the bed. We can squeeze in together. If you mind, you can sleep on the floor. I don't care either way. I said in a low voice. That's my bed. Nana turned over, facing away from me, raised her legs, and blew me a kiss. Now it's mine. I really wanted to put on the armor and throw this woman out, but in the end I only closed the door. Then I opened the briefcase. Inside were my personal belongings, the data glove, my lockpicking tools, and the device synthesized from the mechanical worm, Crusher. All right, where have you been these past few days? Even the city defense army had to ask for your help. Your reputation is getting pretty impressive now. Nana, unlike her usual cold self, kept chattering away non-stop from the bed. I ignored her completely. After checking the tools and glove, I went over to the smart terminal. The moment the interface activated, one email after another popped up. At the top was the hospital bill. I opened it and nearly fainted. The bill listed item after item of expenses, surgery, equipment, medication, consumables, and so on. After deducting the deposit that had already been paid, I still owed Baiji 300,000 credits. Oh, you're sick. Nana's voice came from behind me. When I turned, I saw her standing barefoot behind me, craning her neck to look at the screen. That's none of your business. My tone turned hard. Nana spread her arms and wrapped them around me from behind. You owe quite a bit of money. That means you must really be short on cash, which means you should be even more willing to cooperate with us. I frowned and pushed her away. My affairs are none of your concern. Then I looked at the deposit item on the bill. My attack had happened on the way back, and at the time I had already been unconscious, so naturally I could not have paid any deposit myself. Then who had paid it? It did not take long for me to find a name, Qin Bing. So it had been that girl who paid my deposit, and she had paid a full 10,000 credits. Although her adoptive father was the commander of the city defense army, I knew Qin Bing had always supported herself. That sum was probably her entire savings from the past 3 years. Thinking of that, my heart warmed. Just then, there came a knock at the door. Nana immediately said, I'll get it. My expression changed. Wait, Before I could finish speaking, the door was already open. A girl stood outside, her black hair falling to her waist, one eye brown and the other blue, dressed in a dark gray tactical suit with a black tactical vest over it, a smile on her face. But the instant she saw Nana, that smile froze completely. I quickly pushed Nana away. Qin Bing, what brings you here? Normally impulsive by nature, the girl now stammered awkwardly. I went to the hospital to ask about you, and they said you'd already gone home, so I stopped by on the way to check on you. Is she your friend? Nana cut in first. No. For some reason, hearing that made me feel as if a weight had lifted. But then Nana immediately added, we're in a relationship. Qin Bing's whole body jolted, and the light in her brown eye quickly dimmed. I see. Sorry to disturb you. She turned to leave at once. I hurriedly grabbed her hand. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's with the Shadow Society. Qin Bing froze. The Shadow Society? I nodded and gave her a brief explanation of the situation. When she heard that Nana was here to keep watch on me, the dullness vanished from her eyes and they lit up again, while she said sternly, if that's the case, Miss Nana. Then in the name of a peace officer, I must ask you to leave. Your behavior already constitutes invasion of privacy. Nana asked with a playful smile. Officer, if I refuse to leave, what punishment will I receive? Qin Bing took out her enforcement device, flipped to the relevant statute, glanced at me, and only then said, You will be required to pay a fine of 500 credits. Nana nodded. No problem. She sat on the bed, hugged her knees, and gave a seductive smile. Please write me the ticket. I'll definitely pay it. From the look of things, Nana was absolutely determined not to leave. Qin Bing had no other grounds to throw her out. After thinking for a moment, the girl gave a snort. If that's the case, then I'm staying too. She pointed at Nana as if issuing a formal challenge. For these 3 days, I'll keep my eyes on you every second. Ironstone Street, Peace Officer Office. At that moment, in the shooting practice range, the holographic projectors suspended from the ceiling hummed softly, and pale blue beams crisscrossed in the air, forming one virtual flying disc after another. These discs danced all over the range. Some were high-speed targets flashing red, while others were cloaked targets flickering in and out of sight. After watching for only a short while, the peace officers standing nearby were already dizzy from the sight of them. At that moment, Captain Qin Bing's voice rang out. This is the highest difficulty mode of the range. Begin. The officers all looked over and saw Qin Bing, dressed in her dark gray tactical suit, standing beside a silver-haired boy and instructing him in the basics of shooting. Remember, the wrist of the hand holding the gun has to stay steady. Your line of sight, the muzzle, and the center of the target need to form a straight line. Also, what you're holding is an infrared gun. Like today's ray and beam firearms, it has no recoil. So there's no need to absorb force the way people did with spark firearms in the old era. But with ray-type firearms, you have to predict the target's path of movement. You need to let the trajectory wait in advance along the route the target is bound to pass through, like this. The moment she finished speaking, Qin Bing flipped her hand, revealing an infrared gun in it as well. Holding the weapon in both hands, she raised her arms and fired, knocking down 2 high-speed targets and cloaked targets in succession, drawing startled exclamations from the people around her. Well, did you get it? Qin Bing lowered the gun and looked at the boy. I nodded. When you shoot, you're not chasing the targets. You're observing the way they move, finding the pattern, and then firing ahead of time so the targets collide with the muzzle themselves. Qin Bing nodded. Exactly. Come on, try it yourself. From the chair behind us, Nana, dressed in a black dress, yawned. Wasn't he supposed to be recovering? And yet first thing in the morning, he's here practicing with a gun. Hey, if your body is really fine, then come with me and let's get this over with sooner. I ignored her completely. My learning gun skills from Qin Bing was not a whim. Now that Pangu had unlocked the Skyfire Pulse cannon, I felt it was necessary to learn some firearm-based skills. And when it came to guns, Qin Bing was an expert. So early this morning, the 3 of us had come to the peace officer office. I raised the infrared gun, but did not rush to fire. Instead, I first observed the movement patterns of these targets. On the practice range, the virtual flying discs screamed back and forth through the air, while the peace officers watching nearby all shook their heads. Highest difficulty mode isn't a joke. At that speed, forget beginners, even veterans would miss. The captain's obviously making things hard for that kid. If he can hit one, I'll do a handstand. At that very moment, I moved. One precise shot from the infrared gun, and a high-speed target in the range instantly burst into countless points of light. After that, I fired repeatedly, almost without a single unnecessary movement. Each small turn of my wrist sent a streak of red light flashing out from the gun like lightning. One virtual flying disc after another shattered, exploding into showers of glowing particles, until the people watching forgot how to breathe. At that moment, those holographic discs were not random to my eyes at all. Under the effect of my computation-specialized ability, I rapidly calculated their movement trajectories and projected their paths. Their speed, landing points, and angles all became things I could clearly predict in advance. So all I had to do was fire ahead of time and let the discs fly into my line of fire themselves. No way, how is he doing that? Somebody pinch me. I must be dreaming. That's the highest speed random trajectory. I've practiced for 3 years and still can't hit all of them. Is he even human? Or is he a machine? That prediction is absurd. He's already shot down 30 discs. Lubo, what was it you said you'd do just now? I didn't say anything. Not only were the peace officers shocked beyond words, even Nana, who had been yawning moments ago, was now staring dumbfounded and could not help looking over at me. This guy, is this really the first time he's ever touched a gun? In the blink of an eye, every holographic flying disc in the range had been shot down. I lowered the gun and looked toward Qin Bing. She still wore an expression of utter disbelief, and only after a moment did she clear her throat awkwardly. Not bad. But in real combat, an enemy won't move this neatly, and they'll shoot back too. So there'll be a lot more for you to deal with. Tomorrow I'll spar with you in live combat. I nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During those 3 days, Qin Bing and I fought one practice battle after another. At first, she completely suppressed me, but by yesterday, I was already able to maneuver against her and even turn the tables in moving combat. Now, even Qin Bing no longer dared casually claim certain victory. That morning, while I was still asleep, I suddenly felt a heavy weight on my chest, as if something were pressing me down so hard I could barely breathe. When I opened my eyes, I saw Qin Bing hugging me tightly. Almost her entire body sprawled across my chest. That softness was pressing right at my waist, creating a strange sensation in me. I frowned. I clearly remembered sleeping on the floor last night. So how had I woken up in the bed? Before I could sort that out, something else pressed against my cheek. I turned my head and saw a pale, rosy foot in front of my eyes. It was Nana's foot, gently pressing against the side of my face. One of this woman's feet was planted on my face while she muttered something in her sleep. Suddenly she shouted, "Kill," then rolled over and sank back into sleep. I shook my head, carefully pushed Qin Bing aside, and got out of bed. Just as I was about to wash up, someone's mobile terminal on the bed started ringing. As a result, Qin Bing and Nana both sat up at the same time. The two sleepy-eyed girls fumbled around on the bed for their terminals, and in their carelessness, their heads smacked together. Ow! Ow! The two of them recoiled, clutching their foreheads. In the end, Nana found her terminal. Lu Ying's portrait was displayed on the screen. The sleepiness vanished from her face at once, and she got out of bed to answer it. A moment later, Nana looked at me. "Boss wants to see you." I nodded. "I'll go with you." The moment Qin Bing heard that, she jumped right off the bed. "I'm going too." No need." Nana and I spoke at the same time. Nana glanced at me. "I'll wait outside." With that, she gathered her things, opened the door, and left. Only after the door closed did I say to Qin Bing, "It's fine. They don't dare do anything reckless. And besides, over these past few days, I've learned quite a bit from you. If something really happens, I can handle it." Seeing that my mind was made up, Qin Bing did not insist. She took out a thermal ray pistol and tossed it to me. "Take it. If you're not back by noon, I'll go to the Shadow Society myself to find you."